Jesus is Lord and he's coming back. I'm back. Liberals rebuked and reproved, part 4, I think this is. Sons of Belial. We know the sons of Belial were in scripture. You have First Samuel, of course, the book of Judges. I believe those were the acts of the sons of Belial. Judges chapter 2, First Kings, Jeremiah. We know that the sons of Belial, they were wicked men. How do we know this? Because uh, the scripture tells us, basically. We can sort of deduce also from scripture their behavior, and what scripture condemns, that these are people who practice things that are contrary to what the Lord has for us, or has in store for us, as far as behavior, deportment, etc. The sons of Belial. Oh, now the sons of Eli. So these are Eli's sons. Eli, of course, was a prophet of God. But it says that his sons were also the sons of Belial. So how can they be Eli's sons, the sons of a prophet, and also the sons of Belial, a false god or Satan? Well, because it has nothing to do with your genealogy or your race or who your father was, or where you're from, but your behavior. So God is condemning certain behaviors which he determined long before you were born, and what science has determined after you were born to be harmful, to be destructive to humanity. Okay. So the sons of Belial are today, if you're talking about the sons of Belial today, we know who they were back then. All you have to do is read the scriptures. Judges 19, verse 22 talks about their behavior, their deportment. So all you have to do to figure out who the sons of Belial are today is to look at their behaviors that they exhibit. Very simple, right? Commonsensical. Look at their behaviors. I don't care what they call themselves. They call themselves Antifa, which stands for anti-fascist, but they behave and engage in fascist behaviors and tactics that we can trace back to Mussolini and the brown shirts. I think it was the black shirts. I think Hitler's gang of young thugs, I think his gang was called the brown shirts, that he would use, just like the Democratic Party today, that they would use to intimidate other people, their opponents, their political opponents, physical harm, physical threats, destruction of property and businesses, etc. So calling yourself a conservative or calling yourself a liberal is just that. It's just a label. The Bible can care less what you call yourself. Therefore, Jill can care less what you call yourself. You're a liberal. Well, what are you trying to liberate? What are you liberal with? What do you want to free? What do you want to justify? What behavior do you want to justify? And then when you get into the minutia, you find out that it's the same behaviors the children of Belial were trying to justify back then. So should we call you a liberal, or should we call you the children of Belial? Judges chapter 19, verse 22. While they were enjoying themselves, suddenly the wicked men of the city, who are the children of Belial, the ones who are the wicked ones, who are the wicked, or what are the behaviors of wicked people? Whatever the scripture says is wicked. That's what's wicked. And then again, the social sciences have determined that these behaviors that the Bible calls wicked are harmful, or at least less than optimal. They'll try to find safe ways to do wicked things and then suggest that it's safe or okay. But the mere fact that you have to search for ways to make it safe is an indication that it's not safe in the first place for you to do. All right. That's why we have the airplanes and we keep developing technology to help us make it safe, because it's really not safe for human beings to be flying. Okay. It goes against the nature of our being. We are not, God did not intend for us to fly. All right. He gave that ability to birds, and that's why they have wings and barbels, and all those things come together majestically. You think by chance, but all those things we believe are designed for that creature to fly, flap his wings and fly, fly, pelican, fly. All right. So while they were enjoying themselves, suddenly these wicked men, you know what wicked means now, I hope, suddenly surrounded the house, pounding the door, and said to the old man and who owned the house, "Bring out the man who came to your house. Bring out the man." So these are men saying to bring out a man so that we may have relations with him. So there are men banging on the door, pounding on the door. The King James words it, pounding on the door. Where's that man that just came in? We want to have relations with him. First Samuel chapter 3, Sons of Belial. Liberals rebuked and reproved. Samuel chapter 3, First Samuel. I told him that I would judge his house forever for the iniquity of which he knows, because his sons blasphemed God, and he did not restrain him. I was talking about Eli's sons. Eli's sons were considered to be children of Belial, or sons of Belial, because of their wicked behavior, not because of who their father was. And we have in the New Testament where Paul is writing to the church in Corinth, and he says this. He says, "Who or what harmony is there between Christ and Belial?" Or some say Belial. What does a believer have in common with an unbeliever? So the children of Belial can simply mean someone who does not believe, someone who does not believe in Christ. And consequently, that comes along with a lot of other consequences to that choice to reject the God of the Bible. And several things come along with that, like voting for people like Joe Biden or anyone in the Democratic Party. Speaking of old Joe here, by the way, the your your ancestors were your descendants. No, uh, his ancestors, from which he descended from, were slave owners. Just for your information, not that that condemns anyone um, to a lifetime of reparations or paying reparations to the blacks. But just for your information, the one who called Donald Trump, a racist, and you know, claimed Donald Trump was the first racist that ever existed, that tried to get elected. Um, of the races that tried to get elected, he's the first one that was successful. Even though we've had presidents that's actually owned slaves, owned black people as property against their will. Uh, but this is a man who, and here's the article here, according to Politico. Genealogists recently conducted a investigation into Biden's heritage, and it was determined that he is an actual ancestor or a descendant. Yes, the descendants were your ancestors. That's a little clip that Peter likes to play because I often mix those two up, and I just did it again. So I misspoke, and Peter loves to play that on Brojo's stream now. That's his little clip that he saved, I guess. He's got his little tape recorder. But um, one of his ancestors, one of Joe Biden's ancestors, was an actual African American slave owner. Okay. Paul is arguing, well, what fellowship do you have with, what harmony do you have with this type of association? Why are you associating with people who support abortion, gay marriage, etc.? Those are things that the Sons of Belial participated in, and they're considered to be wicked. Now, the liberal today doesn't feel that way, so he'll start a church and he'll hang his LGBTQ flag and call it, LGBTQ affirming, but he can't justify from scripture. He'll try, and then he'll send Richard Matson and the Matthew Vines on your channel to try to convince you that Matthew 19 has anything to do with homosexuality. That's a passage concerning the eunuch. Um, and then when you point that out to them, they'll just deny it anyway because they want to accept what the children of Belial want to accept, what to do. They want to do wickedness. Romans 1. They deny God's truth in their own unrighteousness. So, um, speaking of Biden, or speaking of denying the truth, here's Joe Biden here. Yeah, so yeah, his great great grandfather enslaved two people. Well, that's not bad. It was just two people, right? It's not bad. That's not too bad. But this young lady here, some of you don't know who this is, and if you're a liberal, you certainly don't know who this is. Some of you might be paying attention to what's going on. Joe Biden there was one of the Supreme Court justices stepped down, and Joe Biden now has to choose a replacement. And one of the replacements, um, of the replacement that he plans on replacing the Supreme Court justice with, is a black woman, but it's not this black woman. It's not this black woman, but it is a black woman. Okay, prove to you that race has nothing to do with it. He was just pandering to African Americans, and the useful idiots, the low IQ blacks, fall for it every time because they don't know much about politics. That's why politics is somewhat important. It's not as important as scripture, um, but you need to know what's going on around you so that you won't fall for the ruse. Every single time these people play the race card, and blacks go out and support it at 97%, 98%, at a 98% clip. I really don't understand it because they're low IQ, low information individuals. And there are those types of people on both sides. So it's not just the blacks that have the low IQ, low information. But Biden wants nothing. He wants credit for nominating the first black woman, but he wanted nothing to do with this black woman. Biden, this young woman who you see here, is Judge Janice Rogers Brown. Okay. Judge Janice Rogers Brown. And Bush, W. Bush, George W. Bush, he nominated Miss Brown to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. And the District of Columbia Circuit or court is sort of like the threshing, the next step or the final step before you get nominated to the Supreme Court. So it's the final, or that threshold. You have to serve here before you are to serve in the Supreme Court. That's usually how it works traditionally. There's no rule or anything that says you have to, but that's the tradition. So Bush nominated this young lady to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia, or the District of D.C., or D.C., District of Columbia Court. and it's considered the second most important court in the land. All right, and it produces most of your Supreme Courts come from this court. That Bush, a white man, a white conservative, a white straight male, cisgender, shut up, a white male, conservative male, nominated her. Right, she was immediately hailed or projected to be on the Supreme Court, to be a Supreme Court at least nominee. She was highly qualified. She served for 7 years as an associate justice, and she was on California's Supreme Court. She was the first black woman to do so. Okay. By the way, her father was her grandfather was a sharecropper. Grew up in Alabama during the Jim Crow segregation, Democratic segregation days. Um, so Biden and his now Bush is trying to get her to the Supreme Court, nominate her, just like Biden's nominating because he's the president and that's the president's responsibility. George W. at the time tried to get this black woman onto the Supreme Court. What did Joe Biden do? Joe Biden and his fellow demon rats fiddlebustered her nomination, along with several other Bush nominees. So the man who is telling you now that he wants the first black woman on the Supreme Court filibustered or blocked. Biden did. That's what Joe Biden did. He basically blocked this woman from being Supreme Court or being on the Supreme Court. So it has nothing to do with race. He's not trying to see the first black woman on the Supreme Court. It has everything to do with whether or not you are a son of Belial, or in this case, a daughter of Belial, or you're a son of God. This woman was a conservative. She was a Christian. So she would not be allowed on the Supreme Court. She believed in God. The woman he wants to bring on is a daughter of Belial. Probably thinks she's a son or a man or a liberal. So again, nothing to do with race, everything to do with politics. I want this person because they agree with my behavior, with what I agree with my morality. All right. Oh man, this guy. I love this meme. I had to show you this. When you're so woke, you cancel yourself. Let me put the link in the chat. So we know who the sons of Belial are. We know who they were. We know who they are today. It's anyone that supports evil. Okay, and Bible believing Christians should have nothing to do with evil. We are to have no fellowship with them. Paul says, don't even eat with them. Like, don't even, go to Fridays, TGIF Fridays with them. Okay. So no, I got something to do. But it's 12 midnight. What are you doing well, I got it. I've been, those lightning bugs come out and, at around 12 noon, I got to get rid of them. So don't even eat with them. Find something else to do. Okay. Because you don't want to be associated with evil. You don't even want, the Bible says, don't even let your good be evil spoken of. Don't even let your good be evil spoken of. Meaning, if you're doing good, you're helping a single mom with her groceries. Okay, you don't want to be seen coming out of her home at a certain hour. So if you are to do that good deed, because you don't want people to think that you're having an affair with her or you're fornicating. So you're doing a good deed by bringing her food because she's doesn't have enough to feed her family, being a single mom. Um, you're doing a good deed, but you don't want your good deed to be evil spoken of. So you want to try to maybe drop off the food. You don't maybe you won't go inside the home. Maybe you'll go during an hour where it's daylight and not, during an hour um, where it's dark outside, where people might get the wrong idea about why you're there and what your purpose is. So the scripture says to abstain from even the thought of evil. Okay, and that's so that we don't mar the name of Christ or make Christ's name, um, give Christ a bad name on the earth, because we are the salt of the earth, and we're here to preserve the earth, and we do so by walking in love. And we're not. This isn't the little God doctrine, but we are Christ's representatives in the earth. We are His ambassadors. The text says. Okay. They bend their tongues like bows. Lies prevail. This is Jeremiah chapter 9, verse 3. They bend their tongues like bows. Lies prevail over truth in the land. Lies prevail over truth in America today. Isn't that the case today in America? Lies, internet lies can travel halfway across the world before Jill has a chance to boot his computer up. You cancel yourself. When you're so woke, you cancel yourself. Oh boy. All right, so Jeremiah chapter 9, verse 3, they bend their tongues like bows, meaning they could just one day they could say, homosexuality is against the law. The next day, oh, well, I have friends that are that way. They bend their tongues like bows. They're two-faced when they go on, when they're in front of a white audience, they are one way, and then when they stand in front of black people, they're another way. They're two-faced. They bend their tongues. Lies prevail over truth. Lies prevail over truth. So if something is true, they'll try to circumvent it if it doesn't agree with their narrative or their their agenda. They'll push it to the side. They'll suggest that it's not important, and they'll convince you that it's okay, as long as you are not affecting or harming anyone else. Well, you are harming someone else if what you're doing is being promoted as natural, healthy, and normal to children. So you said that back in the 80s or the 90s that, well, it's just between them, and if they want to do what they want to do, then they should be allowed to in the privacy of their own home, right? Did we not say that that's a slippery slope? Well, yeah, well, did they not say that that was going to be a slippery slope fallacy when we said that was going to lead to this? Did they not say slippery slope fallacy? Now they want to convince your children that it's okay. Now they want to try to convince your children. All right, so their lies prevail over truth in the land. Notice he says, Jeremiah, he says in the land. Lies can never prevail over truth when it comes to scripture. Okay, because scripture doesn't change. For they proceed from evil to evil. They go from one evil to another. They go from throwing children in the fire to sacrifice to their gods so that their gods can be generous to them, so that their lives might be successful, so that they can win a Grammy eventually. I thank God for my abortion. Because without it, I wouldn't be here today. That was literally someone's speech during the Grammys. I'm not lying. So they go from one evil to another evil. It's the same evil, it's just more sophisticated today. It's a more sophisticated form of abortion. And why? The concept is the same. The people then were aborting their children, were killing their children because they thought that it would bring some sort of benefit to them personally, to their lives. It would make them more comfortable. They would get rain and be able to grow crops so that they would have food. And by sacrificing to the gods their children, their lives would be more comfortable. They would be able to go on and get and earn their PhD from the school of Egypt. Who knows where they went to go to school? But uh, right. So the same evil today, they go from evil to evil. It's the same evil. It's not a different evil, but it's more sophisticated in that the purpose is the same. The concept is the same. I need to get rid of this baby because Satan said five times before he got kicked out of heaven, because I need this, or I need this, or I need to do this, or I need to go here, or I need my PhD, or I need my master's degree, or I need to finish school, etc. So it's the same selfish motive and same demonic spirit of selfishness that we see today in the children of Belial. So for they proceed, the children of Belial, they proceed from evil to evil, and they do not take me, God says, into account. So they don't take God's, or they don't consider God. They don't consider what He says about these issues. Um, yeah, speaking of children of Belial, who say things when they're in front of blacks, but when they are in front of whites, they say something totally different. So they bend their tongues like bows.
I kicked those crackers' ass, man. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, there's one of them. That was that was the mayor of New York City, by the way. The mayor of New York City, who yeah, he said it. I kick those, you know what, their ass. I kick those crackers ass. I could say cracker. I just can't say the N word, but I can say cracker because it's about white people, and you're allowed to say those things about white people. You're allowed to say those things. You're allowed to use racial epithets or insults when it comes to white people. When if you do that to blacks, if you say something like that about black people, you lose your job, you lose your house, your car, your dog, everything goes to hell, or everything goes back to the state. Um, but you can say that about whites. You can say cracker and still have your job the next day. Because that's how the Sons of Belial operate. They have two sets of standards, one for them and one for you. Two sets of standards, one for them and one for
I
you.
kicked those crackers' ass, man. That was unbelievable.
I kick those crackers' ass. When you're so woke, I love this meme. Hey, Ronan's in the chat. Hey, how's it going, Ronan?
I kicked those crackers' ass, man. That was unbelievable.
I was unbelievable. I kicked those crackers' ass. Oh my goodness. When you're so woke, you cancel yourself. All right, now let's on to the Spatchcock twins here. The Spatchcock twins never, ever seem to disappoint me when it comes to their ignorance concerning these topics. And that's why they don't debate me anymore, at least, because I'll be quick to make that known to everyone listening, um, whether it be on their channels or uh, on my well, they won't dare come on here on a neutral channel or their channel. I'm quick to let that be known. Um, how much of how wrong they are when it comes to these topics. Someone else that's usually wrong when it comes to politics is Ronan. Ronan has joined me. What's going on, Ronan?
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
It's going well, thank you.
Okay. We're talking about, well, I'm talking about the Sons of Belial today, and we believe that the Sons of Belial are still exist today.
Okay.
Yeah, and we determine that based on their behaviors because their behaviors are similar to that of the children of Belial in the Bible. So they can call themselves liberals today. They can even call themselves conservatives or Christians, but we're going to judge them based on their behavior, not the label that they place upon themselves, right? By the content of their character, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Antifa anti-fascist according to their behavior and their character?
Okay, so no, I'm not really that familiar, but I just looked it up. And then what it says here, it says Sons of Belial appears 15 times to indicate worthless people, including idolaters, men of Gibeah, and the sons of Eli. So basically, anybody who is worthless or you know not in accordance with traditional behaviors, it
Mm.
could be a son of Belial because they are worthless idolaters. Negative connotations for people who really are not in the word.
Are you
Okay.
in the word?
In the word, no.
Yeah. So you would
No.
be a son of Belial then.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's from your judgmental perspective. I wanted to bring that up because I looked up the two words that you put up there,
Uh,
and the second word to reprove would
uh,
indicate that you are uh, criticizing them, reprimanding them. Therefore, you have judged them,
yes.
past tense. So it kind of runs counter to the ideal on your end where thou shalt not judge. So I want to know how you reconcile that.
Yeah, sure. The scriptures in Matthew chapter 7 says we are to not to judge, but if you keep reading or read the context, it determines that Jesus was talking about a hypocritical type of judgment. Otherwise, he would have been condemning himself because he judged the Pharisees and his disciples made judgments also. So, what he was teaching there was that we shouldn't judge hypocritically, meaning if you're doing it, you shouldn't be pointing your finger at someone else. Like we coined the term, don't throw rocks if you live in the glass houses. People
Right.
shouldn't who live in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks. So that's basically what Jesus was teaching there.
Okay, no, because I'm not myself being a so-called outsider. Not, I mean, I read it, but I don't remember it.
Mm.
And but the point being, what I recall the Bible saying, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." And you're saying I should go further. And while you're chatting, I'm going to look it up and try to read further and find where you reference that.
Um, well, judge lest ye be judged, or judge not lest ye be judged. So, and if you can't come away from that text saying you're not supposed to judge at all, right? So, what Jesus is saying is just don't judge unless you're willing to be judged by that same standard.
Oh yeah,
Judge
well
not.
yeah, I would
Yeah,
agree with that. I would agree with
right.
that.
So,
Yeah.
but it's not condemning judging. It's saying judge not unless you want, lest ye be judged. Unless you want to be judged by that same standard, you shouldn't be judging others.
So in other words, when you judge, you expect to be judged.
If you judge, you should be expect. You should have already, before you point the finger at someone else, you should have already determined that you are not guilty of that same offense. If you are,
Wait
then
a
you
minute.
have to be.
Well, no, it's been shown to you that you've contradicted yourself, and you never corrected it.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Well, give me
so
one
it's like
example.
the most recent one. Your descendants are
Mhm.
your
My
descendants are your
yeah,
ancestors, and then it's like they kept on you and kept on you, and it would have been a simple, oh, okay, I got that backwards, and then we would have,
yeah. I said
you
that
know,
already. I've already determined. I've already
oh,
said
okay,
that.
okay,
Yeah, I've already said that.
okay, we're
I
cool,
misspoke.
we're
Yeah,
cool. Okay,
yeah. The reason why you think, the reason why it's fresh in your head that I haven't already said I misspoke 50 times is because Peter keeps playing the clip as if to suggest that I'm doubling down on me misspeaking. No, I've already.
yeah. Because Peter copied your avatar, and then it shows up in a live stream quoting you, and it didn't
Yeah,
sound right, and then they just said, "Hey, that's Peter." I said, "Oh, okay." He's just pressing because he wants to press, and
well, yeah,
okay,
well,
yeah,
because he can't, he's not man enough to come in and debate me on these topics. So that's the only victory he can actually have
yeah,
is to catch me misspeaking and then make a clip about it and then keep playing it over and over again. Because his father never taught him how to be a man. And if you have disagreements, go confront the person you have a disagreement with. My channel is open every Sunday at noon with a link that anyone can click on. I don't do like Jay Pasick and the rest of those beta male cowards and only give the link to my friends through email, through secret email. And then you see all these people on the channel and like, oh, how did they get on? Well, because they got the link emailed to them. I post my link and I pin it in the side chat at the beginning of all my streams. So if anyone had anything they needed to confront me about or on, I make myself available. So um, can't say the same for Peter or Carlton or a host of other atheists on YouTube. Now,
okay.
Roland, I do have. I'm starting to have some respect for because he does, or he has at least of late made the attempt to come on and challenge me on some of the crazy things that I've said in the past. Crazy but true. Shocking, yes, but true nevertheless.
Do you acknowledge that your belief system? Again, I have no issue with faith. I have no issue with traditions, right? I have issue where traditions try to overwhelm, right, the common practice of the day. In other words, 2,000 years ago versus today, where women have more rights, for example. So, in your belief system, do you? I imagine you fully realize that yeah, there is a difference, but it just doesn't appeal to you based on your belief system. Is that correct?
Yeah, what is it that doesn't appeal to me that appeals to you?
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Simple. You mentioned earlier abortion,
right.
right?
That
Because
shouldn't. Why
right
should that appeal to me? Why should that be a good thing?
because the example I can use is some young teenage girl, right, makes a mistake like any other person could make a mistake, gets
Hmm.
pregnant, but she has potential. I mean, like she's a real bright person
Hmm.
to be someone really, really important in society
All right,
because
stop right there. Stop right there. Does she lose that potential because she has a child?
well, no, she just can't accomplish it to that level
How do
because
you know that?
of huh?
How do you know that?
Well, if I have the one thing to do, I can do it rather quickly. If I have 10 things to do, I have to, take up time to focus on those other nine things. And if
Okay.
one of those things is incredibly, incredibly critical, a child, that is a major distraction
Mhm,
from the ultimate goal of a good education, a family later, and so on and so forth.
mhm. So the child should pay because she made a mistake and wasn't responsible. Basically, you're saying the child should
Well,
die for that.
okay. See, this is where it confuses me because the child is born. It's after the fact.
Hmm.
You're saying the fetus, the fetus is
Well, fetus
dependent.
is Latin for small child. I don't know if you were aware of that.
Well, no, I'm using yes. Well, thank you for the etymology, but I'm
Mhm.
using modern terms, because that's
You're
what I
using the
understand.
colloquial in its colloquial
Okay,
usage.
fine. The colloquial,
Okay.
however you want to frame that, but
Okay.
the
Unborn
point.
human.
Uh,
Unborn
uh,
human. So it's okay to
Okay,
kill the
fine.
unborn
However,
human.
you choose to frame that, it's okay. I just want to understand how you're framing it. But the point
Okay.
being is that that unborn human,
Hmm.
right, is still dependent on the host, which is the mother,
Hmm.
right? So the mother is responsible,
She
right?
is. She's responsible for the child being there in the first place. So it's her responsibility.
Well,
What? Wait. It's she's responsible for something that she created. Go ahead.
no, but see, the point being that an underage, a young teenage girl,
Hmm.
could have been again could have been a mistake or could have been raped. Now, how could she? How? No, no, no.
Wait.
Please let me
Let's
follow
deal
up.
with the mistake first before you move the
Excuse me.
goalpost.
How could a
You're
forcible rape
you're
be a
moving the
mistake?
goalpost, sir.
No,
Let's stay with a mistake.
no, because you're saying
You're moving
abortion.
the
I'm saying
goalpost.
no, sir, because I'm trying to.
Abortion, she made a mistake and now she wants an abortion. Justify that instead of moving the goalpost to rape.
Oh, okay. Because she has potential career in her future,
Hmm.
and she can get pregnant later because there's
She
many
wait. So can't
opportunities.
she wait. Can't she get her career later? Why does the
No,
child have to die to put
again,
her career on hold,
no,
but her career can't? Wait a minute. Let me just put this out there. So her career has to be put on hold, or until, or can be put on hold until later, so you can. But the child's life has to be terminated. So because her career can't be put on hold, but the child. So the child dies because her career has to be accomplished when she's in her 20s, not her 40s. Is
well, no, the point being is that with anybody, right? A person is young, they develop their
Mhm,
skills, they get education, they become professionals, right?
mhm. That can't
That's the
be
most.
done in her 40s?
Well, no, because
Why not?
well, I don't know how old you are. I don't know how old you are, but
Mhm,
by the time a person is 40, it's very difficult for them to learn a new skill set
uh-huh.
because of all the other skill sets they develop. That's just
Okay. So
nature.
someone should die. So let me get, a human should die because it's very difficult for women to learn a new skill set at 40. Therefore, they have to get the you have to kill the child or the unborn human so that to prevent that from happening. I got you.
Well, yes,
Right. Okay. I
again,
got you.
because
At least you're honest. I get you. I
well,
got
no, because it's not the last time
you.
that
Mhm.
woman can get pregnant.
And it's
She
also
can,
not the last career that woman can have. And that could
true,
be the
true,
last and that
true.
could be the last time she gets pregnant. You don't know
Well, the point would be to optimize the individual
that.
so the society could advance much further,
Society
versus
can advance further with more children.
well, no, if you look, what you're saying fits in an agrarian society because you
What?
need labor to work the fields. I mean, that's why we have
No,
summer
we need
vacation.
no, we also need scientists to create cures for cancer, to find
Well,
cures for
again,
cancer,
that young
right?
girl could have been that very
And
scientist
so
that
could
could.
her daughter that she killed,
Okay, okay, but that was her
who
choice.
never had an opportunity to find a cure for cancer because you killed her in the womb, or him.
Well, that's just how it works in dynamics, the
Yeah.
human dynamics, because there's that potential there. It may happen, it may not. We don't know.
So
It's
the
the same.
reason why we say abortion is wrong is because we don't know what that child's potential could have been. And therefore, because you don't know that child's intention, you don't know what he would have done when he got older. He could have found a cure for cancer, AIDS. He could have been the next president. She could have been the first black Supreme Court justice, right? Because the one that Bush tried to nominate, your president, Joe Biden, blocked a few years ago. Now he's kowtowing to the black community once again, saying he's going to put the first black female. So my point is that all of those things uh, are potentials that you don't know. You as a
No, no,
finite being or a woman don't know.
no, it can be calculated. For example,
How?
right? For example,
How
for
can the
example,
child be? How can his future be calculated if it's snuffed
for
out before it's born?
well, yes, perfect, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Think of minorities, right? And they're where they
Who abortion affects the most? Go ahead.
no, no, because
Yes. Yes.
the thing is, those children born into poverty,
Hmm.
right? There's a very small percentage, extremely small, that have that mental aptitude to overcome that poverty and become something. Now, if we allowed abortion, right, or supported abortion for a healthier society overall, in minority groups, there would be less children born into poverty, less children going into crime, less children being in prison, costing us, the taxpayer, more money to
How did that
support.
work out? How does that work out since abortion became the prominent use or the prominent way to a birth control, basically?
Well, it was never,
Prominently used. Yeah. How
well,
did that? How's that working out for the black community? Have they become any more prosperous over the past
well,
10, 20 years? After abortion has basically been on demand, abortions have basically been commonplace. There's an
well,
abortion clinic in every black neighborhood, and overrepresentation of black or clinics in black neighborhoods. How is that working out for the black community in the past 20 years?
okay, you're what the scene scenario you're painting.
I'm a bit of a pragmatist. How is that working out? Is that
The the scene that you are
working?
painting, it's not as clear as your brush strokes indicate,
Well,
because
according to you, well, hold on,
no,
Ronan. Hold on. According to
I
you,
just wanted
Ronan,
to finish my
that
statement.
all right, but according to you, your statement prior was that this would help or this is helping. But the statistics and the social sciences say it's not. Things have gotten worse for the black community economically. Go ahead.
No, you said 20 years or since Roe v. Wade.
It's
There's
20
always
years. Yes, 20
uh,
years in the
okay,
black community when
okay,
abortion became
but
acceptable in the
uh,
black community. Yes.
yeah,
I
well,
think.
a simple indicator is just to look at media, the television, if you will. More and more blacks are coming into commercial television. More and more blacks are accomplishing things like establishing businesses, for
Mhm.
example.
And
So
that's
that's
because
going
of
to
abortion?
happen.
Is that
Well,
because
no,
of
no,
abortion?
no, because what you're saying, because they're born black, they'll always be black in spite of abortion. And I'm saying no.
No, that's not what I said.
If they were
No,
born
no,
poor,
that's not what I said. I said that it having more abortions did not help the black community economically. You claimed that abortions are beneficial because they can help
Yes.
society be more productive.
No, because the point being is you understand some, I guess, maybe some of the statistics about single black females who have children in poverty.
Mhm.
So if we were to support abortion, even again, those women can get pregnant later, right? We wouldn't have as many people on the welfare roll. Right, you and many others. Oh, those people, they don't want to dig themselves out of the hole. But the establishment, you and those people, established that hole in the first place.
Okay,
And
so
if you wanted to do,
how do we establish that hole in the first place?
Well,
Prove that.
America in America society is
An
probably
American society that
uh,
that was that was based on segregation, which were rules
slavery,
that
slavery. The
which
word is
were
slavery. The word is
slavery.
slavery. Thank
Right.
you.
So where do you see all of America participating in such concepts or having promoted such concepts? It's not all of
Well,
America.
well,
It was only a segment of America that accepted and endorsed and created and endorsed and pushed these policies, and they were all in the Democratic Party,
yes, but the point being that
and they still are today.
that small. No, again, you mix ideology with political perspective.
Was Margaret Sanger a progressive?
Again,
Was Margaret Sanger a
those
progressive?
Democrats were conservative. Okay,
Was Margaret Sanger? She was not a conservative. Was she progressive?
no, she had her views at the time, and they were skewed like
And
everybody else's
her
views.
views were exactly what you just said. That was her reasoning for bringing abortion in the black community, because
Okay,
these people are poor and this
again,
will help them become more prominent.
right,
Actually,
again,
she knew the opposite was the case.
but you keep it, you keep it,
And the opposite happened. We actually
you
became less prominent because we
you
had hold on. We had less representation, Ronan. So by getting rid of black bodies, you get rid of the representation that you would have had. Had blacks been allowed to reproduce, regardless of whether or not they were in poverty or not, some of them may have wound up in poverty, probably the same percentage that's in poverty now would have been the case then, but more blacks, more representation. The reason why she wanted to stop blacks from reproducing is because we would have more representation, more so than whites. You're promoting the same ideology today. Go figure.
you don't allow me to finish my statement. Maybe you're scared. I'll accept that. I'm sincere. I
Okay,
accept that you're
so
scared because you will not allow me to finish my statement.
you can talk
I'm,
now.
I'm basically defining what you're saying, and then I want to make my statement, but you keep interrupting me.
You're
In other
free to
words, you
talk
don't want to
now.
listen to. You're not pragmatist because you don't want to listen to reason in the
You're
first
ri-
place.
you're all right. Explain how your
No, I'm
ideology
making
is
my
different.
point. I'm making my point because
Okay,
I know you're going to prove me wrong
after you make
by
your
trying to. I don't know, but the point being, there's
uh,
always been the pushback, and I was
after
trying to
you
say, I was
hold
see
on,
right there,
hold on,
right there.
hold on,
You do not allow me to finish my statement because
hold on.
I guess you're intimidated. What is
No,
it?
no, no. After you make your point or your statement, I want you to address my concern. My concern is that your ideology is the same as Margaret Sanger's. Teach me how that is not the case. Go ahead.
Okay, Margaret Sanger had an overall view, and it was to a degree. I agree with you, right? To minimize the number of bodies that could vote. However, those people, minorities, were not really supported to go out there and vote. If anything, they tried to
What?
suppress the vote like they do today.
Who tried to
Okay,
suppress the
I
vote?
just uh, in Texas we have what's called gerrymandering, right?
Gerrymandering is done on both sides. The Democrats just got
Yes,
through an
yes,
entire campaign of
yes,
gerrymandering for
yes.
two
But see,
years.
when the party wins, they can gerrymander, and that
The
situation
Democrats do the same
is
thing.
you
Both sides
again.
do
Are
that.
you that intimidated that you don't want to
Uh,
hear me out?
Again, I want something other
Fine.
than what both sides are doing on the field. Both sides on the field are doing that. If you're going to point the finger at one, you got to point it at the other. Don't give me gerrymandering.
No, you're telling me what to do, and I'm telling you, you don't understand the difference of a
Mhm.
Democratic person who is a conservative
Uh-huh.
at that time when they wrote the laws
Okay.
early on in the Constitution, which was a small group of people establishing the law for everyone.
Uh-huh.
And the minorities were not supported in voting, and at those times, women could not vote. And you
Okay.
don't include that. You don't. You just want to interrupt me so you can press your point about how is it different. It's different
No, I
today because
asked
of
you
the
how was your understanding, your concepts, any about blacks and why they should get abortions. They should be getting allowed, and it should be state sanctioned. I bet you would also
well,
fight
it's a
for. Oh,
different.
excuse me.
But wait a minute, you keep
No, no,
interrupting me.
no. I'm trying to get an answer out of you. You're trying to go down other rabbit holes. How is your theory about blacks being poor, therefore we should give them abortions, any different from Margaret Sanger's?
Margaret Sanger wanted to keep the numbers down. I want quality. She
What?
didn't
She
say
wanted to
that.
keep
She didn't say
she wanted
that,
to keep what
right?
numbers
Because
down?
if a young
What?
woman has 4 children, it's hard for her to secure a job that could
So
support all
let's
those kids.
so kill
And
five and
so,
six, right? So kill number 5 and 6, right? So how is, because of financial reasons? How is your theology or your philosophy rather any different than hers? It's not. It's the same progressive ideology.
great, great.
Okay, then. So
It's
it has
looking,
nothing to do with the
it's
label,
looking,
and
it's
she would
look.
have been considered a what? A conservative to you. So it has nothing to do with the
Wait a minute.
label.
Wait a minute.
Nothing at all.
Isn't abortion a liberal concept? You
Right.
just you just said
Would
conservative.
she have been considered a conservative? She wanted to conserve, right? Probably slavery also, right?
Well, no, she was being quite liberal in supporting
Uh,
abortion for minorities.
so that's liberal. That's a liberal concept.
Well, you don't support abortion.
Okay.
You're
So why don't
conservative
conservatives support abortion?
because they want to keep the power structure to themselves, and if they raise the child, they can manipulate what they think. Okay, that's
Wait. So wait, conservatives don't want abortion be or they don't want
do you
abortion so
know?
that more
Do,
I'm trying don't before you go on to something else, let's deal with what you just said. You said conservatives don't want abortion or because they want more children born so that they can have more power?
yes, the point being, even
Oh,
though
okay.
do you know that conservatives have
Mhm.
more abortion than liberals? And
I don't know that. I
well,
don't know that.
I do know that. I can look it up, but again, if I do
Yeah.
that, you're going to do the same thing as before: deny it, talk around it, talk over me, blah
Okay,
blah
you can
blah.
look that up. Sure, go ahead and look that up and
Oh,
present that to
really?
me. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Go
I'll
ahead.
leave YouTube if it's true. I'll leave YouTube if it's true. Go ahead and look it up. Okay, because the fact of the matter is that conservatives are called conservatives today is because they want to hold on to certain values, and these values are found in Scripture, and nothing in Scripture is anywhere comparable to what the values were of the conservatives back then. They had a twisted understanding of what Scripture taught, mainly a perversion of passages in Genesis, which talk about a curse of Ham. And they used the curse of Ham to suggest that blacks were in fact cursed. The Mormons also had this doctrine as well. So there's theological groups, not just conservatives in the South, but there were theological groups that also held to these perversions. All right. So they were called conservatives because they were trying to conserve bad things. You're liberating the same bad things that they are trying to that they were trying to conserve. So I would put you in the same boat as them, and you all are therefore sons of Belial. Sons of Belial. You can call
Okay.
yourself whatever you want to call yourself today, but the Bible just says if you're doing wickedness and you're supporting wicked behaviors like killing unborn humans, you are a son of Belial. Call yourself a conservative or liberal if you want to. It's
No,
just a
that would
late
be no, but that would technically put me in the category of liberal
or
because
son of Belial.
the statement is based from a conservative perspective. So that would make me a son of Belial a liberal. I can't be a
All
conservative.
liberals are sons of Belial, yes, and there are some people who call themselves conservatives who are and they're only conservatives fiscally, meaning only when it comes to economic policies are they conservative. Okay, everything else, the the moral hot button topics, abortion, gay marriage, they're either libertarian or neutral. So I wouldn't consider them conservatives. Definitely not Christian conservatives. But it doesn't matter what your label is. That's the point. Because people will accept certain things that are quote unquote liberal, like abortion, but then they'll hold to some conservative values when it comes to the economy. So then they still consider themselves to be conservative. So the Bible doesn't play that game. You're either a son of God or you're a son of Satan. Period.
Okay. Based on again, that does not apply to me. But if it were applied to me, I'll be the son of Satan. I serve Mammon. In other words, by the way, I entered into search. Conservatives have more abortions, and there's a big old page there, and I posted the link to the first one, and it says
All right.
religious people have the most abortions.
Okay, religious people. All right, that's better.
Right, which is
That's much
conservative,
better. Now you said conservative. All right, all right.
which is that's
So
what it is. That's
so
what it
I
is.
can.
Because I'm the
Well,
son of Belial.
let's take a look at the Guardian. Oh, the Guardian, of course. All right, let's take a
Well,
look
no,
at it.
there's more. If you like to enter the key terms there, conservatives have more abortion, and you can pick any one of those articles
All
out
right.
or the
Let-
next page,
All right, let's read. Let's read your article, shall we? You want to
please.
read the article together?
Well, the title basically explains it, but if you need to try to find a so-called mistake, please enjoy yourself.
Oh, no, I'm not looking for any. What do you mean
That you're
mistake?
looking for it. I know you're looking for it because it states it right out that religious people have more abortion, and you want to
Okay.
deny that, so you're
Uh,
looking for an excuse,
no,
and,
no,
or
I'm
find
not
another
denying that.
article.
I would agree.
Okay, so
I would agree.
conservatives have more abortions, and you're upset with Belial. That's really, I mean, what is it about, that mote in your eye, something in the Bible? In other words, you should talk to each other
All
before
right.
you talk to
So
anyone else.
yeah, let's take a look at your article here. Oh, look at here. Who's driving up the abortion rates? It is the liberal here. It's homosexual, probably.
There you go.
But he
There you
says
go.
it's the
There you go.
religious
Why are you
right.
doing that? Why are you doing that?
All right, so this is from the Guardian, of course, of course. All right, so let's take a look at what he has here. All right, can you see this on the screen here? Can you
Yes,
see that?
yes.
Okay, you can see that. Good. I don't know about everyone else, but that makes zero sense, Joe. Then come in here and tell me how it makes zero sense. Of course not. You're a coward. That's why. All right, so here's the fact that everyone debating abortion should know. So now because the left can't defend promoting this, sanctioning it, even state sanctioning it, they can't defend that, okay, through science or anything, philosophy. Well, they can philosophize, of course, till the cows come home. But they can't defend it scientifically, which is supposed to be their bread and butter, right? Supposed to be their foundation for everything, right? But not when it comes to abortion. All right. So now they want to play the what about Christianism game. They want to what aboutism it's called. All right. So here is the fact that everyone debating abortion should know there's no association between its legal or its legality and its incidence. In other words, banning abortion does not stop the practice. It makes it more dangerous. That's another argument. Well, if we, make it legal, or if we make it illegal, then people will just try to use coat hangers. Sure, right? Yeah. Uh, that's false. Okay. You're less likely to put a coat hanger to yourself and rip something out of your body. You're more likely to just go ahead and go with the due to the pregnancy. But uh, the abortion debate is presented as a conflict between the right of the fetus and the right of the woman. And that's okay. So where is it? Where are we going to get to? There might be no causal relationship between reproductive choice and the incident and the incidence of abortion, but there's a strong correlation, an inverse one. As the Lancet's most recent survey of global rates and trends notes. All right, so if you click on this, it's supposed to take you to the study. Here's the study here, and I'm going to accept all cookies just once because cookies are good, especially the sugar cookie man. All right, Um, this is has to deal with what? Induced abortions. All right. So that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a study that um, tells us that, okay, Lance's most recent study says that the abortion rates were lower where more women live when more women live under liberal abortion laws. Okay, so that's not going to help us.
No, no,
Oftentimes,
no. That really helps. It says the abortion rate is lower. It's
when
lower.
women live under liberal abortion laws,
Wh-
that's not saying
wh-
conservatives have more. That's not saying
wh-
conservatives have more abortions, right? That's what
okay,
we're looking for, right? See.
no, no.
Uh,
You're trying to find an excuse
No,
to
no, no. Wait, wait,
justify
wait,
your
wait, wait, wait,
position.
wait, 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 Ronan. You said that this study that this article proves that conservatives have more abortions than liberals. That's
It
not what
says,
this study here is saying.
excuse me, can you counter that quote? The
Mhm.
abortion rate was lower where more women live under liberal abortion laws.
It
We
was
have
lower. It was
conservative.
lower for yeah.
We
It
have
was low. Hold
conservative.
on. It was lower for both conservative and liberal. You need to show me where
It doesn't
conservatives are
say
having more
that.
abortions.
It doesn't say
It
that. It's
doesn't say
quoting
right.
it.
It said listen, Ronan. It says that the rate was lower. It doesn't say whose rate was lower, whether that person the rate of the liberal was lower or the rate of the conservative was lower. It says generally the rate was lower. You need to show me. Now this is fake news, Ronan. This is what fake news does to people like you.
Okay.
Okay.
Look.
You read an article, you read a
I
title of an article,
oh
and
man.
then you open up the article and it doesn't even say what you the the title says it's supposed to say. This is what we call clickbait or fake news. But maybe I'm wrong.
No,
Let's keep
no.
reading.
Yeah, yes,
Maybe I'm
you're
wrong.
wrong. You're
Yeah.
wrong. You're
Let's
wrong
keep
because
reading.
what you don't understand is
Uh-huh.
the true intent of the statement. Because the
The
key,
statement has nothing to do.
the key words you highlighted.
Uh-huh. The state
You
has
highlight
nothing to do with
you
abortion being a religious right who's driving up the abortion rate. Now, I guess what he's trying to say is the religious rights policies to try to stop or prevent abortion is driving up the abortion rate. But this
no
does not say that
no
conservatives have more abortions
that
than
that
liberals.
that quote that quote was contrasting the title
What,
of the
but it's not
article.
proving what the title says is going to happen unless the title means that
Okay,
we're okay.
okay.
You said that you have a study
Uh,
or
uh,
proof that
no,
conservatives
no,
have
no.
more abortions than liberals. Where
Uh,
is that
uh,
proof? Where is it?
okay, okay. I'm gonna go get it in a moment, but I
Okay, you're
want
gonna
you
go
to.
get it. All right, so go get that and come back
I
because this
want you to
article isn't gonna do
consider. I want you to consider this because I think you're. I think you. I know you can think.
it. Mm,
I live in Texas, so Texas is a red state. Okay,
right.
okay. We have a law, federal law, right? Roe v. Wade, right? A woman has the right to have an abortion.
Uh-huh.
Texas, Texas, because of the 10th Amendment, states' rights, has basically outlawed abortion in Texas, where a woman has to travel out of state to get an
Mhm.
abortion.
Okay,
Right? That's
so where
conservative.
is your evidence that
However,
conservatives have more abortions than liberals?
however, again,
Mhm.
you interrupt me, and I'm not quite finished because
Because you're not dealing with
I'm
the
trying to
your
make the
claim.
point here. I'm trying to make the point. You
Okay.
go on, you go on and jump to different things, and then try to make it like but you don't
Now,
because you're not wanting.
excuse me.
May
I'm
I
still
finish my statement?
no, no. You may not. No, you
There
may
you
not.
go. You
No, you
don't
may not.
want to. In other words, you
No,
just
you may
want
not.
to talk. You
You're
just
not
want
gonna
to talk.
waste. You're not gonna waste time
I'm not
filibustering
wasting time because
like
I'm asking you to
your
consider something.
president did when Bush was trying to hire
Now
the
you're
first
moving the
black
goalposts, moving the goalposts. I'm quoting you. I
Supreme
don't like
Court
that
president
statement. You're
or a
moving the
Supreme Court judge.
goalposts. Why are
All
you
right.
moving the goalposts?
So Ronan, do you have evidence that conservatives have more abortions? Not that their policies cause more abortions, which you can try to argue. You can't correlate the two. You could say that that well, this could be the reason why abortions are increasing, but no, that's not evidence
Okay,
that that's the
okay.
case. So, do you have evidence
Again,
that? Listen, I need hard facts,
I
hard
know.
numbers.
Okay,
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 I don't
okay,
need you saying, well,
okay.
this could be the reason
Here's
because
a
of the
hard
red
fact.
state policies.
Hard
Yeah,
fact. Hard fact number one:
yeah.
the majority of people in Texas are Christians. Hard
Hmm.
fact number two: Texas has the highest rate of repeat teen pregnancy. The majority of those repeat teen
We're not talking
pregnancies
about teen
are
pregnancies.
had by females
We're
who
not
are
talking
Christian.
about teen
We don't
pregnancies.
have to look up those numbers. You can reason easily enough.
Okay. We're not talking about teen pregnancies. We're talking about abortion, sir. Your claim was that
I wasn't finished.
conservatives
I
are
wasn't
having
finished. I
more
wasn't finished.
abortions.
I
Okay.
wasn't finished. I was
I,
giving you hard facts,
I'm
plural,
okay.
and
I'm gonna
two is
give
not
you
plural. Okay,
I'm gonna give
so
you
you don't
time
want
to
to
go
hear. Why don't
research
you just
that.
acknowledge that you don't want to hear it, and I'll enjoy listening to you. How's
I'm
that?
gonna give you time to go research that.
No,
Okay.
I'm trying to set you up with to think right now, and I know you can, but you don't want to
I'm
because
all right.
I'm sharing facts with you
No, you're
that
not.
lead to an obvious
You share
conclusion
the
that you
only
don't want to
article
listen to.
the only article you shared didn't even represent what you tried to make it represent,
Again, I'm
which is
not
which.
trying to
But
explain.
I'm just going to suggest that you didn't read the article yourself. Okay,
No, I don't
so
have to because it's
go find.
self-explanatory for
Well, then, if
anyone.
it's self-explanatory, go get
It's
me the
yeah.
numbers.
You're not open-minded.
If
Again,
it's
that's your
Look,
problem.
I was
You're very
open-minded.
narrow with your scope, and it limits you.
I was open-minded. I trusted you
No,
that you
you
had
weren't.
facts.
No, you're
I
not
opened
because
up the article.
you could not counter the
I
title
opened up.
versus the statement.
I opened up the
You
article.
couldn't see the contrast there.
I opened up the article and it didn't say what you tried to make it say. Go find an article or
Okay.
a study that shows that conservatives have more abortions than liberals. Go do that for me now. And while you do that, I'm going to play my dumb comment of the week, which comes from the Spatchcock twins. And it's all built on a lie. Jesus Christ would not support Black Lives Matter because Black Lives Matter is built on a lie. And God is not. The first part is me, so that's not the dumb comment. The first part is me. Of course, Jay Pasick is reviewing one of my videos. So he's playing me, and that's my voice. It looks like he sped it up, maybe 1.5 speed, perhaps. And it's all built on a lie. Jesus Christ would not support Black Lives Matter because Black Lives Matter is built on a lie. And God is not a man that he should lie. He would not support evil. He would not support something that's based on a lie. Just that simple.
You mean equal rights? He does realize that BLM is fundamentally based on equal rights.
Yeah, does God back anti-BLM action that tries to paint BLM activists as somehow being communist activists?
Must be.
That's not true. That's not even true to their charter. So
No.
I think in that case, one could say, well, if these Christians are saying that that's what BLM is and that's fake, they think their God's on their side. God's backing something fake.
So no, Jesus would not support.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say easily dismantled, Jill. Next.
Easily dismantled, huh? Easily dismantled. So here are the facts about Black Lives Matter. And no, their cause is not a just cause. It's a cause that was built off of a lie. Therefore, Jesus would not support it. All right. You would have to demonstrate, just like you would have to demonstrate to me, because I'm a rational thinking human being, not like some liberals. And Jesus would have been a rational thinking human being. You would have to demonstrate to Jesus that the lives that were taken by the officers were unjustly taken, that the officer did not have reasonable cause to shoot Michael Brown. And when you read for example, when you read Eric Holder's report, and this is where the whole hands up, don't shoot lie came from. It was determined that his hands were not up. They were trying to take the officer's gun. And Jesus would therefore say, go home because you have nothing to protest. Ronan, you're back. Did you find that article? Here's the truth.
I'm trying to. I'm looking through
Okay.
various
So, all right.
articles,
While you're
trying to
still
find.
looking.
I'm
Okay.
trying to find the specific words you're demanding,
No.
right?
Yeah. Well.
And it all speaks very well, compares both sides, and conservative women, they don't
Mhm.
want to, but they do, but it's not exactly what you want to hear.
All right.
I'm having
Keep
trouble with
looking.
that. But so again, the example that I had given you about Texas,
Mhm.
that mostly Christian, but
That's
there's a
not
lot of
abortion.
abortions. But there's a lot of abortions. So that means conservative women, have more abortions, than liberal women
Mm,
because the abortion rate is high for females, and it's mostly Christian
mm.
in Texas.
Yeah. Okay.
So
So
that's
find. Yeah.
reasonable.
Find that study or find those statistics for me that says that liberals, not just in Texas, or conservatives, not just in Texas, but in the United States, have more abortions than liberals. Can you find that statistic for me? Thank you.
No, no,
In the meantime, oh,
no, I can't find it. No, I can't find it.
okay, I didn't think so. All right, so Black Lives Matter is a movement. Is a fundraising arm for the DNC, or the Democrats, the Democratic National Convention. So, just to give you a little education, spatchcock on and Jay Pasick on who Black Lives Matter is, because you obviously don't know. They're children of Belial. They're sons and daughters of Belial. Why? Not because of what they call themselves or the label they give themselves. They want to call themselves a conservative because they believe in spending less, or government uh, should spend less, right? So they're conservative, but they support evil, right? They support abortion. They support Black Lives Matter and Antifa. So the Bible doesn't play that game of pin the label on the politician, right? The Bible just says you are a son of Satan because you promote evil. If you promote any evil, you are a son of Satan. They are basically a fundraising arm of the DNC. Okay, just follow the money trail. It'll lead to Soros. It'll lead to the True Act Foundation, I think they call themselves, which is a Soros-funded organization. Sorry, Act Blue, not True Act. Act Blue. Donations are laundered through Act Blue, the Act Blue network, which is a Soros-funded foundation. It was in 2021. It was discovered BLM founder Patrice Cullors spent more than $3.4 million of donations from people who actually are dumb enough to think that this cause is legitimate. But all they had to do was read the report that was done by a black man, Eric Holder, who was a district attorney under Obama. Obama appointed black district attorney. Or was he the district attorney? General attorney. Sorry. Eric Holder, right? General attorney, I think they're called. Attorney General. I'm sorry, said it backwards. Uh, he was the Attorney General under Obama. Peter's going to clip that, Ronan, and play it back 50 times. All right. And his report, because the black woke liberals didn't accept the county examiner's report, the autopsy. The autopsy report showed that Michael Brown was in fact trying to take the officer's gun, and that's where the evidence led. So these idiots went and they donated money, and she went out and bought a house in a white neighborhood. She bought 3 private mansions in an exclusive white neighborhood. That's Black Lives Matter. In 2020, Black Lives Matter protesters murdered at least 6 blacks. That's Black Lives Matter, including 2 policemen. That's Black Lives Matter. 2 children, and shot at least 3 other blacks, including 1 minor. That's who Black Lives Matter is. Okay, if you were not aware. And here are my citations here. You can go to catholicinfo.com for the information on Act Blue, and there's the link. This is actually from a black magazine called Black Enterprise, blackenterprise.com, where it talks about the blacks that were murdered in Chaz, in Atlanta, and so on. The police officers killed in St. Louis, the 5 police officers shot and killed in Dallas by snipers, Black Lives Matter snipers on the roof. So that's who Black Lives Matter is to us, because we really don't care about an Antifa. We really don't care about labels. The Bible doesn't play that game. If you're doing evil, you are a child or a son of Belial. Doesn't matter what you call themselves, or what you call yourself. Now, I started off, Ronan, by asking you a question about Antifa, which you somehow dodged.
You didn't. You didn't ask
Uh,
me about Antifa. Okay,
I
no,
did.
no, no. You're
I
playing.
did.
No, you're playing games here because you said go look for this, and then you mentioned
No.
Antifa. You didn't ask me a question. You mentioned it in your
To
narrative.
me, women only. You are better than this. You are a strong black African American woman. You can do all things through Christ who have strengthened you.
Okay, Antifa. Okay, do you
Antifa is.
know? Okay, okay. The way I like to look at it,
Mhm.
because it makes sense to me, is that white racism is based on aggression.
Uh,
Okay, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. See, there you go. There you go. I know you're intimidated, apparently, because you can't hold your speech until
all right.
I
Let me
finish
let
my
me let me ask you
statement.
this: Is this
If that is
racism?
that embarrassing to you, then
Is
that's
this
fine. You know, that's your problem. But
is this
I'd
aggression?
like to finish my statement
Is this
because
aggression?
it really points to the both of us here.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this? Do you call this aggression or
I
racism?
kicked those crackers' ass, man. I was unbelievable.
Okay,
Is that
why
is
don't
that
you
racism?
if you let me get to the point
All right.
versus interrupting me, you wouldn't have had to play that clip. But you don't want to do that.
All
So
right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm going to try again.
Okay.
White aggression in America,
Uh-huh.
right? Based on racism. White racism is based on aggression. Black racism is based on retaliation, which is exactly what that mayor was doing. He was basing his statement on retaliation,
Is
self
he's
defense.
retaliating
And
for
you
what?
don't want to see it because you want to
I'll see it when you show
oppress
me.
anyone. No, you didn't see it because you
I'll
would have
see it.
mentioned it. You
I'll
would have
see it.
mentioned it and not bragged about how silly the man looks.
I'll see it when you can demonstrate that there is something to retaliate, and also
It's
for,
called
and also
racism. Black
where.
people are retaliating against racism. That
Where?
is
What
very clear.
racism? I don't see it. I'm black. I don't see it. Where?
No, you're a
Where is the
sellout.
racism?
You don't want to see it because you're a sellout.
I'll see it when you can demonstrate it, not just bring up some ghost about racism and expect me to see it. Demonstrate it.
No,
Show me evidence.
I just defined it.
Show me
I don't have to
statistics.
demonstrate. You can
Show me.
imagine very
I'm
well.
not gonna. No,
I
no, no.
know.
This isn't SpongeBob. I'm not gonna imagine racism. Show
SpongeBob.
me racism. I'm not gonna imagine. Show it to me. Otherwise, I'll just keep saying this. Who cares? If you're
You
no
do.
one
You
cares.
do. You keep
No one
complaining about it and
cares.
not.
No one cares unless you can prove it, Ronan. With
Uh,
scientific statistics. You're supposed to be some sort of philosophical naturalist, but you bring up ghost. Like
I'm
what?
not bringing up ghosts. You've heard of all of those black men who were killed, and some of them on film, and they didn't have guns on them, and one of them
Give
was
me
11
one.
years of age. One
Give
of
me
them was
one.
11 years of age.
What's their names?
Tamir Rice was the
Say their
11-year-old, and he
say
had
their names.
uh, okay, fine.
He had a what can you tell the story or you want me to tell it? Go ahead. Tell a story of Tamir
No,
Rice,
you
or
want
I'll tell it.
you want to be the know all, say all. Go
No,
ahead.
no. Go ahead and tell me the story of Tamir Rice, or I'll tell it. Go ahead. Tell us the
Okay.
story about Tamir Rice. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was playing in the park with a little toy gun. The
Mm-hmm.
cops roll up and shoot him within, I think it was 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Now, any grown man can understand that this is a small person, young, and if you looked at the gun, you see the red tip, and you just don't go shooting immediately because he's not shooting at you. So you go ahead and your buddy's in the car, you get out there and you gun down a young black person, a pre-teen person, right? There was George Floyd, right? That was a big thing. Maybe you understand that one, right? But it was, basically institutionalized racism right there. There's plenty more I can go with, but you don't want to hear it. So go ahead.
No, I do. I do want to hear
No,
it,
you
and I
don't.
and I
No,
do.
you don't, because you would have
Yeah.
known about. Put it this way: I
Well,
know you know about this already, but deny
mhm.
it just for the sake of your narrative.
Well,
That's
yeah,
it.
I know about all of these cases.
Well, then why are you saying it? It's only one-sided. Oh, the liberals,
Well,
Antifa. That's only one group. BLM. That makes it two groups. How many hate groups do we have here in America that are white?
well,
Plenty of them. Plenty of them. But you don't want to look at that, obviously, because you're supposedly in control. Okay,
okay.
that's not my
All right.
problem. That's the problem you're causing.
All right. So you've provided the case for Tamir Rice. Now, the problem, Ronan, and I'm glad you brought up Tamir Rice and also the false fake news narrative which spewed out of your mouth, and I'm gonna make you eat what you just threw up. Okay, I'm gonna make you eat it. Not eat crow. I'm gonna make you eat what you just threw up out of your mouth. Okay. The problem is that we are not cognizant of or aware of the facts regarding these cases.
Yes,
And
we
that's
are.
why we come to the stupid conclusions we come to, or ignorant, I should say. They're ignorant conclusions, and most blacks, low IQ, low information, they only listen to MSNBC and CNN, which is why they come away with a red tip on the gun. Here's a picture of the gun compared to a gun that you might see a criminal or a real gun. Okay, there was no tip or red tip on the gun. All right, here's the gun, Ronan. Where do you see a red tip on the gun, and which one is the real one, and which one is the one that Tamir was holding? Ronan?
What that gun? One of those guns was the one he was holding.
Yes, sir. Which one is the real one, and which one is the one that
Okay,
Tamir was holding?
okay, now it's your turn. Cite the article. Cite the
Cite the
article.
article.
You're gonna make me
Uh,
eat my words. This is how you man up, and that would be the fork. Show
okay,
me the fork before I
here.
open my mouth.
I'll put the article in the side chat.
Got
It's
it?
from the Daily Mail, who reported on this. There were other several publications that reported on the gun. Why you haven't got in a hold of this information is because of your low IQ, low information, liberal. You
Well,
believe what the
well,
liberal media wants you to believe. Okay, there are several. If you Google Tamir's gun, ABC News did a report. Same picture. Here's ABC News. Why didn't you know this? Because you're a liberal. That's why. ABC News did this report. It's in the side chat, ladies and gentlemen. Go click on it and inform yourself. This is the gun that Tamir Rice had. Which gun? Let me blow it up for you. Which gun is the real one, and which one is the fake one? Go ahead. A or B. And you're gonna have to
okay,
hold it. You're gonna have to hold
okay.
your decision to your head. And you're gonna have to wait.
You're
Wait. Before you
talking.
answer. Before you answer, you're gonna have to hold the gun to your head and pull the trigger. Pick which one is the real gun. Go ahead.
I'm looking at the article
Hmm.
you posted, and
ABC News.
one of the bullet points toward the bottom says he was carrying the pellet gun.
Right. Which one is the
Okay.
pellet gun, and which one is the real gun, Ronan? Come
No,
on.
you cited them both as the same type gun, which to
No,
me
no,
is
no. Here are the
a
two guns,
45.
sir. Here
To
are
me,
the
it's
two
a 45
guns,
automatic.
sir. Sir, here are the two guns on the screen. One is a pellet gun, one is a real gun. Tell me which gun is the real gun. Go ahead.
You did not say that.
I did say
You're
that.
playing games here, moving the
I did
goalposts.
say that. No,
You're
I did
moving the
not
goal.
move the
No, you
goalpost.
didn't. No, you
I
didn't,
said
man.
which gun is the real.
After the fact, when I started
Okay.
reading the article, you came back and said, "Here's the real pellet gun." No, I'm not
No,
playing your
this
game that
is
way.
the gun that Tamir Rice had. If it was a pellet gun, so be it. Yes, it was a pellet gun.
Okay. Now you're
Which
acknowledging
gun
that it's a
is
pellet
the?
gun.
Of course, I'm acknowledging it's a pellet gun. I read the story
No,
and I
you
know the
didn't.
facts.
You didn't do that
You did
before.
not. He did not
You
have
did
a
not
real
do that
gun.
before.
Okay, which
Okay,
gun is the real
look,
gun? Go ahead.
look again. The police officer, obviously grown man, trained well, knows what to look for, and right. And this kid is out there. The
Which
question I
and he
have,
had this
the
gun.
question, the
Which gun
question,
is the real gun?
the question I have. No, that's already been accepted here.
Okay,
Right,
which gun is the real
you
gun?
can't really tell the
A
difference.
or
Look,
B?
we can't tell the difference at a
Okay,
distance. I've
so
already
how
accepted
was
that.
the officer
I'm going
supposed to know?
further.
Okay,
I'm
thank
going
you.
further now.
All right,
I'm
now I
going.
need to ask another question. Thank you. How was the officer supposed to know that his gun was a pellet gun and not a real gun? Go ahead.
He's not supposed to know. He's supposed to talk to him.
Okay, so he's pointing
He's
a
supposed
gun.
to say, "Put the gun down. Put the gun down now," and he'll
Okay,
have his handgun drawn and pointed at the
okay,
child, and he'll order the child to put the gun down. If the
all right,
child tries to shoot him, he has perfect right to shoot back,
okay.
whether there's
So,
a bullet discharged or not.
all right,
Okay,
so
that's police
you,
procedure. That's a standard procedure.
all right, that's standard procedure. So says Ronan, who's never served one day, in any sort of capacity, in our serving to protect and serve on the on any police force. Okay, so now that you know that there was no red tip on the gun, let me dispel another myth. You didn't dispel anything because I already knew it was a pellet gun, but the pellet gun looked exactly like a real gun, as this picture just shows us here. All right. So the second myth that you were taught, that you swallowed whole cloth, was that he was just playing with the gun, like this idiot who, again, another liberal who doesn't know facts, who talks out the side of his, the other side of his being without researching the facts. No, he was not just playing with the gun. He was twisting it around, twirling it around like he was in the Wild West, and this was a tragedy. This was not a case of racism. Same thing would have happened if the boy was Hispanic or Chinese or white.
No, no.
He, in your opinion, you can't prove it. You have to be able to prove racism, not just say because the cop is white and the victim was black.
Have you ever
No, no,
heard
no.
of?
Excuse me. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Well,
'Cause
you
you
interrupt me. I
pushed
was just trying to play
you
along
put
with you here.
you pushed a false narrative. I have to destroy it completely. Sorry. Sorry if that offends you. The
No,
second
no,
misnomer, the second misnomer was that um Mr. He was just playing with the gun. He was pointing the gun at people in the park, trying to scare them. Pointing the gun at, that's why the police officers were called. So the police officer is getting a call saying someone is shooting or someone is pointing guns at people, and that's why he rolled up with such overzealousness. He was a bit overzealous. I agree with you. He probably should have stayed back instead of thinking he was some sort of Rambo and called for backup and waited. I agree. That was not. I don't know if he was following procedures or not. But when you got an active shooter, I know that there are different procedures pertaining to that, and he didn't know whether this was an active shooter. He got a call saying that someone is pointing a gun at people in the park. All right, so the officer could have taken other precautions. I agree with you, but there's no evidence of racism here, not one bit. Go ahead. What do you have to say? And then we'll move on to your next one.
It's not conscious racism. It's subconscious. Okay, it is part of the practices that have been going on historically. Had it
Uh-huh.
been Dylan Klebold, right?
Child playing in the playground, right?
Well,
Shut
no,
up.
Dylan
Uh,
Klebold went
uh,
into a Southern Baptist church, killed 9 people, and when they caught him, they bought him a hamburger. That
right,
is
because when they
racist. That is
right,
racist
excuse me.
again of history and
Uh,
tradition.
excuse me. That's not a sign of racism, sir.
You buy a
Excuse me.
man, you buy
Now I have to mute you because you're cutting me off when I tried to respond to you saying that this was racism.
a hamburger.
You're just
You,
repeating yourself, sir.
you're
You're
saying
just
you're
repeating
saying it's
yourself.
okay. It's
We
okay to buy a
we
hamburger
we
for
know.
someone who just
Yes,
killed
yes,
9 people in a
yes,
church.
yes, yes, yes,
Oh,
yes,
oh.
yes. Okay, so they bought him the hamburger because he's still a minor and he's hungry. That's why they bought him the hamburger. It had nothing to do with his race.
There's a
Now,
lot of minors who've
why
been
did they?
arrested. There's a lot of minors who have been arrested
And
and
they
they
get
don't get a
hamburgers
hamburger.
too. They get pizza. They
And they
get
don't get a
sodas.
hamburger. They didn't get a
Yes,
hamburger.
they did. Yes, they did.
Oh, really? Cite
Yes,
that. Post the link. Post the
yes.
link.
The
Post
the
a link
the
of other
central.
minors
Sure,
getting
sure,
hamburgers after they
sure,
killed people.
sure. The Central Park Five got pizza and soda until their parents
They
arrived.
were exonerated, weren't they?
Excuse me. Stop moving the goalposts and being dishonest, or I'm going to kick you. You asked me to show you an example or give you an example of teens being arrested and given treats or soda or candy. I just gave you one. Now you're talking about them being exonerated. They got exonerated
Who did
years
they
later.
murder? Who did they murder?
They killed and bludgeoned. She survived. She lost 80% of her blood, thank God, but she survived. She almost died. She was near the brink of death, and she lost 80% of her blood, the woman that they attacked. So
Okay.
at the
Okay.
time, she was presumed dead. At the time, they thought that she would not make it. At the time, they thought that she would die. Yet they still gave these children food because they're minors. Okay, you don't, and also it's a tactic. It's a police interrogation tactic. Give them what they want, and maybe they'll give us what we want. So when they give you pizza or McDonald's or Burger King, the problem is this: the reason why he wasn't shot and killed by the police officers is because he actually had his hands up, unlike Michael Brown. So it had nothing to do with the race. Rittenhouse put his hands up and surrendered after he shot those individuals. He didn't start pointing the gun at police. He didn't start shooting at police. So that's the reason why they were taken in custody instead of taken in the body bag. That's the difference. Had nothing to do with race. Until you can demonstrate that any of these cases are strictly being dealt with on the basis of race and not behavior, children of Belial, then you don't have an argument. You cannot just point to cases where a black person happens to be arrested by a white police officer and things go wrong and say it must be therefore racism. That is racist.
No, what you're not accepting is the fact that
Mhm.
history developed everything to the point that it happened.
By the way, idiot, avenging light. Here's Mr. Termier pointing the gun.
You
He
have
was
a
shot
bot. You
second.
have a bot. Excuse me. You have a bot in your chat stream.
That's okay.
Well, you don't have anyone to get it. Remove him.
I'll remove it. All right.
Oh,
So
okay.
so no, he wasn't just playing with the gun. You see him here clearly pointing the gun.
Right,
Yes,
but
he was a
nobody was
child,
talking to
but let
him.
me.
No, he's playing cowboys and Indians.
All
Like
right.
any other kid. So what's
With
wrong with
a
an
gun.
adult? What's wrong with an adult coming up and say, "Put the gun down. I
What?
want to talk to you."
Well, if I saw Timir Rice playing with this, do you see the picture on the screen? I'm going to leave it up there just for you so you can have it so that you can dispel the red tip MSNBC CNN myth that they were purporting or
Okay, so
proposing.
it's dispelled. Why do you have to keep going back to
If
it?
I see a 9-year old carrying this, I am calling 911.
Right, and
And if I am
911,
armed at the time, then and he's pointing it at me, he will be shot. I'm gonna
if
try to
if
hit him.
if
I'm gonna
if
try
you
to hit
said
him in the spot.
if the cop is supposed to say something.
No, no.
Every TV movie I've seen, every movie I've seen, the cops usually say, "Put the gun down," put the gun or put your hands up or whatever. They
Okay,
talk to the person first. They acknowledge their presence,
they
and then
acknowledge.
if they have to, they
Okay,
defend themselves.
all right. So he was too presumptuous, and he jumped out.
Well,
He
there you
thought it
go.
was an
There you
active.
go.
Okay, so where does race come into play?
The fact that the child was black. Had
Oh,
it
so the,
had it had it been
thank you for proving
had it been a pretty little blue-eyed boy,
you don't know that.
"Hi, hi, what are you doing?" That
You
would have
don't
been
know
the
that.
same garbage I've
You
heard
don't.
all along.
You don't know that.
Pander to the child.
That's your assumption. You don't know
No,
that
no,
as
no,
a
no, that's
fact.
fact. That's
That's
fact.
not a fact.
So
That's
you
not a
don't
fact.
understand social dynamics
That's not a
based on
fact.
different ethnic groups,
That's
right?
not a fact. That's your opinion. In your opinion, if it were a white guy or white boy, he would not have shot. You don't know that for per fact.
We have a
That's your opinion.
history of it. We have a
Here's
history of it.
here. You may have a history of it, but not that cop.
We,
Um,
America, I'm an American. You're not.
Black
Because you don't
Lives
want to
Matter.
support the
Lem-
law. You want to support your God, and that's two different things.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So you may have shot because maybe perhaps you feel that way about black boys and guns. And maybe if it were a white boy with a gun pointing it the same way, you may not have shot because you probably wouldn't shoot him because he's white. But you can't project that onto the officer. Here's what
Yes,
Black Lives Matter. So maybe you're the racist. Here's what Black Lives Matter teaches and promotes. I want to know if you think that this is something we should be teaching children. Okay, we disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family. This is also instructive for you, Jay Pasick, because you seem to think that Black Lives Matter is just all about protesting. And as we determined in one case at least, that the protest was unwarranted, unjustified, unnecessary, and it unnecessarily caused real black people, not to say that they're not real, like Tamir Rice, but it actually caused innocent black people their lives because of these fake protests that are built off of a lie, like Tamir Rice, like the red gun, the red tip on the gun, like him just playing in the park, tiptoeing through the tulips. So here's what we need to also learn about Black Lives Matter and what this is the children of Belial and liberals rebuke part 4. We disrupt the Western nuclear prescribed family or structure, right? That's a mom and a dad married and they have children and they stay together till death do you part, or maybe they don't have a child but they stay together. So the nuclear family, um, nieces and nephews would not be considered a nuclear family, but or the immediate family. But the nuclear family is what they're talking about: one man, one woman, and children. We disrupt it. They say they're trying to stop it. They're trying to disrupt it. Requirement by supporting each other as extended families, which nuclear families already do, villages that collectively care for one another, especially our children, to the degree that mothers, parents, and children are comfortable. What do you think about disrupting the nuclear family structure? Is that something you support?
Well, they're saying we will not have a nuclear family structure. What we want to do
Mhm.
is basically be a village where everyone supports everyone else. They're not saying we are taking away the nuclear family structure from society. They're saying what we want to do.
I see. So that so they're so
That's what that's telling me. That's what we
okay.
want. We disrupt it. That the idea, the concept, they're
Mhm.
disrupting that and changing it to no. We're going to work as a village here. That's a good thing to do. That's a good thing to do. Work together.
Okay. So You would say that what this is saying here is not that we don't we can it's not like they have the power or authority to do this, but they're not saying we want to stop the nuclear family or traditional marriages.
Well, it
But
says prescribed. It does say
right,
prescribed. That means
okay.
someone told them
Hmm.
we are nuclear family, and these people are saying no, we're not. We want to be a village.
They
That's
want to
what
be
they're
a
saying.
village.
Well, that's what it
They,
says there.
they want to
We
be a village of baby
prescribe.
mamas.
No, no, the key term was prescribed nuclear
Yeah,
family. What they're saying we
right,
should do, but we don't want to do that because we want to be more like a village.
right. So they want to encourage black boys and black girls, little kids, to be a village instead of being in a marriage between a man and a woman and raising your own children. But the village thing is already the case. When I worked in certain communities, they were in fact a village, even though they were a village of nuclear families, made up of nuclear families. So why mention nuclear family here
Well, the
if
point.
that's not what you're not trying to destroy or
Well,
disrupt
no,
here?
the point being that nuclear family would be the fundamentals of that group village,
Mhm.
if you will. But the difference being, right, that the nuclear family focuses on itself, where this statement is saying we don't want to just focus on ourselves. We want to help others, and others help us. That's
Ah,
what
I
they're
see.
saying.
But I think that's a bit of a bias.
No, that's
Nuclear
what it's
family,
saying.
nuclear
That's what
family.
that statement is
Right,
saying.
and I'm saying that they're showing their bias against the nuclear family. By the way, the women who created Black Lives Matter and this statement are homosexuals,
Okay,
lesbians.
so
So
that's beside the point here.
no, no, it's not. No, it's
Well,
not besides
no,
the point.
well,
But let
no,
me
no.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish before I forget my thought. Um, there, they could have said this, that we need more support, extended families. It takes a village to raise a child. They could have said that and still promoted the nuclear family. Why did they attack the nuclear family as if there's a dichotomy between nuclear families and strong villages? That's a
Because
false
because
dichotomy.
because because 70% of marriages nowadays end up in divorce. So you
Where did
don't
you get
have a
70?
nuclear family. You don't have a nuclear family in the majority anymore.
Where'd you get 70? Now you're talking about in the
No,
black neighborhoods or what?
I was corrected because decades ago I read that 50% of marriages wind up in divorce.
50,
And
right?
then I
50.
forget
Where'd
the
you get
gentleman.
70?
No,
Where'd you get
I forget the gentleman's name, but he told me no, it's 70% nowadays.
Wow,
And I said,
wow.
okay, if that's the number, it's possible. You know,
Wow.
I don't know the real numbers, but it makes sense nowadays
Well,
because
I'll give you another statistic that's scary. Close to 80% or 70 to 80% don't even get married in the first place.
okay, but that's not nuclear family. We're talking nuclear family,
Oh,
please.
I'm talking about the African American community.
Well, no, the
So
divorce rate is divorce rate. No color
they're not,
associated with it.
but they're not getting married to begin with. So they don't even count towards
Well,
that divorce
again,
rate.
that we were talking nuclear families and what this statement says against the
Right,
idea.
right.
Well,
So
why are you
I think
talking
the
about
better.
not even no, no, I'm
So,
just asking
so I
why you're
think
going over to the idea of not getting married in the first place when it has
Because
nothing to do.
okay, okay, let me repeat, let me say it this way. Because the group that is speaking here are African Americans. The problem is not divorce in the African American community. That's not the problem. They're not
But yeah,
getting
but why did you
married.
bring it up?
No,
Why did you bring up the statement that they're not even married in the first place, where it has
I'm
nothing to do
trying
with
to
it?
explain that. I'm trying to explain that.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Because the people here are African Americans. So why are you bringing up a statistic about marriage that doesn't apply? The people
Because we're
here are
talking
not.
because no, the thing is that the statement there that I'm reading, it says
Mhm.
prescribes nuclear family.
Right. And we're
Okay?
talking about why nuclear families, why they're rejecting the nuclear family.
Right, because they
Your response was they reject the nuclear family because everyone is getting divorced. False. They reject the nuclear family. It's more likely that they reject the nuclear family because they see that no one is getting married.
Well,
So they're
no,
saying,
it doesn't apply.
how can you apply a statistic that doesn't apply to the African American? They're not getting married, so how
Because
could they get divorced?
I don't think BLM was just focused on black people.
Oh yes, they are.
They are?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna
Black
look up
Lives Matter.
BLM
It's
mission
black,
statement.
black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter, right? Isn't that what they call themselves? Okay, so why not just say we need stronger villages? Why not just say that instead of saying we want to disrupt the nuclear family, right? Because they're lesbians, they're children of Belial, they're daughters of Belial, and they want to promote things that are contrary to God, like one woman, one man living together in holy matrimony. They want to promote lesbianism. They want that to be the accepted form of the family. And why you don't see it? Well, I know why you can't see it. But it's obvious to those who are filled with the Spirit, filled with the Holy Spirit. Otherwise, they would have just said, we need to promote stronger communities, right? That's not what they said. We need to disrupt, because their idea is their the notion, which is false, because the Bible teaches this, and the Bible is not a Western structure or a Western prescribed or Western prescribed ideologies. Not in the Bible. It's an Eastern book which says one woman, one man. So they're not disrupting something that white people created. But this is more along the lines of, if you are responsible, if you're on time for work, and you do what's right, you will listen to your master or your employer, you are somehow practicing white culture.
They're not trying, again, they're not trying to eliminate, right, the nuclear family. They're
Mm.
the prescribed. That's what they say you should do. That's prescription. This is what you should take,
Hmm.
right? But
It is
that's what
prescribed. It's prescribed by Western societies and
right,
Eastern
right. But they're
societies.
disrupting it for
Why?
their perspective, which is more inclusive.
Which is more lesbianism, right?
Why
Including,
is it? What is it with you and homosexuality, man? We're not
okay,
talking about that, please.
okay, all right. Well, sure you are. Nuclear family is a man and a woman, right? Married, right?
Okay,
Okay, so what's the alternative to that?
a village in this case,
And made up of whom?
people,
Of nuclear families or non-nuclear families?
probably a combination,
Okay,
because
so
not
why do
every
you need to
family is
disrupt?
married with one
So,
man, one woman.
so why do you then need to disrupt the nuclear family? Why not just say,
Prescribed. Again, you're not looking at the word prescribed
I
as
see
a
what the
part
word
of the
prescribed. Okay,
statement, please.
why do Western countries and Eastern countries, that's the entire globe, why do they why do they, okay, you got North and South, why do they prescribe the nuclear family?
Because that's what they think is best at the time. Okay, the nuclear families did not happen in biblical times.
Yes, it did actually.
Well, yeah, but was it all over the place? No. The man that could afford more wives could have them. Kings
Mhm.
David and Solomon. You know the
Dave
numbers there, don't you? You know the
Solomon,
numbers there.
yeah, I do. But the
Okay,
Bible
that
instructs
wasn't
them.
one man, one woman.
Excuse me. I'm responding. Listen, even though they did what they did, the Bible instructs them not to multiply wives in Deuteronomy 17, verse 17. Very easy to remember, 17:17. Do not multiply wives. So they disobeyed God in their behaviors. So we don't look at people's behavior to determine what the prescription is. We look at the actual prescription. Do not, in the imperative. Do
Again,
not
again,
multiply
it's a
wives.
prescription, not a command, not a law. It's a prescribed idea. And
Mhm.
this group is basically saying, no, we'd rather have a village where we can all work together versus just focusing on the family.
A
Now, Paul
village,
is
A village that disrupts the nuclear family, that discourages the nuclear family.
No, that doesn't say that.
Oh, it doesn't.
It doesn't say eliminate the nuclear family.
I
It
said
says
I said
we
disrupt.
disrupt the Western prescribed
Why?
nuclear
Why do
family.
you disrupt what is working, what is good? You're
Because
supposed to be a
apparently, so for them, it doesn't work.
because
And
they're
it makes
lesbians.
sense
That's
that they
why.
go off, huh?
Because they're lesbians. That's why it doesn't work for them.
Again, why are
Here.
you on that?
Okay,
Not
sure.
everybody in
Let
the
let them
village.
let them keep reading. Let's keep reading what they're saying. And then you'll find out why. We foster a queer affirming network. This is Black Lives Matter, by the way. We foster a queer affirming network when we gather. We do so with the intention of freeing ourselves from the tight grip of the heteronormative of heteronormative thinking.
Okay.
That's why they want to disrupt the nuclear family because they want to foster in a queer affirming family. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good because
What?
what you fail to understand, and what they
Uh-huh.
realize, that in the whole spectrum of sexuality,
Uh-huh.
there are queer folk, and
Yes.
they're acknowledging it. There are queer folk in the
Okay.
world, in history, and in the future. We will never eliminate that. Out of a gene pool, it will not happen. It always happens, guaranteed. But the nuclear family, based on their, I guess, perspective, say, no, we don't allow homosexuality. It doesn't exist. Well, it does exist. These people are affirming that queers exist.
Blah,
That's
blah, 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 blah.
Okay. They're acknowledging queers exist and they want to affirm. They're not just, they want to affirm what they're doing. They want to promote it as natural, normal, and healthy, even though it's
well,
not.
yes, it is,
Even
because it
though it's not.
happens in nature. It happens in nature.
Oh boy, don't give me the happens in
Blah,
nature.
blah, 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 blah.
Don't give me the happens in nature, blah blah blah.
There's
Uh,
there's at least 17 species of animals that are
uh,
homosexual. One of them is a
gosh.
dog. One of the dogs are
All right.
homosexual.
What do you think of this teacher? Is she a children of Belial or is she a child of
Very
God?
grateful for my district and my school, and I'm not the only one who has flags up either. This is another classroom, another one.
Black Lives Matter flags,
Another
LGBTQ
one.
rainbow flags.
Another one. Black Lives Matter, racial pride, blah, blah, blah. One more. And then we got my room, of course. And my cute little flower one. And this is the best one yet.
What do you think? Is that a child of God or a child of Belial?
Well, put it this way: in your case, that'd be Belial. In my case, they're just people, wanting to identify with what they believe in. That's it.
So she wants the children to identify with what she believes in also,
No, I don't
apparently.
think. No, it doesn't really go that way.
That's a
They're not.
classroom.
No,
It's in a classroom.
I'm pretty sure that those types of classes,
Uh-huh.
right, are basically, like, offered and
Uh-huh.
explained what goes on, and the kids who are
That's a
questioning
classroom,
questioning
son.
their sexuality can take the class and decide one way
No,
or the
no,
other.
that's not a college classroom. So that's an elementary school.
Okay, that again, if they want to
Uh-huh.
run all the children,
Right.
heterosexual, homosexual, something in between, bisexual, through that class, just to make them aware that that does
Right.
exist in society, that's
Uh-huh.
fine. That's
That's
not.
fine.
It doesn't mean the child will be convinced to become homosexual. It's
Uh-huh.
part of the person's nature to be homosexual or
Did
not.
you did you know that the statistics actually uh, say otherwise when it comes to influence? Not necessarily teachers, but parents, adoptive parents. Now, I read this in an article um, in the New York, was it the New York Times? It might have been MSNBC. MSNBC did an article, and they were glad or they were praising the fact that 33% of children that are raised by LGBTQ parents, parents who are gay or homosexual, 33% later themselves identified as LGBTQ. So don't
Okay.
tell me that parents and also teachers don't have an influence on young people's minds, because they do.
Yes they do, but the thing is, the child decided to do that because that's all they know, and
Mhm.
they're comfortable in that.
Right, because they
Okay,
grew up in it and they saw their
right? They're
parents doing
comfort.
it,
Okay, so
and
it's their right.
their parents,
Okay. How do
therefore, because their parents were doing it, they believed it to be natural, normal, and healthy, even though it's not.
no, again, you don't. You're not understanding human sexuality and the dynamics that goes on.
What
There
dynamics? What dynamics am I not understanding?
the social interactions between people that make one person decide I would rather be heterosexual or homosexual, for example,
Yeah,
right?
their
Because
parents decide.
they're more comfortable with the idea. Okay.
Right. So now you have to explain why 33%, which is 300% 300% over representation of the national average, why that's the case. It's the case because children are like sponges and they follow whatever their parents are doing, which is why I'm against gay adoption. And
Well,
also gay teachers. What's going on, liberal? Hey, Vecco.
um,
No,
Oh,
Vecco's not a liberal. I'm sorry.
oh yeah,
Just
yeah. That's okay. Yeah, I'm listening to the discussion, so you guys continue.
all right. So Black Lives Matter is continuing here. The queer affirming network. We foster a queer affirming network. Here's why they're against a nuclear family, because they're not a nuclear family. Nuclear family didn't work out for them in their teens and their 20s, and they became lesbians. When we gather, we do so with the intention of freeing ourselves from the tight grip of the heteronormative thinking, or rather, the belief that all the world are heterosexual,
okay.
unless she or he
Again,
disclose.
that's true statement. The
Okay.
mentality has always been everybody is heterosexual. That's it,
No,
male or female.
that
That's
was
it.
never the mentality. The mentality has been that only heterosexual behavior should be promoted,
Okay, but that
and
was
all
wrong.
other behavior should. That was
But
not wrong.
well, that was due to ignorance at the
No, that
time.
was not due to ignorance.
Nowadays, society realizes that yes, there are homosexuals, and these people are just fostering the idea to basically establish themselves as fellow human beings. That's it. They're not.
You're just, you're a misogynist. You're a misogynist and you're a homophobe. That it's coming across, and a racist. I'm 2% African. It's very clear what you're doing, sir.
It's very clear what you're doing, Ronan.
Well, yes, because that's what
Uh,
you. Little do you understand it. That is what you expect of
so we should.
any new. That's what is expected of any new idea. They go overboard to
So
try to
that's
be
normal. Is that normal?
as loud and clear as they can be to establish themselves. Over time, it's
Uh,
smoothed out. Okay.
so is that normal, natural, and healthy for children to learn about behaviors that aren't normal, natural, and healthy?
I don't think they're teaching the children properly, but yes, it's a good thing because you realize that there are other people with different perspectives
Mhm.
versus we're all
Right.
heterosexual.
So
That's it, you know.
right. So we can learn about other cultures, for example, that do things, but it's one thing to learn about other cultures. It's another to practice or to promote those behaviors as normal, natural, and healthy when science has already determined that it's not.
Well,
It's
no,
simply not.
no, no. I don't. I disagree with that statement because science acknowledges that we have differences, in our chromosome structure, and we develop brains that think our own way, and some brains are prone to be homosexual.
Some
That's why
brains
it
are
exists. That's why it exists in the first place and denied over history.
some brains. So you're saying that there's evidence in the brain. Well, brain scans reveal that there are certain segments of the brain that are different in a
Well, yeah,
heterosexual.
well, they dissected Einstein's brain, and
Mm.
it's smaller than average.
Einstein was gay.
Coincidentally, but there are these points. I forget the actual name, but Einstein had a lot of those points in his brain. Like
Einstein was gay. How did we get to Einstein? We're talking about
because I'm using the example of Einstein having these. I'm going to call them nodules right now. These nodules in his brain that work together to give him that level of intelligence. And
right.
it's
We're not talking about intelligence, Ronnie.
It's the same thing for character. There are certain parts of the brain, if they're larger than other parts, that means that person focuses on certain parts of human sexuality.
Okay. The problem with that experiment, and speaking of gay, I'll answer that. Speaking of gay, we have another message back or update from our buddy, our friend. You all know him as delivered. He was delivered from homosexuality.
Oh yeah, right.
And you guys remember delivered, right?
Tonight has set you free. Yes, sir. Turn around and tell those people. Tell them. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women.
All right. So.
That seems a contradiction. I've seen that video before, and the way he's dressed is a contradiction.
Even Rody,
you all wear clothes like that, right?
No.
You all wear clothes like that.
Oh my gosh!
Even Rody figured it out that was he said it's a contradiction. What are you trying to say? He dresses gay? You can't say that. You're a liberal. You can't say that.
Yeah, you're not supposed to say that.
Rody, you're gonna get in trouble. You can't don't let the rest of the liberals on Brojo's channel hear you say that. You can't say that he dresses gay.
No.
Only we can say that.
I'd love to see a homeless person dressed in tuxedo and patent leather shoes, but that doesn't happen, does it?
All right,
I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. Yeah, you're sitting in the alley.
So you're saying that he's
tuxedo.
Wait. So you're saying he's contradicting himself because he dresses gay? You can't say that. You know that, Ronnie.
Isn't what you wear a statement of who you are?
Becco, can he's not allowed to say that.
Isn't what you wear a statement of what you are?
So he dresses.
This, man. This is
yes or no, please.
So you're saying he dresses gay, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay, all right. You heard it here on Jill's channel, Brojo.
Well, yeah.
Said that a man. How does what?
Brojo's
Okay.
Gonna say anything about this? Yeah.
You can't say that, Ronnie. You should know that the rules for liberalism.
But then again, Jill, hold on a second. We are talking about liberals here. Liberals, they don't have any standards.
No,
right? So they do double standards all the time. They contradict themselves all the time. They don't hold anybody. They don't hold one another accountable. So they say all kinds of contradictory things.
Excuse me, Becco. Excuse me, Becco. You're not very clear, man. You sound very muffled.
Oh, do I sound muffled now?
Yeah, not now. I think you get closer to the mic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of doing other things while I'm talking.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'll try to stick closer to the mic. But I was just saying that from what I gathered from the liberals over the past 5 years, at least, is that they're very self-contradictory. They don't hold any true standards that are objective. They certainly don't hold each other accountable for any of the things that they hold everybody else accountable for. I mean, just look at Whoopi Goldberg, for example. Child, the Holocaust wasn't about race, child, right?
Whoopi said that?
Yeah, Whoopi. Oh, you don't know about that? The big
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I did hear. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And she got in trouble. She got in big trouble.
That was
she got suspended, right? She got suspended, right?
And you know why? She's going to keep her job, and we all know why she's going to keep her job, because she's black. All she's got to do is lift up the black card to these white, limp-wristed, soy-infested liberals, and who just want to try to act like they're more moral than everybody else. So all she's got to do is say, well, I wish somebody would try to fire me. I'll just talk to Black Lives Matter, a couple of black lesbians, and she'll
she'll get Al Sharpton in the protest. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So she got suspended 2 weeks. Now, Roseanne said exactly the same thing, not exactly the same thing, but right along the same lines. You said something that was offensive to
Actually,
Jews.
not even close. I would say it's not even close.
Not
She
even
said that
close.
woman who looked like a white person.
Looked like
and
a white person. Right. She said a woman looked like a white person, right along the same lines. Jews and whites look the same, whatever. And she was fired.
She is fired because she said this is what you would get when you cross the Muslim Brotherhood with an ape or something like that.
But I bet you this guy's not going to get fired. The mayor of New York.
I kick those crackers' ass, man.
Yep. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going
I
nowhere.
kick those crackers.
Yeah, because white, limp-wristed, soy-infested liberals wanted to vote a black guy in office so that they can feel more morally superior than the conservatives.
Ronan, can you tell which one is the real gun and which one is the fake gun, Ronan? Which one is the real gun and which one is the fake gun? And tell me what you would do if you were armed and someone came to you and the kid like this came up to you holding a gun. Tell me what you would do. I would try to grab the gun. I would try to grab it. That actually happened to me before when I was a kid. But what would you do, Ronan?
But well, now what's the scenario? The kid comes up to me and points a gun at me.
By the way, here is the number one problem in the black community. Right here, a picture says 1,000 words. Yeah, what would you do if one of these kids came up to you and pointed this gun at you?
I try to defend myself.
Okay, all right. So if you're a police officer and you get a call if someone is pointing guns at people and that gun looks exactly like a real gun, and you respond to that call and that child winds up dead, whose fault is that?
The cop.
Oh, God.
The cop was responsible for shooting, was he not?
What if the victim was 35? What if the victim was 35 and not 10 or 12, however Tamir Rice was? I can't remember.
Again, if the cop comes up because he's supposedly trained, his first thing to do is to de-escalate. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I'll have to go research. But if I'm pulling up to a scene, I get a call saying someone is pointing a gun at people in the park, and I pull up to you, let's say you're the one with the gun, and you quickly turn around with the gun in your hand. Okay, that could have been the case there.
Yeah, but don't most cop cars have kind of like a loudspeaker?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm sorry,
There you go. There you go. A little bit of a little bit of training applied would have really worked there.
Yeah, he made some mistakes.
But like I said, the fundamental idea here in America is racism. It's always built up off of that in history.
Yeah, because the white man's holding the trigger here. He's holding the trigger. The white man's holding the trigger. Go ahead, Smokey.
Yeah, Ronan. So if someone breaks into your house and is intending to murder your family and you stop them and kill them in the process, is it because you failed at de-escalation techniques?
Well, I'll tell you what, before I give you the answer, I have to declare that I'm a former certified handgun instructor in the state of...
I don't give a crap about
this is where it makes a difference. This is where it makes a difference.
Completely irrelevant. Answer my question. This is about the dumb thing.
I'm trying to explain this to you because you are using...
for killing someone who is actively inciting violence, bringing it upon themselves to have violence perpetrated upon them by being violent, which is
I
what
blame the
cop
parents.
is attempting to mitigate. So I'm drawing the perspective to your own personal life to show that you couldn't hold that consistent standard. You're just a stupid bigot, Ronan, and you're a bigot against people who
you're not allowing me. You're not allowing me. You're not allowing me to address the question or the scenario. You're just over talking me because you don't want to reason, I guess.
So why are you over talking?
Please allow me to finish.
Why are you over talking me, Ronan?
Please allow me.
Why are you over talking me?
No, you're the one that over talked me after you presented the scenario and did not allow me to respond.
I'm going to do another show here.
That's over talking. You
I
ask
love
me
you, Jill.
something,
Love you
I'm
back home.
supposed to be allowed to
All right, see ya,
respond.
Smokey. Ronan, respond to his scenario question now. So he's not here to overtalk you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The point being, the scenario he shared, right, is a person coming in to my home to with a gun or a knife, whatever. Right in Texas, I have the right to kill him.
Hmm.
I have the right, right? Now it's called the castle law, right? Or before it was
Okay, so the
defense
officer,
of a third.
the officer wasn't. So the
Before
officer's home
before
wasn't
it was
being invaded.
defense before it was
Okay, get
defense
to the
of a
point,
third
please. Get to the point. 'Cause I
it's
want to move on.
before it was defense of a third person. Okay, now with the castle laws there's less chance of the individual, the shooter, which would be me in this case,
Okay,
being indicted. Okay.
okay, all right. So you're saying that the officer wasn't defending his home, and therefore he did not have the right to shoot first.
No, he wasn't defending his home, he was on duty. We're talking Tamir Rice.
Okay, all right. So yeah, I look at Tamir Rice as just a tragedy. There's no evidence that there was any racial motivation, that he was motivated to shoot quick or shoot first or shoot fast because the victim was black. That just might be happenstance or circumstance. You, without evidence, are judging him to have made this rash decision, which I agree was probably rash, on the basis of race. I would need something to demonstrate that. A Facebook post where he's saying things like this about, not about whites, but about
I
black
kicked
people.
those crackers' ass.
So
So you don't
if you
understand,
find
so you
something
don't
like
so
that,
you
so sir, if you
so
find,
you
hold on,
don't
I'm not
understand.
done. Excuse me, I'm not finished. I don't mean to mute you, but I need to get this point out. So if you can find evidence that he has some sort, that this could have been racially motivated, like past behavior where he is being belligerent or calling towards blacks, or calling blacks names like the N word, or saying things that are negative about the black community that he works for, he serves, he says he's protecting and serving, then I might entertain your charge of racism. But you have absolutely nothing to that point, or nothing. Everything, or all you have, basically everything you're saying is basically, well, he was black and the officer was white, therefore racism. I need more than that. Go ahead. Do you have anything more than that?
Well, yes, we have
Mhm.
history.
He wasn't.
You want face, you
Excuse me.
want
Excuse me. Excuse me. His history has nothing to do with racism. In fact, in his history, we'll say that he has treated blacks better than he has treated whites. Go ahead. Show me evidence of that he is racist. Not what people did 400 years ago to people who aren't even alive today, which was racist. Show me evidence that he was racist in the past, and therefore his behavior can be, we can be skeptical as to whether or not race was a motivation here. Show me something.
so you don't understand social dynamics based on tradition.
No.
You don't realize that father to son, that something gets taught and carried forward in spite of the fact
Show me that's the case
that
with
the
him.
son does not use the N word. He's still a
Show
racist.
me.
You
Show
don't
me that is
understand
the
that.
case with him. Show
Well,
me that is the case with him.
actually, I did a search while you muted me,
Mhm.
and it was racially motivated killings by police. Right,
Show
and there's
me
a whole
in
bunch of
his
articles
case.
there. There's a whole bunch of articles there, and you don't want to see
You
them.
don't
So
have
fine, let's
anything.
move on.
Show me in his case, not others. In his case, what evidence do you have from his history? Facebook posts, Twitter posts, his past record. Or are there any other complaints from minorities saying that he is racially profiling us? Show me something besides 400 years of racism. Therefore, every time a black person
So,
is
so,
shot,
so, so
yeah,
you're basically discounting history, patterns of behavior, social
yes,
tradition.
because if
Okay,
I
so
don't,
you get
Ronan, excuse me, if I
that's
don't
pretty bad.
discount history and I don't judge people by the content of
Yes, you
their
just did.
character,
You just
excuse me,
discount.
excuse me. if I don't judge you based on your character and not history of the white man, which would only make up 2% of whites, by the way, which means that 98% of white people were not slave owners, were not racist. Okay, if I can only go off of that, then I have to judge you, Ronan, based
Again,
on that 400 years of
again,
slavery.
the small percentage wrote the laws. And you're trying to
Okay,
say
so you don't have anything.
the majority decides what we behave or how we behave? No, because the laws were established.
All right,
Everyone had to
so you
abide
have
by
nothing.
them.
So you have nothing out of his history or
I
his
have
past.
history. I'm pointing out
You have
history.
nothing out of his history or his past. Okay.
Absolutely ludicrous.
All right, so let's move on. Thank you. Let's move on. It's the whole phantom systemic racism which they can't prove exists. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
All right,
They
so
have to blame all white people for one incident that is totally unrelated. So therefore,
exactly.
it's the white man's fault. I mean, that's just racist right there in and of itself.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. So it's the whole correlation is not causation, but it's an example of. But when it's a pure, clear example of correlation not being causation, they just meh, 400 years of slavery must have been racist. Yeah. All right. So where was I? Back to um yeah, Delivered. So Delivered had we have an update from Delivered. Now, Delivered tried to go straight. Um I'm hearing these are all I can't confirm any of this, so this might be a rumor. I'm just letting you know because I don't gossip. So you ain't heard this from me, but and he started dating a young lady and apparently they're having issues. So here's Delivered giving us an update on his relationship. I think it was an Asian woman, Veckel, that he was dating.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. It was she was Asiatic or black or something like that. Looked like she was mixed or yeah. But well, I'll just let you hear from Delivered about what happened. Unfortunately,
You rat. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Before you ever try to come and read me. And you ever try to come in my empty apartment where I don't have no furniture at. Honey, we gonna be some fighting devils up in here. If you ever think about trespassing, I am going back to court next week and I'm going to put a restraining order on you. And I'm sending you a gag order. I am sending you a gag order. I'm not the one. It was Kathy. Bro, I don't even know your sister, never seen her. All I know, y'all trying to be like the Clark sisters and thinking like she's from Barney. You ever think about trying to fake book me and thinking you trying to book me to your church? I ain't coming to your doggone church. You ain't gonna fake book me.
all right. So kind of gag order.
I don't know what the heck.
So the gag order was like, for his girlfriend. They're now separated, and they're going through some, I guess, some domestic, little domestic squabble, and he doesn't want her in the apartment, and so on. So he's got a restraining order and a gag order. So gag order. All right, so he's having a little bit of issues with women. Yeah, I guess he's learning that when you're in a relationship with a woman, that she's not the same as you. I truly think that men who only date men hate women, and they hate what God has created in the woman. So, and they're selfish and they're misogynistic and they're narcissistic. So they go after people who are just like them and who is like you, but another man. So
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
now that he's dating women, he's learning that women are made in the image of God, but different. I'll say, because my wife is here and she's singing in the background. You might be able to hear her. All right, so made in the image of God, but nevertheless different. They complement us. They're not going to They're not the same as us. They don't think like us. They're meant. God designed them to complement the man. The woman was taken out of the man. That's why she's called the woman. All right. Um, so yeah, that's delivered. He's having a little bit of trouble here with the women. But I wanted to know, you brought up some names, Ronan. One was Tamir Rice, and what was the second one? I want to give you the opportunity to prove this so-called police brutality against blacks. So we can go through all of them one by one. I have already, and I've determined that they were all, maybe 95% were justifiable shoots, and therefore no need to protest, and therefore Black Lives Matter is a pointless, meaningless, uh, a baseless organization. All right, which is why they become a front for other nefarious movements. When you don't have a cause that's actually legitimate, you become a front for nefarious purposes or other nefarious groups like Antifa, like the leftist groups, like George Soros, etc., who've now hijacked Black Lives Matter, and it's become now a political arm of the DNC, the Democratic National Convention. But you mentioned George Floyd. Um, is there evidence, Ronan, that George Floyd was killed or was treated that way because he was black? If so, what's your evidence for that?
Well, yes, because the police officer did not follow procedure.
Hmm.
He made exception, and and you must love
Right,
that
right.
picture.
Okay,
That,
okay.
that
Ronan,
you must
Ronan,
really love that picture.
Ronan, stop. I'm going to stop you right there. Okay, so the evidence that George Floyd was killed due to racism, your evidence was that the officer didn't follow the procedures. Again, correlation and causation. Why is it that in every other situation that's your argument, right? But not here.
What do you mean?
Well, causation applies to cases where action A causes the outcome B.
Well, yeah, action
Okay,
A. Action
so
A
you're okay.
was the man's knee on the man on George Floyd's neck.
Because he was black.
What, put it this
No,
way.
action
Put it
A,
this
he's
way.
black. Okay. Oh, wait. Stop,
You tell me to
stop,
go ahead, and then you
stop.
interrupt
No,
me.
no, because you're not getting
You
what I'm
tell me to
asking.
go ahead and interrupt me. So that's
Let me
fair.
clarify. Let
So
me
that's
clarify.
fair.
Let me clarify.
I just know. I just want to know if
Causation.
that's fair to you.
Let me
Is
clarify.
it fair that you ask me to respond and interrupt me when I'm trying to say something?
I'm interrupting you to clarify because I
No,
wasn't clear.
no, that wasn't the question. You know it
And then
wasn't the
you,
question. You're moving the
I'm,
goalposts. I'm
no, I'm
using your
not.
lines because I don't know. It's like
I'm clarifying.
how
I'm
weak
being
you are.
clear because or precise because you'll try to obfuscate if I don't. All right.
No,
So
I don't. You're the one that
let me
moves goalposts.
let me just say it this way, and then you can respond. I'll give you plenty of time to respond. The
I don't believe you.
causation, the causation is, or the cause, or the action is A, right? Being killed. George Floyd was killed. Okay, because he's black. George Floyd was killed because he's black. Right? Is that your argument?
Yes.
That's your argument.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you don't allow me to, elaborate. So
So
I'm just
so
going to give
his
you
so
short,
his
simple answers, and
so
then
his
let you play dumb.
okay,
That's
so
it.
his blackness actually caused his death. Okay. Go ahead.
Now,
What's your evidence for that? Yeah.
see, there you go. You start to interrupt me.
All
Now
right.
you tell me to respond. I'm going to try to respond, and I'm going to get my stopwatch out, and I'm going to time you in the future because you're going to interrupt me, and I guarantee it. Okay.
All right. What's your evidence
There
for
you
that?
go. You're doing it again. You're proving me right. Thank you. Now, Mr. Floyd obviously had a background, whatever that is. But in the law, it doesn't matter. Each incident stands by itself. Whether you accept it or not, that's the way the law works. And in that incident, That police officer put his neck on his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck, and they were already told in training, you do not do that. And that police officer was also told, hey man, just put him on his back, cuff him. And he didn't do that. He just sat there, pretty as a picture, and I'm sure you enjoy smiling at the camera with his knee on that black man's neck. That's racism, dude. Now, if you want to say, oh no, they was just acting. No, that's his job. You're not supposed to put your knee on a man's neck.
That is a terrible.
That's right. That's right. And that's the example of racism without saying what it is.
Terrible argument. That is the dumbest argument I've ever heard in my life. That's so stupid.
You haven't proven that he did it because he was black. That's what I asked.
Because he was black, because he did not have the same white privilege. Otherwise, they would have just cuffed him, rolled him over on his back, stood him up, and put him in the squad car.
He doesn't care about the kids. This is why he needs to be ridiculed, man.
Wait, Ronan.
Are you being serious, or are you just
no? He's serious. That's what I'm trying to help him here.
I want to respect you as a person who's much more intelligent than this.
You're defeating yourselves by limiting your perspective.
I want to respect you as a stronger critical thinker than this, but you're obviously not.
No, you can't. No, you don't explain anything. All you keep telling me is, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Explain it to me. Silence me. And you can't do that because you have to acknowledge racism.
To be racially motivated, Ronan, you're going to have to show us some contextual evidence on the part of Derek Chauvin that he did this specifically and solely because of this melanin count.
Do you not understand social dynamics based in tradition?
You have failed miserably.
So,
do you not understand social dynamics based in tradition?
I asked you to show us evidence that Derek Chauvin, you even said it by yourself. You said it yourself, is a case by case basis, right? So in this particular sole case,
I have to cop his white.
We need the evidence that Derek Chauvin's knee on George Floyd's neck was solely motivated by racism. I want you to provide documented evidence for it, please.
So you don't understand history and patterns of behavior? You can't fathom that? Can you not fathom that? Wait a minute. You tell me to explain and then go growling. That's petty of you. That's really petty of the both of you. But I'm having fun,
Hey, Jill,
basically, showing you out,
Jill, have you ever heard of a guy named Eric July?
No.
Young Ripper? Okay. He has a YouTube channel, and I subscribe to his channel. He's come to the point, especially as of last week, he says, you know what, there really is no way to reason with these people. Talking about the leftards. These people, they're literally at the point where there's nothing we can do at all, no matter how reasonable you are with them. They're at the point now where they must be ridiculed, and they can only be ridiculed. And and I'm starting to believe that that's the case with a lot of these leftards, man. Which is why I don't call them leftists anymore. I call them leftards, because these people constantly contradict themselves, and they don't even care about it, or either that, or they're just not smart enough to even know that they are contradicting themselves.
Look, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
We are literally at the point where they must be. It is crucial that they be ridiculed.
So Ronan, what Veckel is saying is because you cannot come up with any rationale for your thinking. You're irrational, therefore, by definition, your thinking is irrational, and we shouldn't do anything. We shouldn't respect anything you have to say because it's built off of emotion and just not thinking for yourself and just repeating talking points. Are you afraid of white people? Do you think there's such thing as white supremacy?
No, I'm aware. I'm aware of social behaviors at this point in time of our history.
Okay. Did everyone exhibit those social behaviors even back then in the Jim Crow era? Did everyone have those same beliefs?
Well, yeah, because Jim Crow.
Every white
You
person.
just said it. You
every
just
white
said it.
person.
You
Every
just
white.
said it. You
Those are
just said it. You just said Jim Crow. You acknowledged it just now.
I
That's
acknowledge
what
that there was some.
That's what
Hold
the
on,
Crow
hold on.
laws were about: oppressing minority.
I
And you
acknowledge
don't
that.
even look at that,
I acknowledge that there were some people back then.
son. It's a
Yes,
law, dude. It's a law, like
it's
a
a law.
speed limit.
And
It's a
guess,
like a speed
genius,
limit. It's a law.
genius. There are laws today on the books that say it's okay to murder unborn blacks. That doesn't mean that everybody in the country, genius, has that
Cite that
same or
law. Cite
holds to
that
that
law. Cite
or
that
holds
law.
to
Cite that law, please.
what?
You
It's
said
abortion.
there's a law that says you can murder blacks.
All right, Ronan. I think what you need is you need to hug a Nazi. I think you need to hug a Nazi, and you'll feel all better. And you'll
I've done
hug a
that.
Nazi.
Look, dude, I've done that plenty in my life. Okay,
Hug a Nazi.
sure.
Hug a Nazi,
Yeah,
and you'll feel
I've hugged a
better.
Christian.
And
I've hugged a
and you
Christian. I've
and
hugged a Christian.
you won't be so quick to judge every white person that does something um, against a black person and judge them as they're racially motivated to do so, because you don't argue the same when it comes to blacks beating up white people, even though they admit that they're beating up these people because they're white.
Again, white racism is based on aggression. Black
Mhm.
racism is based on retaliation. You don't get that.
Retaliation.
Who threw the first stone?
Shut up.
Look, who threw?
Oh,
I'm
shut
trying to
up.
get biblical
I'm
with
so
you.
sick and tired of this black left heart
Let's
that we hear
get
coming from a
biblical
lot of
here.
blacks, unfortunately.
Hug a Nazi
Give
day.
me
Today
a
is Hug a
freaking
Nazi
break.
day.
You do not have an excuse to just randomly run up to some random white person who's minding your own business and just smash them right on the jaw just because of what some other white person is not even related to this white person did.
So
that's stupid, man. And
it's retaliation.
Ronan, what you're doing, Ronan, is all you're doing as a white man. Ronan, all you're doing as a white
man. It's retaliation based on history that you don't want to consider.
As a white man is feeding into the narrative and therefore making more of a contribution to the detriment that already is among many blacks in this community. All you're doing is you're feeding into victim mentality. You're telling black people, you know what you're doing right now? You're essentially saying that we're Uncle Toms, we're coons and stuff like that. And because you also are Ronan. What you're doing by this espousal of state of blacks ought not to be held accountable.
Jill and Jesse Lee Peterson are sellouts.
Black people are to continue to do these random things to white people is because they are old this because of 400 years of suppression and oppression and all this other nonsense. Instead of building up black people individually and saying, listen, be the better man, get a job, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. No, you want to continue to feed into this narrative that black people are continuous victims and that they can't think for themselves, and that we need to be allowed to commit crime, allowed to punch random white people in the face.
This white person.
Yeah. So Ronan, please come off your high horse. There's nothing moral about anything that you're saying regarding this entire conversation. All you're doing is continuously feeding into the you sound just like one of these ignorant black people on the left who whine and complain all the time about how the white man is shutting them down, but yet these same idiots are not doing a damn thing for the black community at all. They're not doing a damn thing for the black community. Not a single solitary thing. You are just as guilty, Ronan. Oh, black
I
people
don't.
deserve
I don't
it.
really. Well, see, right there. I wanted to respond, but you're going to interrupt, so I'm not going to say
Why?
anything. But
Why?
maybe
You don't
one,
deserve
2
it.
word answers.
Well, you're a
You know?
left-hard, so you don't really
Here,
deserve it.
Ronan, here's a little chart for you. It's a bar graph. You like
Oh,
math?
come on. What you,
Like
Joe, you
statistics?
stop offending libtards for just what?
Okay, you like statistics? Okay, here are the interracial violent crime incidents in 2018, and then they stopped counting. The reason why they stopped counting black on white incidents of violent crimes is because it was so disproportionately out of control, and they wanted to push the narrative that it was the white people who are attacking blacks, mainly the police officers, even though they can only come up with 9 incidents, and all 9 of them were justifiable shoots, including Tamir Rice, which was justifiable, although I thought he was a bit overzealous. I would have stayed back, and I've talked to people who are police officers. He should have stayed back and called for backup. But if that young man was pointing the gun at that time, then he might have been justified in immediately shooting him. But anyway, so take a look at the black on white crimes. Now, keep in mind that blacks only make up 13% of the population, Ronan. Yet there's an overrepresentation of blacks committing crimes against whites. Why isn't then every time a white person is arrested by a black cop, why isn't then that called or that considered to be retaliation?
This is sad, dude.
Because he's arrested, not murdered, not hung.
Okay.
He's arrested.
So why isn't that considered to be when a white person? Maybe I said it wrong. When a white person harms a black person, why couldn't he say, I'm retaliating for how blacks have been treating whites over the past decade or so? Going all the way back to the 90s, all the way back to the 90s, when it was when robbing white folks was something you did after school. Go ahead.
Because the white man started it. Okay, they threw the first stone, and I told you before.
No, actually,
white,
how far do you want to go back?
I told you before.
How far do you want to go back? Wait.
I told you before.
No, I'm not going to let you do that, Ronan. No, because we have civilizations before Europeans that were enslaving white, black, yellow, green, and red. Okay, so don't give me that, oh, they did it first. The white man did it first. No, they didn't. Because we have Egyptian dynasties that go back thousands of years before Europe became developed.
And Jill, remember the first legal slave owner was, what was his name? His nickname was Tony the Negro. He was the first, that was his nickname. Anthony, I forget Anthony something. But anyway, he was a black man, and he was America's first legal slave owner. I bet Ronan don't know about that guy.
No, he doesn't.
Look up Tony the Negro on Wikipedia. Look it up.
Tony the Negro, not Tony the Tiger, but Tony the Negro.
Sure, you're a slave owner.
That's racist! That's racist!
All right, that was racist. I shouldn't have said that. So, Ronan, why is it, if the case is true today, that, and it is true based on the FBI or the Bureau of Justice, not National Crime Victimization Survey back in 2018, that's the source, that blacks attack whites at or at a much higher rate than vice versa.
Anthony,
why can't they say, well, we are retaliating for what blacks have been doing to whites for the past few decades? Why can't they use that as an excuse? Since you use it as an excuse for the blacks. Go ahead.
By the way, it was Anthony Johnson.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You tell me to go ahead and interrupt me.
I was just
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ronan. Go ahead.
No. You're going to interrupt me. That's the point. You just did it. You just did it again.
That was me. I was.
You
That
keep
was
proving my point. I'm not tired of saying thank
He's
you.
upset. He's upset.
Go ahead, Ronan. Answer my question. Why shouldn't whites now not only be in fear of blacks, which I think is a rational fear, but also retaliate for how they've been treated by blacks? And keep in mind that the district attorney and the woke DA or the woke district attorney and the woke um, structure of justice system in most of these cities are looking the other way when it comes to these crimes. They're looking the other way. They're releasing these young black boys back out into the streets because of what you're saying, 400 years of slavery. Therefore, we can't arrest these kids. Um, which is why most of the offenders are repeat offenders, right? So why shouldn't whites say, well, look, if you're going to ignore the violence that's being done against my race, why can't I retaliate? Go ahead.
The point being is, where it all started from, and I keep, going
It
back to
started in
the.
Egypt. It
You're
started in Egypt.
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. Go ahead.
Okay, so it started where did it start? Where did the violence start?
You're interrupting me. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Tell
I'm
us,
jumping ahead of myself.
give us a history lesson on where the violence started in America. Go ahead.
That was a problem with you talking. You jump over to Africa, and we're talking America. You put up a graph that deals with America,
Okay,
and that is that moving the goalpost. I know
you're right.
I don't
You're
like
right.
to.
Tell us how it started in
Is that what
America.
you're
Go ahead.
doing? Is that what you're doing? You're acknowledging that you're interrupting me and moving the goalpost, but I can't. Fine, I'll focus on it. You got that graph up there? It makes sense. Based on
It makes
social
sense.
economic conditions, that graph makes sense.
That
Do you
graph
not
makes
realize? Do you not understand that in the first place?
okay. Do
That it
whites
makes
have
sense.
the
It
right
makes
to?
sense that the impoverished would be more hostile to each other because they are trying
They're
to
not being
survive.
hostile to each other.
Wrong.
They're not
Wrong.
being hostile to
Absolutely
each
wrong.
other, sir. It says black on white. That's not being
I
hostile towards.
said
That's
I
the dumbest. That is
agree
the
with
dumbest
the
excuse I've
graph.
ever heard in my life. Stop.
I
That is the dumbest
said
reason.
I agree with the
Jill,
graph.
Jill, do you listen to what this man is doing? Again, what was his first response as to why there's so much black and white
Well,
crime?
you don't hear me out. That and you're interrupting me.
We don't need to hear you out because you're stupid.
You responded
But
with
you
black
tell
on
me
black.
I can respond.
Jill,
But you tell me I can respond. What's your problem here?
Your
Ronan,
response was
Ronan.
this.
Why are you
Guess what?
hypocrite?
Because of
Why are you both
economic.
hypocrites?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Hold
Your
on, Ronan.
first
Hold
part
on.
of your response was already based off of a false.
No, you
false
interrupted me.
premise.
You didn't allow me to finish. That's the point. You never allowed me to finish. So just so you can justify your weak little narrative and giggle at stupid ideas that you make up.
Racist, and you don't even know it.
You don't let me respond. You don't let me respond. So what's the use? I mean, I'm just going to have fun, allowing you to look bad.
And you don't even know it.
No, you interrupt me, man. You say they tell me to respond. I'm trying to respond, and like now you interrupt me.
Go ahead, racist.
Okay.
Go ahead, racist.
Go ahead, Ronan. Tell us why. Tell us who started the fire. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. Go ahead. Tell us who started the fire in America. It was the whites, right?
Based on the Bible. Based on the Bible to boot.
Wait, we're talking about America. The Bible is an Eastern book. Who started the fire? Who started the violence in America first?
The violence?
Yes. You said that blacks are retaliating. The reason why it's okay for them to attack white people and get away with it because they're retaliating for something white people did. Are you referring to slavery and the brutality of the transatlantic slave trade? Is that what you're referring to?
You just said in America, now you're jumping over to transatlantic slave trade. Well, so when you make up your mind, give me a simple question. When you make up your mind,
the blacks were brought here.
Just crowding the statement.
I'm going to mute you if you don't let me respond. The blacks were brought here over during the transatlantic slave trade, which is why I referenced it. Okay, are you saying that that is the first act of brutality and that initiated what we're seeing today? The blacks are basically retaliating for those incidents, 1600, whatever, 1700s?
No, they're retaliating for what's happening now. They might not know the history,
Right
but
now, the whites are the ones who are being attacked. I just proved it with statistics. How are they retaliating for something that's not occurring? If they're retaliating for something that's not happening, why aren't whites retaliating for what we can prove is happening? Look at the statistics, sir.
again,
Blacks are attacking whites, not the
I
other way around.
oh, okay.
What happened, Ronan, is that the media has put in your face every single day 9 cases, repeated those 9 cases over the past 5 or 10 years, over and over again, to the point where you think in your mind, because you've been tricked, that this is a systemic issue. The systemic issue is actually in the opposite direction. The systemic issue is the blacks that are attacking the whites. Look at the numbers.
Can I say something else, Jill, too, also about the anti-Asian crime that's been happening over the past couple of years?
It's been happening for the past 30 years. They're just now
Actually, yeah,
reporting
you're
it.
right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
But it was blacks doing it. Yes.
Yeah, it was blacks doing it. Nobody wants to talk about that.
Right.
They just say anti-Asian, stop the anti-Asian hate, but they don't want to point out which group of people are specifically responsible for this anti-Asian hate. Even
And
though we got video of it. I've experienced it personally, and as a matter of fact, I've even participated in it when I was younger.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Myself.
We used to not me. I didn't go because I was Christian, but they used to go. They used to say, "Do you want to go to Flushing?" And everyone knew what that meant. Flushing, Queens. Everyone knew what that meant in the hood. That meant that you was going to go rob some Asians. Why? Because Asians are typically those who are they here illegally. I'm sorry to admit that, but many of them were illegal immigrants. Therefore, they couldn't carry identification or credit cards. Therefore, they carried what? Cash, which means that they were easy targets and they couldn't fight, most of them. I don't know why. They're supposed to know karate, but and that's why they were an easy target for black people. Okay, so don't tell me about retaliation when retaliating against what? We're retaliating against a phantom. There is no such thing as systemic racism, or there's no such thing as black people being systemically brutalized by whites. The
We have.
statistics say exactly the opposite.
I can prove systemic racism. I can
No,
prove
you
that.
can't. Here's systemic racism,
This I gotta
and
say.
it's in the form of blacks being systemically racist against whites.
I think
And
you're
attacking.
misapplying. I think you're misapplying the term systemic because
sure.
that goes to
There we
the
go.
side in power.
I told
Okay.
It cannot be systemic
many-
if black people are doing it.
In
My pastor tried the
2008,
same thing 2 years ago. He tried the
It
same
doesn't.
thing.
No, you're confusing terms and ideas here.
all right, okay,
Talk
Ronan,
about moving the goalposts. Come on now.
let's take a look at this chart, Ronan.
Okay,
is
this
personal
chart.
crimes.
If you look at the numbers, whites are overwhelmingly the bigger number. So what's your point?
Well, Ronan, now I'm gonna have to take you for a one-on-one on a lesson in proportions. Now I'm a math teacher. I can help you with that. All right, there are more white people in the United States. Therefore, there should be a raw number a higher number as far as raw cases of whites. But when we look at statistics, we're looking at proportionality, or what some people might consider per capita rates. All right. So, and when you look at the statistics per capita, as we saw in the last example, blacks should not have a number this high based on their representation, based on their percentage in the population. So there is a disproportionate amount of crime being committed by blacks, not necessarily an overall raw number or total tally.
Why? Answer that question for me. Why?
I'll answer why. I'll tell you why I believe this is going on in the black community, but let's look at the numbers here. Now, this is rape and sexual assault. That's the part that's highlighted. This is from 2008. Again, it's very hard to find these statistics on the internet because they're no longer keeping them. Since Obama, they stopped keeping certain statistics that basically destroyed the false narrative that you're pushing to this day. White only. This is rape and sexual assault. Of course, whites rape, but let's look at the black only. How many blacks or whites are raping? 74.9. Look at black only. 0% of whites are raping blacks. 0%. Zero. As opposed to the other way around, 74% of blacks are raping whites. 74.9. So when
Are
a
you reading the
black,
same? Are you reading the same line in that red border?
yes,
It says white only 74.9%, and you said black,
yes,
and then it
black,
says black's only zero. I don't know what you're reading. I
meaning
really
this
don't.
year, meaning this year, 0% of whites raped black people, black women.
You're not showing that. Then
Yes, that is what it says.
where
Okay,
in the red square?
yes. Then the red square. Okay, the first column here is type of crime and race. All right, so the type of crime is rape or sexual assault. And then
Uh-huh.
the race of the victim. Okay, the race of the victim here is black or white. Okay, so when the victim is black, only a black victim, 0% of the offenders were white. 0%. This is in the year 2008.
Excuse me. Excuse me. It says up there type of crime.
Mhm.
And that would mean by white only or by black only. I think you're
Right,
misinterpreting what the top of the
right.
column says,
I said that, right? Type of crime, meaning
right?
that is rape. That's the type of
It
crime.
didn't say victim because you're
Uh-uh.
saying implying victim, and this is
What?
the white person doing it or black person doing it. And you're
What?
basically
Wait.
reassigning the word victim in there somewhere just to
It
justify
says
your confused
victim. It says
narrative.
race of victim. Can you not read? Do you need glasses? Race of victim. Type of crime.
Race of victim,
Race of
right?
victim. Okay, so let's keep reading. The type of crime is rape, and the race of the victim, the one who was raped, is blacks. Black only. How
Okay.
many whites raped blacks in 2008? Here is the race of the offender, which would be the rapist, 0%. Let's look
Makes
at
sense.
the
But that makes sense.
that
All of
makes
that makes
sense.
it makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, it does. It sure does. Blacks are not have no fear of being raped by white men, black women. No fear. What are you afraid of?
No, no.
0%. At least in 2008, they didn't. 0%. Now, let's look at the other way around. What if you're a white lady? What if you're white only? This is the victim, right? You're a white victim of rape.
Okay, makes sense. There's more white
Black,
people. You
uh,
said. You said
15,
there's more white people. That makes sense.
15 point, or looks like 16.4%.
It makes sense.
What do you
There's
mean?
more white
Yeah, it
people.
does make sense.
You said that.
So you have a
Yes,
greater
we did,
chance,
man. Gosh, he's not listening.
right? So there are 0% of blacks or whites going around raping black women. Why are we afraid of white men? You should be afraid of black men, whether you're white or black, according to this, right?
Okay. Yeah, well that makes sense
Okay.
too. That
Yeah, it
makes sense
does.
too.
Yeah, your narrative doesn't make sense. Your narrative that we should be afraid of blacks doesn't make sense. That's my point. It
No,
doesn't correspond to the numbers.
no,
What do you mean,
no,
no?
because you just said black men, are more hostile,
They,
right?
according to the
Therefore, it makes
statistics.
sense that they would have a higher percentage of crimes,
Hmm.
right? But
They're
that's based on the social history. That's it.
okay. And
It's
you're
based
saying,
on our
right.
history.
And I'm saying that you're saying that this is based on the fact that they are retaliating for something that happened hundreds of years ago.
It's happening now. It's
It's
happening
not
now.
happening now. You have nothing to prove that it's happening now. You have
Yes,
nothing.
yes, there is. I
You have a
mean,
few
we
high
do have.
profile. You have a few high profile cases which I can debunk every single one of them.
Okay, now you acknowledge that there are cases. Okay,
High profile cases that are
there are
justified.
high profile, then there's low profile. Come on.
Well, high profile just means that it's being pushed by the media.
There you go. Now you
every
acknowledge
single
fully.
day.
Now you fully acknowledge that
I
it does
acknowledge that
happen.
it's being pushed by the
There
media.
you go. But it's there.
Yeah.
But it's
What
there.
about constantly being dishonest?
What about the knee on the neck? Is this young man here? Is he being kneed on his neck because he's white? How about this young lady?
No, it looks like they're trying to actively subdue the
They're
person.
already subdued. They're already handcuffed.
No,
they're already handcuffed.
no,
Look at that.
no. When they're
There's
subdued,
more than one officer on them.
no. When they're
Look,
actually subdued, they're not.
Look,
They're
look.
They're
How
not
many people
struggling.
did George Floyd have? George
They
Floyd
stop-
had about 4 or 5 officers on him. He
They-
had 4 of them on his back and 1 of them on
They
his neck,
stop.
right?
They
We
stop.
see the same type of thing in
When
these
the
images
person,
that Jill is showing
when
right
the person
now.
stops
This
struggling,
is what you call the most blatant example of cognitive dissonance, and it's utterly deliberate.
no. Why don't you roll the tape?
Everybody
before.
is looking at these
roll,
images
roll,
right now,
roll tape
and they can
before.
see 2 things. Number 1, the perp has a knee on their neck, and number 2, the perp also has multiple officers on their back while they are handcuffed. So you just want to overlook all of these clear examples
No,
of the same thing that was done to George Floyd. But yet, all of a sudden, what the context is different. Why? Because they got a less of a melanin count. Give me a break, you leftard.
No, you're not.
You're dishonest, bro.
Roll tape. Roll tape. The thing was, Mr. Floyd had a knee on his neck for an extended period of time. Those cops appear to be subduing the person.
That we just saw were not animated.
It's not after the fact that they have the person down.
The images that we just saw were not animated, my guy.
At the point in time.
The images that Jill just shared are
no,
not
roll
animated,
tape.
my
Roll
guy.
the tape.
So you don't have any means. You don't have any means to determine.
Roll the tape. You're being evasive. You're being evasive. Roll the tape.
Evidence that
roll the tape.
Images that Jill just
roll
shared
the tape.
were more than or less
roll the
than
tape,
8
man.
minutes and 46 seconds long. You don't
Roll
have
the
any
tape.
evidence of that.
Roll the tape.
So Ronan,
you have to try to add that narrative in there.
So Ronan, the evidence is basically the reason why it can't be the knee on the neck, because we see knee on necks of white men. All right. So the reason why they're racist is because they had the knee on the neck for too long. The extra 2 minutes proves that they were doing it because it was a black neck, because he kept it on too long. That proves that he was keeping it on long because the neck was black. He was only doing it because the guy was black. Is that what your argument is?
No, that's a fact. Because again, the police officer was trained to not do that.
No, that's not what the statute says here. This is from their state.
In fact, this is a known practice of a lot of police departments scattered throughout the entire country.
What police department is that?
The state that he's from, that he works out of. What state is George? What state was he? Was it Wisconsin?
I want to say Wisconsin. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what's going on with this lawsuit, or the family will probably win in the civil case. Even Michael Brown won the civil case, and
if you look at
excuse me, even Michael Brown won the civil case, and he was clearly guilty. The family shouldn't have won nothing, but they're saying now that the officer Chauvin wasn't following procedures, and that's not what I'm reading here. But go ahead, Ronan.
But you're playing dumb, because on the top there it says the date and the year, and it has changed since then.
Oh, I get it.
That's what you all like to do. All of you so-called Christians, you're hypocrites. You jump way back in history to justify your narrative, but you don't look at the modern laws. Like when George Floyd was subdued and killed, the laws had changed procedure had
You
changed.
don't
I
have any
followed that
evidence
case.
that he was
I
failed. You
followed
still
that
failed
case,
miserably
and
to
all you're
show us
citing
evidence that
is
this was racially
earlier
motivated.
years before
Bill
policy
asked
was
you to
changed.
show us evidence
All right.
that what
No.
what Chauvin did was racially motivated. You failed.
Yeah.
We're still waiting for
We're already beyond that. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not we already know it has nothing to do with race. He has no evidence of that. I'm trying to figure out if whether or not the procedure they used was one that they should have been using. They're saying no. This is saying yes, but as Ronan pointed out, it's old. So maybe the policies have
They
changed.
had changed policies. I followed the case. I followed the case. They had changed policies. It came out at public record that they had changed policy.
Okay.
But you don't want to listen to that. You don't want to listen
Yeah,
to that.
we're listening, Ronan, but keep in mind that
Not
doesn't
me.
prove racism.
That. Not
Ronan,
me.
hold on, Ronan. I'm gonna let Vecco speak because he was trying to speak and I was talking over him. Ronan, keep in mind that even if every policy had been broken, that's not evidence of racism. Go ahead, Vecco.
Well, first of all, I mean, again, obviously, Ronan is taking an extremely biased and left-hard view of the entire situation in the first place. There is video footage of him prior to them even putting their hands on him, saying that he couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe.
Right.
He was already having breathing problems, respiratory issues before he even got out of the vehicle. Now, I personally agree that since he was already pinned down by 4 officers, he was already handcuffed. There was no need for him to have his knee on his neck. I totally agree with that. It was unnecessary.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
But I do not believe scientifically that that was the cause of his death. Okay. First of all, he was known to have tons of fentanyl in his system. Okay. He was already diagnosed with COVID, at least from one source I heard. But one thing's for certain, we can see in the video that prior to him even leaving the vehicle, getting out of his vehicle, he was already talking about how he couldn't breathe. Okay. He was probably already on his way to dying prior to Derek Chauvin's knee on his neck, for all we know. Okay. But you don't know anything about that, right? Because you think that you are a white man trying to pander to black folk by taking on this stupid narrative that you haven't been able to prove or validate at all in this entire conversation. Go ahead.
Okay. You all like to drop this stupid, so I can call you imbecilic, backwards, hick, because I don't want to be as petty as you both. But the point being is that if you have cop experience, and as I understand it, the man had experience as a police officer, and policy had changed, you're supposed to abide by the policy. This has nothing to do with my perspective or personal feelings. This has to do with policy.
Find me a black person that owns Planned Parenthood, right? Black people do not.
Why are you changing topics?
There is no
I'm answering. Excuse me, I'm answering someone in the chat that said.
Well, you didn't say that.
Question. All right. Nisha says to find me a black people don't own anything, but they that doesn't mean that they don't support it. Right. So you could vote for abortion clinics to pop up in your neighborhood by supporting Democrats. And that's how the abortion clinic winds up next to the McDonald's adjacent from across the street from the liquor store. Okay. That's how those things happen, because the policies that you're supporting are for these things and for funding these things. Instead of a new gym, instead of a new park, instead of a new recreation center, you get an abortion clinic. You get more babies dead. So ultimately, you have to blame the people who are going out and being mobilized to vote. I blame the people who are mobilizing the people because most of the people are ignorant of these things. They're low information, low IQ, and they don't have the wherewithal to make the right decision for their communities. So you don't have to own anything. The white liberal owns the abortion clinic, but they've convinced you that this is the best, not you specifically, but they've convinced the blacks that this is the best thing for them. This will help them get out of financial trouble, just like Ronan here proposes.
Well, that's a true statement.
It is. Yeah, you and Margaret Sanger agree. Now,
so what's wrong with it? So what's wrong with it?
Nothing, because you're a liberal, yeah. But if you want to preserve black people, you think black lives matter, then you would have a problem with that. I would
Well, you
say,
know,
yeah,
there is a problem with everything you are saying because no one
yeah,
is 100% black or white.
you're right. You're right. You're right.
Okay. And that's where liberalism comes in because we want to be
There we
inclusive.
go. So wait a minute. Hold on a second. No one is 100% black or white, but yet what
They want to
Chauvin
be,
did
you
to
don't want
George
to be
Floyd,
inclusive.
but what
That's the
Chauvin did to
point.
George Floyd was racially.
Everything you say it has a bias towards
You see what liberals do all the
conservatism.
time? The double
But
standard.
we're
This is
we're
how
trying
they
to get,
get away from
yeah,
trying to, they can't back up any of their claims that they make.
we're trying to get to what the facts are, regardless of what label you want to place on to your cause or your name, or you want to put a D or an R. I don't really care. What are the facts? Who are the children of Belial and who are the children of God? That's what
But
I'm
that
trying to
doesn't
get.
make you a better person.
Oh,
That
yes,
you
it
will
does.
agree. No, it
Oh,
doesn't.
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't because you're
God
supposed
said
to
it does.
love me. You hypocrites are supposed to love me, and I don't feel
I
that.
do love
All I
you.
feel is condescension, petty attitudes, negativity, and a very narrow-minded focus.
Did you
I
say
do.
negativity? What'd you
Well,
say?
so you're a bunch of
He said
racist
nigga.
cowards. That makes you all cowards,
He
petty
said the N
fools.
word.
You said
Did you,
negativity.
you said nigga? Did you say nigga?
You said negativity.
Ronan?
That's what you said.
I said that makes you all cowards.
Said,
That's racist! That's racist! That's racist!
we heard you say nigga. We heard that.
Look, I
It's
know,
Right.
I know you got your hearing tuned to stupid, and it doesn't work, and it makes me look good. But hey, it's okay, man.
No,
I mean,
it's okay. It's all right. It's
if
all
you
right,
want to
Ronan.
be, backwards and antiquated, that's fine. Yeah, that's your
Ronan, it's
choice.
okay.
That's
It's
that's
okay,
your
Ronan.
right to do.
We're black
But you have
conservatives.
no right
We're not
over
gonna
the
call.
law.
We're
You
not
have
gonna
no
call.
rights over the law.
We're not gonna call Al Sharpton. Don't worry. You're safe here. All right. All right.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah.
Just as long as you don't say what the New York City mayor said the other day.
I kicked those crackers' ass, man.
All right.
That's your
So
boy.
what I have here is another statue. There was another famous high-profile case that was pushed on the media, and every single day we're learning about this case, and it had to do with the young man. I can't remember his name. Who Dante Wright. Dante Wright. Remember him? I'm sure you know who Dante Wright is, Ronan.
Oh, I can answer? Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, Dante Wright. Of course you do. You know who
Who's
Dante
Dante
Wright is.
Wright, Ronan? I want to know. Do you know?
No, I'm just agreeing so y'all keep talking, man. I can
Ronan,
look it up.
can you name one white man that was shot by police, unarmed white man that was shot by a cop? Can you name one?
Well, there's plenty of them that have been
Can you
shot
name
by.
one?
Well, I don't recall. I was watching TY.
Can
I
you name
watched TY.
one? Yes
Not
or
right
no?
now. I can try to
So
look it
how
up.
is it that, ask yourself, how is it that you know the names of the black unarmed people that are being shot by police and you don't know, you can't name one white person unarmed?
Well, because
White person.
as you stated, the majority is white. A very small percentage is black.
The
So
majority
you would have a
of
tendency
people
to
shot
pay
by
attention.
police.
You would have
Ronan, the majority of people, unarmed men shot by police, are white. Why is it that you only know the names of the blacks that were shot by police? Go ahead.
not what we're talking about. You're saying the Sons of Belial. Fine. That's the focus of this topic, and that's where I'm going with it. You're the one
Ronan.
that wants to jump around, move the goalpost,
right.
I guess it's called.
All right. Forget I even asked.
Yeah, you got it wrong, so go
You
ahead.
think about it. You think about why you can name.
No, I'm not going to
all
think about
nine,
it. Go ahead.
While you can name all 9 of the blacks that were unarmed blacks that were shot, but you can't name one white person that was
I
shot.
didn't name all 9. I didn't name 9 people. I named 2. I named 2 people.
If we had enough time, I bet you would get to all the rest of them.
No, I'd have to look it up because I don't remember.
No, you wouldn't.
I don't bother to memorize that.
You know Michael Brown. You know Eric Garner, right? Tennessee versus Garner, which is a case. You know who Eric Garner is, right? Yes, Ronan. So ask yourself.
I can answer. Yeah, I've heard the name. I've heard the name.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Ask yourself, why don't I know one unarmed white man that was shot and killed by police. And I'll show you a case that's worse than George Floyd that
This
didn't even make the newspaper.
because this
Worse than 10 times
because
worse than George Floyd. 10
because it
times worse.
wasn't the topic.
In fact, the officers laughed at him as he was dying. 10 times worse than George Floyd. But you'll never hear about it because CNN and MSNBC don't promote it. They don't push it. They don't put it out there on their channels every 5 minutes. All right. This is, remember the case Dante Wright? Dante Wright was shot because he had tried to flee police officer. This is the one with a young lady mistaking her live ammunition, her gun, for her taser. Remember that? Taser. All right. So, and some people argued that, she didn't have the right to do that. Again, this is another case where, although he was unarmed, that doesn't mean that you're not dangerous. Okay. Unarmed does not mean you're not a threat. So he hopped in the vehicle and he drove away. Could have hit officers. He could have hit someone down the road, trying to flee from the police. So she tried to tase him, which probably wouldn't have worked anyway, but she wound up shooting him and killing him. And then you have the whole thing with moving or fleeing vehicles. The officers, I don't think she was in error. Now I think she was tried by, she was convicted, I think, unfortunately. But I think she would have been just justified in shooting him. And I said that before, and liberals just went crazy. But I think because she yelled taser and she made a mistake and shot him, she was um, found guilty.
Well, that's what she swore to do, uphold the law, and the law decided against her. That's it.
The law decided, yeah. But
That's it.
I think if she had just shot him and said that, yeah, I shot him because he was fleeing in a vehicle and he could have harmed somebody, she would have been fine.
But that's not what happened.
No,
And the
right.
law decided, okay.
That's kind of weird. Yeah, I thought that case was kind of weird. So you have all of these cases. So that's Floyd. You have Eric. What about Eric Garner? Was that racism? And what's
I'd
your
have to look
evidence?
that up. I'd have to look that
Okay.
up again.
So all of these cases where you have men who are they're either resisting police. By the way, I wanted to see if you know what his name was. Do you know what his name is, Ronan? You know
No.
his name? No, of course not. So I wanted. So all of these cases, we can determine them to be justified shoots. Okay, police officers are not just walking up to black people shooting them for no reason whatsoever. They're responding to 911 calls, rape, sexual assault, abuse, um, gun violence, weapon calls. They're responding to these calls, and these calls are being made by family members many times. Like the one case in, I think, Philadelphia, the mom called because the son was just beating up the mom and the girlfriend, just beating her down to a pulp. Police arrive. He pulls out a knife. They shoot him. Next thing you know, Black Lives Matter is out. Why is Black Lives Matter out protesting? The man was beating his wife and his girlfriend. They called 911. Police officers arrive. He charges the police officer with a knife. They shoot him. Ronan, why is Black Lives Matter protesting in that case?
But they have a right to protest.
Why are they protesting? I didn't say you have a right to assemble for no reason. You do, but why are they protesting?
I just said it. You just agreed. Because
Why are they protesting?
they assemble for no reason. Fine. That's what they
Okay.
want to do. That's what they want to do.
So,
Go ahead.
and in those protests, people are being harmed. So this is why I say that Jesus Christ would never support Black Lives Matter, because their protests are based off of a lie. And in the midst of them protesting for no reason, you had no reason to protest. It was a justified shoot. The police officer was doing his job. In the midst of those protests, people are being killed. People are being harmed. People's businesses are being destroyed. Okay, so Jesus would never support this. He would never support Black Lives Matter. He would be on the side of the ones who are being oppressed, which is the white man. The ones who are being killed systematically is the white man. And the DA, the woke DA, are the ones who are fueling the violence against whites in this country by when the police officer Slim Jim arrests them, they will say, we're not going to prosecute. Then you have Bronx juries. You have a bunch of ways in which these criminals wind up back on the street. And it's not only harming white people, these woke DAs and woke liberals and leftists that are somehow get positions of power, but it's also harming black people because those blacks that they let out of jail, a smack on the wrist, no, don't do it again, Johnny, because it was because of slavery is the reason why you're a bad boy. And those, they come back to the same neighborhoods and they harm and rob and steal from black people the most. So you're really hurting black people when you support liberal woke ideas. You're really harming your own people. We don't want those. Some people have a word for them, like Chris Rock. He'll say there's a difference between an N-word and a black person. That might be the case. But we don't want any Sons of Belial in our neighborhood. I don't care if they have the same color skin as me. I don't want you here. I don't want you around my children. I don't want you influencing my children. So if you commit a crime, I want you in jail. I don't want you back out on the street again because there's something somebody did 400 years ago that doesn't affect anyone today. Okay, do you get where I'm going, Ronan?
Somewhat.
Right? When the Italians were having issues with the mobsters in their neighborhood, they didn't say, "Oh well, they're just retaliating for what happened in World War I." You serious? Are you serious? That's not their response. So why should that response be?
The Italians were not brought here as slaves. So you don't really understand the difference in social dynamics from group to group.
Okay. All right.
Is that what I need to acknowledge here?
Well, what was their argument? Their argument, the La Cosa Nostra's argument was this, exactly what you're arguing for blacks today. Because the way they were treated during immigration, and they were treated like second-class citizens, which they were until they obtained their citizenship, they were basically low income, and they lived in slums and tenants. So the mafia, hold on. The mafia decided to take things into their own hand, right? So the same thing is going on systematically. They're being oppressed. They're low class. They're second-class citizens because they're immigrants. So the mafia said, we're going to take things into our own hand, and through violence and through intimidation, we're going to improve the neighborhood. Italians in the same neighborhood said, no, I don't care if you're Italian. I don't care if you're from Sicily. We don't want this in our neighborhood, right? Why weren't they called Uncle Toms? Why weren't they called Uncle Ruckuses when they wanted those bad Italians out of their neighborhood? Go ahead.
Because it's within their own group.
And we're within the group too. We're black. Me and Veckel are black. Me and Veckel are black also. Okay. We're in the group. You're not.
Right.
You're telling me that they should have a right to be upset and retaliate. I'm telling you, they do not have a right to retaliate, just like the Italians told the mobsters.
No, the mob was an organization.
I understand that. They were a lot more organized than the blacks. I agree.
No, I wasn't comparing.
That's why it's called organized crime.
No, that would be contrasting. Again,
these are just random attacks. I understand that.
The Italians came here with a established set of ideals and ideas. The mob happens because that's within the group. Okay,
Yeah.
and then you're trying to say
And
it's
there
the same thing.
were there Italians that were disagreed and fought and spoke out against it, who
I'm
weren't
pretty
afraid
sure.
who
I'm
weren't
pretty sure
afraid
they
to
were.
die, who weren't afraid to lose their lives. Yeah.
Well, of
Okay then.
course.
So what's wrong with a black person saying no? We should not be retaliating against whites for something that happened 400 years ago. That's not an excuse.
Again, the Italians did not come here as slaves.
Okay, so because the Italians did not come here as slaves, they were mistreated when they got here, but because they weren't brought here as slaves, their retaliation was not justified.
They weren't retaliating against anyone. They were trying to make money off of everyone. That's
Right,
not
off of the United
retaliation.
States.
That's crime. That's organized crime. Two
Well,
different
what do you call
things.
this? What do you call this? This isn't crime?
No, I call this against blacks institutionalized crime. But yeah.
There's no blacks. You call this institutionalized crime?
Well, yeah, because it's in the Constitution. Okay.
What's
it was
in the Constitution?
established in the Constitution. The three-fifth clause was acknowledging that black people are more than animals. That was the point of that.
Welcome,
They're
Alex.
more than animals, and we can use them to vote more representation from the southern states.
Ronan, I did a video on the 3/5 compromise. I suggest you, or better yet, PragerU has a video. PragerU has a video.
No, you're not listening. Look, slavery was already in place. That's what you don't get. It was already in place. Then they acknowledge you are less likely to be an animal because you're 3/5 of a man, because we need you as head count for representation in Congress.
That's not true. That's a lie. You've been debunked on this many times. Every time
slavery was happening before the Constitution was ratified.
You can't even read the Bible right. How is everybody else supposed to suspect?
No, you read the Bible right. I look at it for what it is.
I defeated you on the topic of abortion in Numbers 5, and I defeated you on the topic of pedophilia.
No, you didn't. Just because you say it doesn't mean you gain anything.
I've even offered.
It doesn't mean anything.
I've offered to publicly debate you on the topic.
Okay, you weakling. You weakling. I keep calling you out, saying anytime, anywhere, and you keep running off. Don't be so. You're a weakling, man. You're a weakling.
You anytime you're ready.
You're a weakling. You still haven't lived up to your hollow threat.
I want the smoke.
You still haven't lived up to it. You keep going on and on. Well, I'll debate you anytime. Well, let's go. I keep saying let's go, and you don't want to. I don't care if it's a fellow theist, but you won't do it. You won't pull the trigger, as they say. You won't jump in the water. You're afraid to get
Trump. Motherfuckers, they feel like they would rather get it raw. Like, you know what? At least we know what that is. These motherfuckers gassing us up, lying to us, promising us shit and didn't deliver. I cannot wait to see, and I'm already watching it. I'm watching Democrats start the campaign. They're already like, Hillary, you got to go out there and vote. Like democracy depends on it. I'm like, when y'all gonna start governing like democracy depends on it?
Yeah, I'd like to see Republicans do that. Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that.
Joe,
I'd like to really see that.
I've challenged this man multiple times.
You keep chickening out and running away. You don't step up, dude. You never stepped up. As many times as your hollow threats have been heard, you don't step up. You're still sniveling. You are still sniveling. Don't you hear yourself? You weakling. You weakling. Don't you hear yourself? I keep challenging him. Well, go ahead, challenge me. Let's go. Give me the invite. Send me an email. Whatever. Let's go. And you want to keep sniveling.
Why do you keep running, Ronan?
I'm not running. I'm here, dude. Anytime. Why don't you listen to yourself? Please listen to yourself. You look bad.
Hey, yeah, you keep
I'm
running.
feeling sorry for
You got
you.
defeated. I defeated you
You
multiple
got
times on my
nothing.
channel.
You got
And right here
nothing. You
on
keep
Jill's
wanting to
channel.
debate me and don't send me
You
any
keep
message.
running,
Hey,
bro.
meet me at this channel.
Why do you keep running?
You did.
All
I'm
right,
not running, dude.
guys,
I'm right here.
You
I'm
keep
right here.
running.
Name the time and place right now, man.
Today,
all right.
on
I'm
my
gonna
channel. You
mute.
come
I'm
to
gonna
my
mute you,
channel,
Ronan.
and I will dismember you.
Time
All
and
right,
place
so-
right now. Time
right.
and place right now. You won't
Wait a
man
minute.
up,
Wait
and
a
I
minute.
know it.
Veckel, hold on. I'm gonna mute
All right,
both
go
of
ahead.
you for a second. Hold on. Veckel, when are you available to debate? Go ahead, Veckel.
I'm available to debate today.
Today, Ronan, what do you say?
Right now, let's go.
Right now? No, not now. I got no. I don't have that much time.
Okay. After this live stream. How about right after this live stream?
So Ronan,
my
you
channel.
all right? So it's going to be on Veckel's channel. Is that okay, Ronan?
Well, yeah, just post the link.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
All right. So what is it that you want to
right now as we speak? Go ahead.
All right. What's the topic going to be, Ronan?
No, he said he had the topic. He said he knew what he was talking about.
No, I'm going to tell you what the topic is. I've already refuted you multiple times on both Numbers 5 and on Numbers 31. If you need help, Ronan, go find your most astute atheist to help you out in this, because you will lose.
You're afraid of Dragnot Silvers, man. You run. The both of you, man.
Bring him.
The both of you run, man. You're weak. You're that weak.
Bring your Lord and
You're
Savior,
afraid of Dragnot Silvers.
Bring your Lord and Savior, Dragnot.
That's obvious,
I
man.
don't care. Bring him. Bring anybody. Bring Matt.
No. I want to have the debate.
Josh. Bring Dragnot.
All right.
So what's the topic again? What's the topic again?
Numbers 5.
The topic
Numbers
will
5.
be about numbers.
What's the topic again, please?
Whether or not it was abortion taught by God, and on Numbers 31 about whether or not pedophilia. I've already destroyed you on both of these topics multiple times, and I will gladly do it again.
All right, you got it, Ronan? All right, so you'll be there, Ronan. Now, Alex Parker has been here for a while. He hasn't said anything. I wanted him to chime in if he had something to
I don't have a link.
Hold on, Ronan. Alex, go ahead, because he's kind of soft-spoken. Go ahead, Alex.
Hey, I don't remember last time you and I spoke. You did admit that there was systemic racism.
That there was systemic racism? I would say against whites, yes.
Okay, so
that's what the statistics show today. That systemically, whites are being treated differently. If you say something like Roseanne that's clearly racist and inappropriate, you're fired. If you're black and you say it like Whoopi, you're given a 2-week suspension. So there's clearly and this is designed, most liberals will say, to help reverse what was done 400 years ago. So therefore, we need to lax on punishing certain groups because they've been over punished in the past. So let's under punish them today. That's the reasoning I'm getting, at least from Ronan and people like him.
Okay, so here's the problem with that. Thing is, the reason that the crime rate is very high in the black community is that they're over policed. So the over policing is the cause, and the result is the high crime rate.
Okay, so the police show up before they call 911 is called, or after?
Yeah, so they don't. No, so the police are over policing. They're always
they're
there to catch crimes.
Police are called to this. Okay, the reason why police are in certain neighborhoods, Alex, is because those neighborhoods have a lot of crime. Police wouldn't be there if there were no crime. Police wouldn't be there if there were no people committing crimes. They're there because that is where the crime is happening, and their job is to stop the crime from happening. So it's not an over police problem, it's a crime issue. Look at the numbers of crime that is being committed. These same crimes are not happening in white neighborhoods whereby police are just saying, you know what, I'm going to ignore that rape and go to the rape in the black neighborhood and deal with that. They're not happening in certain neighborhoods. That's why you don't see police officers there.
No, police aren't catching those crimes because they're not over policing those areas, those white areas.
So you're saying, your argument is
black
that
and white
saying,
people
hold on. No, we're not going to talk about weed. We're not talking about smoking weed because that's not a violent crime.
It is a crime.
So your argument is not a violent crime. We're dealing with violence here, not smoking weed. Okay. So you're saying that there are just as many rapes going on proportionately just as many rapes going on in the white neighborhoods as there are the blacks, but because there are more police officers in the black neighborhood, they get caught raping more people. Is that what your argument is?
Yeah, so I do agree that black people do commit more crime, but why is that?
Okay, so your argument therefore
It's
fails.
because black people are disproportionately
So
born into ghettos, single moms, worse educations.
so
For
the
instance,
narrative fails, which suggests that over policing is the problem. The police
it's also
officers.
it's a factor. It's definitely a factor. One of the problems.
Well, the police wouldn't be
I mean,
there.
it's
if there weren't
also
I
crime.
don't think this guy just realized what he just said too by asserting that it's because of their environment and their economic status and stuff. Do you realize, sir, when you say stupid stuff like that, you're asserting that black people have no choice but to react in these fashions. When you have, and at the same time,
yeah,
you're
it's
also
actually unanimous
discrediting.
consensus
Wait a minute,
by
sir.
psychologists
Wait
that
a minute,
people
sir. See, because what you're
are a
doing
victim
the
of their
same exact
environment.
stupid stuff
I mean,
that
this is an
Ronan is doing.
anti-intellectual take that you're
What
saying
you're
right
doing,
now.
what you're doing, sir, is you're doing the exact same nonsense that Ronan is doing. You are discrediting American history of blacks, despite the racial environment that they grew up in. Okay, did exactly what Booker T. Washington says by pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps and getting out there and doing stuff. Black people are just as capable of doing these things in the midst of being in the ghetto and in the midst of being hardships as any other ethnicity. Okay, we got Madam C.J. Walker, for example. Do you know who that was, sir? Alex,
Yeah. So what
who's
you
Madam
said
C.J.
earlier is
Walker?
like
Who is she?
people are a victim of their
Alex,
environment. They're
who
a
is Madam
product
C.J.
of their
Walker?
environment.
Alex,
The-
since you're filibustering, you got plenty of time to Google it.
I mean,
Who
like,
is Madam
is
C.J.
an
Walker?
answer to a question another question?
Who is Madam C.J. Walker?
Is an answer to a question another question?
Who is Madam C.J. Walker?
Okay, so I'm going to assume by your unwillingness to
So you
answer
don't know
that the
anything
answer
about
is
Black
that,
history. I mean, it's Black History Month, right? You should know at least something about Black people and about the accomplishments and the
He
contributions.
knows who George Floyd
Black
is,
people,
however. He knows who that is.
Black people, yeah, everybody knows who Michael Jordan is. They know who, LeBron James. But nobody knows who Madam C.J. Walker is. They don't know who Booker T. Washington is.
Don't even know who Thomas Sowell is.
They don't know who Thomas Sowell is. They don't know who Washington.
Yeah, Thomas Sowell
George
is
Washington,
intellectual hack.
Washington
He's not
Carver is.
respected in the
You don't know who
community
Garrett Morgan
of
is.
economics.
You don't know any of these people. The majority of the
I
names
just
that I
told you.
just
I
gave
just
you
told you who Thomas Sowell
grew
was.
up
But,
in
okay.
the
Alex knows who
You go ahead and talk over me. Go ahead.
No,
All right,
let me.
so
about you. Go ahead.
I'll wrap it up. I'm just saying this.
Go ahead. It's all
and I
about you.
had-
Go ahead. Go ahead. It's all about you.
All
I
right,
want
So
to get my
Alex
word
does.
in
Alex,
edgewise.
Alex, tell him who Madam's Walker is. Tell him who she
Who's
was.
Madam
Okay,
C.J.
this is
Walker?
a massive
Madam
pivot to what we were talking about. So if we go back to systemic racism,
which doesn't
No,
exist.
another
I'm
reason,
criticizing your
reason why the crime rate
conclusion
is so high
Black
is that
people can't do anything
there's
for
a lot
themselves
of
because
lead
their
in the walls
environment.
that black people grew
That
up
is
in.
not an excuse.
That's another
Hold
reason.
on, Alex. Go ahead, Veckel.
Well, I
And
just
then-
wanted to say, well, okay, you're probably right. I did go off on a little bit of tangent, but it's not non-related. The reason why I mentioned those names is because your argument is that the reason why Black people continue to commit more crimes than every other race or ethnicity is because of their economic status and that they're currently in. That is bullcrap.
And I'm going to prove that to be false, demonstrably false, and it ties into what I was saying earlier about the Italians. Go ahead, Alex. What's your response to that?
Yeah, so it's pretty much unanimous consensus that people are a victim of their environment, and if you just disagree with that, that you must be some kind of unironic anti-intellectual.
By the way,
any serious engagement with the empirical data does show that Black people are disproportionately sentenced.
We are engaging the data, and it doesn't say what you wanted to say. It doesn't fit your narrative.
So the problem is you're giving me like
so you brought up over policing.
There's like amounts of studies, not stats.
Okay.
I mean, you can't
show me the study that proves.
I'm sure I can give. I mean, I can bury you in studies if you want.
Okay,
show me
one. Show me the best one.
Okay, so like here's another study shown where.
No, I want you to actually show me.
Over.
I want you to look for it. I want to present it here, and I want to take a look at it. I just don't want you to tell me what the study supposedly says. Because Ronan tried that, and when we pulled up the article, it said nothing of what he said it said. It fit the narrative, but it didn't fit the data. And oftentimes when liberals cite these surveys, the data doesn't say what they say it says. When you take a look at the data, they'll try to make it say what they want it to say, but it doesn't. For example, they'll say that blacks are the systemic racism exists because of the over policing. Well, they ignore in their studies, I guess, the fact that the crime is higher in these areas. They're not just sending police officers, 100 police officers to Baltimore City or Baltimore because black people are there. They're sending these officers and task force because crime is being committed there. Now you want to say, well, there's a reason for the crime. Okay, so let's move the goalpost to why are so many crimes being committed by blacks? You say because of economic depravity or by the hands or due to the policies of white people, right?
Yeah, that's
That's your argument? Okay. All right, so we're there. So we're past the talking points. You're still a talking point. I'm going to debunk it. By the way, I have this graphic up the entire time to answer to Jay Pasick and his brother, suggesting that I was making up these numbers. So that's why I'm posting all of these statistics. The 10 times, you're 10 times more likely to be attacked if you're white by a black man than vice versa. Oh, he's making that up. I don't think it's that high. So they admit that you're definitely more likely to be attacked by a black man if you're white than to be attacked by a white man if you're black. They admit that, but they say, oh, it's not as high as 10 times. Well, not according to the FBI statistics. And that stayed consistent from 2011 to 2015. About 10 to 1, 11 to 1, 10 to 1. All right. So, if anything, we could say that there's systemic racism on the hands of, in the hand or on the hands or by the hands of black people towards whites. And not only are these crimes being committed overwhelmingly by blacks against whites, when the blacks are arrested for these crimes, they're let go. They're given sentences that are just a smack on the wrist instead of put in jail.
Yeah, just ask Gavin Newsom, governor of California. He'll tell you what's going on in the Walgreens and in the Target stores.
Yeah, yeah. I think they raised it up to like if you $700 if you're under $700 worth of merchandise.
Yeah, you got to help the blacks.
It's not a crime, or it's not a.
Come on, Joe.
Yeah, well, according to Ronan, that's retaliation.
Yeah,
and then they'll back at the Walmart the next month.
Doesn't it make sense historically? You don't want to consider. You just want to consider the electronic age. Is that it? Because you're being quite short-sighted by just doing that. You know, you really lack the comprehension of American history and the dynamics between black and white, for example.
I'm just going to put the numbers up, and you can give your talking points.
The numbers make sense. Again,
yeah, they do make sense. They do make sense. Yeah,
so
they make a lot of
I don't
sense.
see your point if you're acknowledging the fact that there is systemic racism and there is retaliation.
There is systemic racism.
There is retaliation. I mentioned that.
So to retaliate against systemic
racism. So I just posted a study on the chat. You can look into it. Where they show that black people are overrepresented in the prison system and they are disproportionately sentenced.
Again. All right. So again,
you're giving me stats. You can't say anything with stats. These studies do control for those.
Did the studies control for crime being committed?
Yeah, the factors would lead to disproportionate criminality.
Did the studies control for this? What I'm showing you on the screen?
Yeah. Yes.
It did. I got to see this. So the study took into consideration.
I like to see that too.
The study took into consideration that blacks are committing crimes disproportionately at a higher rate than any other group. It took that into consideration?
Yeah, it says can be explained by higher black crime rates with unexplained, proportional, largely attributes to racial bias.
Okay. I have to see it because I have seen studies that said the opposite was true today.
I mean, through this entire stream chat, you've just been showing stats, not studies. You do know the difference between a stat and a study, right?
Sure. And I also know that studies use statistics. So did they control for the number of crimes that are being committed by blacks?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes, you can look into the study.
Okay, where's the study at? Let's pull it up now.
It's on the chat.
It's in the private chat. It's from The Guardian, of course. Another Guardian. article. Is this what you're referring to? No. It's in the side chat or the chat?
The YouTube chat, yeah.
It's in the YouTube chat. I don't see it. Put it again. Post it again for me. It's not there. It's a link. It's not going to show up. You have to put a link in the private chat. It's not going to show up in the main chat.
Okay, yeah, I just put it in the private chat.
Okay, it's in the private chat now. All right, so let's take a look at this. This is sentencing. Oh, from the Sentencing Project, Black Lives Matter, of course, yeah. All right, so let's take a look at this article or this Black Lives Matter publication. Let's take a look at it and see if they actually controlled for crime being committed. Because oftentimes they'll do surveys and they'll say, look, this black person, there's 300 black people being arrested and only 300 whites. Therefore, systemic racism. But they don't take into consideration that blacks are committing crimes 10 times higher at a higher rate. Therefore, more arrest. Therefore, more chances, a higher probability of police brutality. Because the more encounters you have with police, if I go out and commit a crime every single day.
No, the thing is, you're conflating arrest. So like more policing equals more arrest. You do logically follow this, right?
More police does mean more arrests. Yes.
Yeah. So that's why there's more.
Crime.
That's why the stats show that more black people
we're missing. But we're missing the first step. Crime leads to more police, not the vice versa.
No, it's not. It's like
crime leads to more police. Did they control?
Police
for crime?
Are more active in the communities, therefore they catch more crimes. Therefore,
they're committing
rate.
more crimes. They're being called. 911 is being called more.
No,
often.
They're patrolling these neighborhoods.
Did they control for 911 calls and the amount thereof? Did they control for how many times people call 911 in these neighborhoods? Did they control for that? Probably not, because that undermines their narrative. Their narrative is more blacks are being arrested, therefore racism. They want to ignore the fact that more blacks are calling 911 than whites, even though there are more whites than blacks. Black people are calling 911 because they're afraid, because they're being threatened, because they're being raped constantly every single day. They come outside their homes. Their children are being shot in the street dead because of gangbangers. So they're calling 911 more often. Therefore, the police are arriving more often, and therefore you have more incidents that occur disproportionately. So I don't have a problem with those statistics. But let's see if Black Lives Matter. Let's see if they account for those variants or situations in which they should control for if you're going to do an honest survey. But liberals are never honest in their surveys or their studies and their statistics, because it's a narrative they're pushing. They're pushing a certain narrative. But let's check it out. Let's see. Isaiah 43 verse 10 says, ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord. Ye are my witnesses and my servants, whom I've chosen, that ye may know and believe me and understand that I am he. Okay, if more blacks understood this, we wouldn't have so much crime. We wouldn't need as many police officers. You go to certain neighborhoods, it's one officer per mile or two. And the black neighborhood is an officer on every corner. Why? Because there are drug activities on every corner, drug dealers on every corner, right? Liquor stores, abortion clinics, and then McDonald's, which is not a crime. McDonald's is not a crime. It's probably a crime to your stomach and your arteries. But all right, before me there was no God formed, neither shall there be a God formed after me. Even I am the Lord, and besides me there is no Savior. So the children of Belial don't believe this. They'll often have other gods, or themselves will become gods. They become the one that they place before the God of the Bible. And you know that's a violation of the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Okay. All right. So here we go. Black Lives Matter. Oh, look, Alex left. I wonder why.
Yeah, they both left. I got the live stream ready to go. I'm not going to make it public yet until I get the green light from Ronan. So I don't know if he's listening right now, but anyway.
Oh, I'm there for that. I'll end this now. All right, so here you go. Here's what his study that he provided, and it's Black Lives Matter. Let me take this dumb comment of the week off. So 11 times more likely, the numbers show 500 versus 299. Yeah, again, if you need help with proportionality, I can help you with that. So when you look at the proportionality as far as blacks versus whites, and it comes to 11 or 10 times, as the graphic showed. I didn't make that graphic up myself. All right. So again, that's probably a lesson in proportionality that you missed in high school or middle school. All right. So here is Black Lives Matter. Oh, look, they have their hands up again. Built off of a lie. Jesus Christ would not support something that was built off of a lie. He would only support things that were built on truth. Okay, mainly himself. No other foundation can one lay. You cannot lay a foundation or a cause that is
Amen.
not rooted in Christ and call yourself a Christian. Okay, none of
Amen.
these individuals here will stand before God and say that this was a just cause. They will have to repent. They will have to repent of this cause of supporting a lie.
Especially, hey Joe, real quick, have you even seen that
Yeah.
video clip of Black Lives Matter walking down the street chanting "F your Jesus"?
Yeah.
Yep.
But you know what? You know what they're going to say. We were talking about the white Jesus that I was watching a stream the other day, and when the guy asked Vody Bachman that, what do you have to
Oh
say
yeah, right.
to condemn all of the pictures of white Jesus that the white people have up? Yeah, I would have answered differently, but I liked his answer. It was completely,
Yeah, I'm
biblically,
curious.
biblically,
I'm dying to know what you would say.
biblically. All right, but yeah, his answer was completely orthodox as far as
Mhm.
scripture. Um, but I would have said, um, yeah, have a right. If they want a Jesus that's white, that's their prerogative. Just like
Mm.
your mama has a black Jesus. If you go to other countries, their Jesus looks like their people, right?
Right.
You don't hear people saying, "Oh, he's white, Chinese washing, Japanese washing Jesus," right? You only hear them saying that to Europeans because Europeans painted everybody like them. What do you expect from a
Oh yeah.
culture?
Yeah.
That's what cultures do. They pick the famous people or the more iconic people after themselves. It's a sin if you're a Christian, but these aren't Christians. They're just people who identify with the Christ figure, and they decided to paint pictures making Christ look like they look.
And
If
there
you
and
go to Japan, right? If you go to they make God in their image. If you go to Japan, you'll see a Chinese Jesus with slanted eyes. If you go to China, you'll see a Chinese Jesus with slanted eyes.
right.
You might see it might have a fatter face, right? Because it's China.
Yeah.
If you go to India, you'll see an Indian Jesus, right?
Mm. Mm.
With a dot on his forehead, right? Which is beyond blasphemous,
Yeah,
right?
right. It has
If,
nothing to do with
if
Christianity. Right?
if you go to Africa, you'll see an African. I mean, come on. Oh, they'll probably say, "Well, that's the right one. They got it right, right? So that's not idolatry. They got it right. That's not idolatry,
Yeah,
right?
that's the right one, right?
That's not a violation of the second commandment because they got it right." Okay. So yeah, I enjoyed that, man, and I was gonna clip that too, but you beat me to it.
Mm.
The guy from the Young Turks, their Black Token
Oh, is
post
that where he's from?
Saturday. Yeah, the Young Turks. That's what TYT is. The Young Turks.
Oh,
They
the guy
hired,
that
yeah,
was talking to Vody Balcom?
yeah. They hired a black guy, and he does he has his own show. Yeah, he's from the Young Turks.
Ah, okay. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, he was on Jesse Lee Peterson. That's where you saw him before. Jesse
Oh,
had him.
okay.
Yeah, he debated Jesse. Jesse just wiped the floor with him. But here's Black Lives Matter. What were you gonna say? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I think that was it. I can't
Okay.
remember. That was...
All right. So let's see who's. I guarantee you, all of these foundations are Soros funded um, organizations and foundations. I can guarantee you that. All right, so differential crime rates. Let's look at page 13. Differential. You can already tell from their little table of contents here, or their executive summary, that there is no controlling for crime rates. Liberals do not control for crime rates in their surveys or studies because they assume that the crime rate, just like Alex did, is a result of over policing. That's an assumption, a presupposition they bring into their studies, and therefore they don't account for how many crimes blacks are committing in these neighborhoods. They only want to look at arrest. But how many crimes are committed that no arrests are made, right? That's the scary part.
Right.
Differential crime rates, page 13. All right, so let's go to page 13 and see. Okay, so these people really think that these studies are proving. What are these studies proving? All right, uneven policing in Ferguson in New York City. All right. So Ferguson traffic stops 2013. This is my first time reading this, but like most liberal studies, um, it's the same garbage. All right, population stopped. Officers racially biased use of discretion, either intentional or unintentional. Okay, if it's unintentional, how is it racially biased? If he's driving with tinted windows and I can't even see in the middle of the night and I can't even see inside the car, I guess that's unintentional. All right, is one cause of racial disparities in police contact that are not explained by differences in crime rates. So they ignore it. Vecco.
Yep.
Did I not just predict what they were going to ignore? Get this garbage out of my face. Yo, Alex, don't ever come back on this channel again with this garbage.
You see,
one cause. It only took me 30 seconds. This is my first time reading this.
It says if officers racially biased use of discretion, either intentional or unintentional, is one cause of racial disparities in police contact that are not explained by differences in crime rates.
So they're ignoring crime rates. Yep. They're ignoring crime. They said it right here, Alex. Oh, this is something we can explain. No, you cannot explain racial. You cannot explain why police officers are pulling over more blacks. They're pulling over more blacks because they're in areas that have high crime rates. If I'm in an area that has high crime rates, I'm more likely to pull over more people.
That's right.
So you cannot ignore what liberals want to ignore. They want to ignore crime rates and suggest, well, the crime rates is a result of the police contacts. No, or the police contacts is a result of the high crime rate. No, the high crime rate is why the police are there. If people stop committing crimes, I guarantee you the police will leave and they'll go to where the crimes are being committed. Because even if you want to argue that they're doing these arrests because they want to get quotas or meet quotas, if the crime stopped, then they would leave. Then common sense would dictate that they would leave to go to where they can increase their quotas. They go to the Hispanic neighborhood, Togg's neighborhood, maybe. All right. And they will go to where the crime is in order to get more arrests. Stop committing crimes. Stop committing crimes, and the police will leave you alone. Very simple. I can't believe this guy. Maybe that's why he left. He knew that the study did not control at all for crime. They can't control for crime because once they do so, their narrative will fall apart.
Well, they all do. I'm becoming more and more convinced that the majority of these libtards, whenever they try to get involved in these arguments, they just randomly do a quick Google search, which is fine. and they just find the first thing with the first headline that says something that they may think may agree with their position. They don't research it. Ronan did the same exact thing maybe a year ago. He came to my channel, and this is all caught on tape. We were talking about the switch, whether or not black people switch from the Republican Party to the Democrat Party, and the reason why, right? And I asked him for evidence to support his claim. So he provided an article, and I read it online, and it did not say anything remotely close to what he was espousing. In fact, it was supporting my position. It showed the utter hesitancy of blacks when they were doing their slow transition from the Republican Party. Now, when I say switch, there wasn't no ultimate switch. It was more of a transition or a migration, if you will, of black people going from more or less voting for the Democrat Party. But it was only because of economic reasons, not because of racial issues. And that was also stated in that article that Ronan himself provided to me. So I read it and I silenced him. So, and real quick, let me just say this real quick in case Ronan is listening. Ronan, I got the live chat set up. So if you want to have that debate, as soon as this live stream is done, let me know. I don't know how you're going to contact me, but let me know. I'm ready, I'm able, and I'm willing. So anyway, just wanted to put that out. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm there. I'm about to shut this down in a minute. But here are the statistics. Speaking of statistics on Mr. Floyd here, who, Ronan is convinced was killed because he was white, or black rather, and because the officer was white. Yes, these are juvenile statistics. Yeah, juveniles age 13, I think age 13 to 20 something. So it's both white and black juveniles. Yes. Yeah, the more crimes are committed by juveniles than any other demographic or age group. So, yeah, I don't know why that's a problem. which is indicative of the parenting, the failures of the parents, who are adults. Yeah, but come on back, Ronan. We want to set up the live stream so we can have this debate. I'd love to narrow to moderate. I'd love to moderate the debate if I could, but yeah, come on back, Ronan. Home invasion of a pregnant woman with 5 other men. Strong arm a pregnant woman. What kind of man? Theft with a firearm. Cocaine offense. Cocaine offense. Cocaine offense. The toxology report found fentanyl and meth in his system. And he's a movie star. So yeah, there was a lot going on besides racism in the George Floyd case, apparently. Hey, Blaze, back up. Yeah, so we have statistics about kids, black and white, and we know who the ones are who are doing the majority of the crimes, unfortunately. So you can't point to the number of police officers they're responding to. Police officers respond to 911 calls, gunshots. Right? They just don't.
It's sad, man. I mean, it's funny, it's sad, it makes you angry at the same time, because this narrative that we're over policed in the black neighborhood is one of the main ways that these white leftards continue to keep black people who can't think for themselves in a victimhood mindset. You know, everybody hates me. It's me against the world. I can't do nothing because the white man is keeping me down. But wait a minute. And this is one of the reasons why I rebuked, sort of a light rebuked my pastor, because he said something that I disagreed with and was I proved was factually just incoherent. When he said this from the pulpit, I approached him twice on this same topic. I said, Pastor, and I love you, man, but you can't say that because, what about the 1800s? I gave him a whole list of names of accomplishments made by black people in this country. Despite the
you mean Reconstruction, right? Talking about Reconstruction.
Yeah, I talked about
Yeah.
Madam C.J.
Okay.
Walker.
Right.
Sarah Breed, aka Sarah Breedlove. I talked about George Washington Carver. I talked about even the guy who just recently created the Super Soaker. We got all these accomplishments of Black people in this country. Tremendous amounts of Black. Garrett Morgan, another one. I mean, there's tons of them, and in the majority of names that I could bring up grew up in the 1800s, the time when racial there wasn't much racial unity back then.
Right.
Blacks was free, of course, but there was still the animosity sometimes. There was this attitude that Blacks were still inferior to whites, even though Black people did very well for themselves back then, but they were still able to make it. Black people today have no excuse. Are there racist cops? Sure, there's some here and there. We're not discrediting that. We're not disregarding those events. I'm sure they are out there. But these mainstream events that you point out, Joe, every time we ask them for evidence of this being racially motivated, they fail miserably every single time.
Every single time. But abortion, that's not racially motivated. No. Colored people are like weeds and need to be exterminated. Nothing to do with race here. I sound like Whoopi now. There's nothing.
That's not the only thing she said about Black people.
There's nothing to do with race, right?
Yeah, how is it that you have Black people constantly supporting movements and individuals like this that are flat out racist? How does that make any sense?
Because they've been brainwashed to think like Ronan, to believe that the systemic racism is evidential because of all of these high profile cases. Yeah. When you keep repeating over and over again, a black man, unarmed black man, and give no other details, punch the officer, try to take the officer's gun, Michael Brown. Of course, people are going to conclude, after being inundated with so many lies and misinformation, they're going to conclude that they're under attack and therefore ignore the real attack on their communities, which is abortion and gay marriage. I would say, even more deadly than abortion. I would say not as deadly, of course.
I would say to those Black people, if you want to continue reinforcing the stereotype, that's on you, but you have to understand that the consequences that are going to come with it. And a lot of these Black people who oppose what things, guys like you and guys like me say when we're pointing out the facts, and they only oppose it only because of emotional reasons. Why they often resort to calling us Uncle Toms and Uncle Ruckus, all this other stuff, because they can't debunk anything that we're saying. But if they want to remain in this stereotypical mindset where they have to think like everybody else, think like every other Black person, you can't make it. Why? Because you are a natural victim. Well, fine, that's on you, but you also have to take the consequences that come with that. So they're going to constantly be bitter, be upset, be angry, and they themselves are going to commit crimes. Why? It's not going to be anybody else's fault. It's going to be their own fault. And the cycle just goes all over and over again with every next generation.
Yeah, it'll be a generation after generation, like you said, of those individuals who think that they're going to have a chip on their shoulder when it comes to white people, and there's always going to be something or someone standing in your way of progress. That, to me, that could be debilitating. That could be destructive to a young mind, to think that he could do the best he can, study hard on his math and his reading exams, and still not make it because of the color of his skin. There's really only two responses a young person will have to that. Either they'll join Black Lives Matters, or they'll just give up entirely on America.
I'm happy to hear, though, that I'm starting to see more and more Black people oppose Black Lives Matter. Like,
Yes.
and when I say black people, I ain't talking about, you know, the guys like you and I who have already been outspoken about this stuff. But I'm talking about people like from the streets. You know, they're
Like
coming out saying that black
like
lives matter.
Charlemagne.
Man, where's Trump?
Yeah, right. They need material. That's why they're looking for them.
Man, where's Trump?
Oh, hey, real quick. I don't know. Have you heard that Colin Flaherty died recently?
Oh no, I know he was sick. Oh no.
Oh, I didn't even know he was sick. What did he die
Yeah,
of?
he was sick. I think he had like some sort of cancer or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh
he died
man.
maybe 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
Oh man, he was a
Jessica B.
legend.
Peterson was talking about it. So.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, he done so much for blacks. And no, I'm serious.
No, I know. I'm
No,
laughing. I believe you. It's just that it's funny because he had that book called "Don't Make the Black Kids Angry."
don't make the black kids angry. Yes, that was one of my one of his more popular publications. He
Yeah.
also had a book called "White Girl Bleed a Lot."
Yeah.
And
I forgot the name of the other book. Right.
yeah, for those of you who don't know who Colin is, Colin was famous for chronicling the black on black crime, the black on white crime, especially, which no one talks about. Like some of the statistics that I've posted here, he would actually show videos of black people attacking whites, gangs of blacks just roaming through white neighborhoods, randomly attacking white people, and he basically got banned from YouTube and Twitter and every basically liberal platform because of it. So yeah, he's a legend. He's a legend. What's going on? Dave is here.
Yeah, I forgot you guys had a channel. I don't know what this. I subscribed here, but I never see it much live. I just don't see it come through my.
Was Jill's
You know,
channel?
Yeah,
whose channel is this?
This is my channel.
Are you the guy that goes after the Hebrew Israelites?
No, that's G-Man.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you thinking?
Because I went to Milwaukee one day intending to run into them, and I never did. And then I came home.
Yeah, I
and
saw you had your AK with you, right?
No, we didn't have anything with it. We were just talking and just stirring them up. You know.
Oh, check out this. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were just, and I actually stirred them up about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, maybe that was 3 or 4 years ago. They were all pissed off and everything because they really scream at people. But I was watching G-Man. That's who it is. Yeah, you're right. I was
G-Man,
watching a couple of his videos. I didn't get into him real far, 20 minutes or something like that. But he really lets them have it. That's pretty good. He does a good job. I didn't see anybody stand up to them like he did. I saw a couple guys. I saw a couple white guys like Reuben Israel tried to, but he's kind of a goof.
I like Reuben. I like Reuben Israel.
I like him. He's all right, but he doesn't. See, here's what it is with Reuben.
He doesn't back down either. He doesn't back down. I saw him go in the hood. And he
right. He'd go right in the hood. I know.
And he didn't back down at one moment.
Well, what it is that I got a friend of mine that used to be in Las Vegas, and he would go out and hand out tracts every day. He's got kind of a ministry of his own that he's done for years. Older guy in his 70s now, coming up on 80. Real tall guy, like almost 7 feet tall. Like he's like 6'7", and his name is Tim Behrens, and he used to be into radio a lot in the old days. He used to work in Chicago, Moody, so he's got a history of being in Christian radio. But he knows all these guys personally. He knows Ray Comfort. He knows Reuben Israel. He knows Jack Chick before he died. He knows all these guys. Robert Murray or something like that. I can't remember all these guys. All sorts of people he knows that are big time Calvary Chapel preachers and all different preachers that we'd know if we heard of them. You know, he's had them on his radio shows for interviews, and they know him. So I always tried over the years to talk to these guys, and I never could. They didn't want to talk to the news unit either, and I it wasn't like I was after them or anything to get them. I just wanted to ask them questions about their gospel and what they preach and why they say this or that. I just want to know. But it's hard to communicate with people, obviously, as you guys know. And hey, by the way, I heard you guys talking, and what I wanted to ask you was, did you see all the crime starting to pick up in all our cities? They're actually like I live in Wisconsin, right? So I hear about what's going on in Milwaukee and Madison a little bit. They're actually shooting cops and stealing the squad cars now, and every kind of carjacking's going on. Every damn thing imaginable.
And we're not allowed to talk about the crime because it's disproportionately committed by black. So we're not allowed
What?
to
Yeah,
talk
I
about
see that. What is that? Explain that to me.
Well,
What is
that's
that?
always been the case. That's always been the case. And people like Alex and liberals will come in and tell me that, well, they're just not reporting all the crime that's going on in the white neighborhoods because black neighborhoods are being over policed. And that's why all of these people are being arrested for. No, sir, there are bodies, dead bodies. Okay, white people are not killing people and getting away with it because the officers prefer to go to the black neighborhoods and arrest them instead. Otherwise, we'd have bodies of white people laying around the streets with no one, no coroner, no police officer coming to find out what happened. Okay, so don't give me that. Oh well, the blacks are being over policed. No, they're over killing. They're killing their own, and the
Yeah, I
police
never said that. I
responding.
was just saying that. Did you see the crime that's going up everywhere in the cities now? Because it's just hitting the headlines all the time. You know.
Yeah, it's just smash and grab, and it's because of COVID. The liberals will say, "Oh, well, yeah, blacks are just stealing because COVID," and
Yeah, I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that I'm seeing a lot of crime on the headlines now, and there's always a press conference about it in every city lately, and everybody's all shook up and talking about guns again and everything, and everybody's killing each other, and they don't know why, and they're starting nonprofits to help people and everything, blah blah blah.
Well, they
But you got to.
created the problem. They created the
Well,
problem,
I
and then
don't disagree with that. Man's created a lot of problems for sure.
well, I'm talking about liberal policies.
Yeah.
For one, the woke DA, won't prosecute these individuals. So, and they've also risen or increased the level of offense to whereby you have to steal now, I think, more than $700 in order for it to be considered an arrestable offense.
Yeah, it's
It's
weird because my friend works at Cabela's, which is that super store for outdoor stuff, and fishing and hunting and everything, down here in Sun Prairie, Madison area. And he says that anybody can walk in and snatch and grab up to so many $100, and they don't
so many,
and
right?
they don't
Yeah,
do anything.
yeah,
Yeah.
because they changed the laws. The woke officials in these cities, these liberal Democrats, who, because blacks are committing more crimes disproportionately, what they've decided to do was just suggest that these aren't crimes anymore because blacks are being arrested more in proportionally than whites. Therefore, racism. Therefore, it's not a crime. It's not going to be a crime to steal anymore. It's not going to be a crime to do things that blacks disproportionately commit or get caught for, like jumping turnstiles, like robbing
Did you see that one guy? He jumped that turnstile and he killed himself.
Jeez. No, I missed
Did
that.
you see that? Did you see
Wait,
that?
no,
How
you're
did he-
lying. You serious?
How did he
No,
kill
it
him?
was in New York, I think. It was actually a kid that jumped the turnstile in the I think it was in the subway, and he hit his head and died right there.
Oh man.
They got it on video. I'll have to look it up. Hang on, I'll look it up. Just give me
No,
a
I'm not
couple
gonna.
minutes.
I'm not gonna play that. But yeah, you can
No,
put
but
that.
I'll give you a link to it off my Twitter. Let me see if I can find it.
Was it caught on tape?
Yes, it was caught on a security camera. Yeah.
Let me read this comment from this coward who won't click on the link but keeps telling me I got my ass handed to me. He says that's why he's so whiny about black crime. That's all. He does not care about abortion, or he would be pro-free contraception. What? I'm not pro-free anything because there's no such thing as a free lunch, genius. Go read a book on economics or something. There's no such thing as free. Someone is paying for it. So that's the first lesson you should have learned.
Broke his neck. Sorry.
Colin was a smoker and he hated blacks. Well, I wouldn't say he hated blacks, but he certainly hated the fact that the liberals were trying to hide. They were trying to hide the fact that blacks were committing these crimes, and he wanted to expose the fact that it's not white people attacking black people. That's not a narrative that's anywhere um, close to reality. White people are afraid of black people primarily. I think in the most cases,
Yeah.
not Dave. Dave is he's got an AK. So um,
Look at
if
what this
you,
person.
you don't see groups or mobs of white people um, rampaging through black neighborhoods, beating up, robbing, stealing. They don't plan to go to black neighborhoods and rob people like blacks do when it comes to Asians. You just don't see it. If you can find it, show it to me, and I'll, it'll probably be anecdotal, but the statistics just don't support the narrative. They just don't. I mean, look at all these offenses. These are juveniles. You don't see who do you think that these people are attacking? They're attacking blacks primarily, but also whites. You don't see that problem. Explain this. What does your study? How does your study debunk this statistic? What does it say? What's the excuse you're going to give me now? 400 years of slavery? Yeah, Colin was a smoker, and he got. I don't know if he got cancer, if he died of cancer or not, but um, and his wife left him for an African American black man. Okay, all right. Thank you for that information. Um, oh, look, he says avenging says he got his facts on firearms modified P320. Oh wow. Anytime he want to dance, now he wants to have a gunfight because he's an intellectually emasculated beta male and can't defend anything he believes about these concepts or ideas that he promotes. He can't defend them intellectually. Now he wants to bring his guns out. Well, we got an AK. We got the AK. Dave got the AK. What's your little pea shooter doing today? Your little pea shooter. We
Wait,
got a
Joe.
pea shooter. We got AKs.
Hey, Joe, I had to step away for a sec. But did you read the rest of what this Holy Spirit on the side chat said?
Yeah. He left. His wife left him for a black man. Yeah.
No. But the comment before that, he says you get cancer from hate. It's not a fruit of the spirit.
Yeah.
So Colin was a smoker and hated blacks, and he got cancer because of him smoking cigarettes plus his hatred towards blacks.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It sounds like somebody hates Colin.
Oh man.
Did you hear about the lady who got removed from the bench for calling blacks Uncle Tom?
Oh no.
Yeah,
I'd like to hear about it.
She got back. It's in the story in the New York Post. I don't have time to go over it, but and then you had the guy calling whites cracker. So maybe things are starting to, but nothing happened.
I kicked those crackers' ass, man. I was unbelievable.
Nothing gonna happen to him though, because he's the mayor. So I guess
he's the mayor and he's black,
But she's a judge. Oh, she'll be removed.
Was she a black woman?
Yeah.
I put the link in the inside chat with this guy that jumped the turnstile and killed himself. There's several news reports on it, like Inside Edition and all these other places, and I just searched it on Google. I searched it on YouTube because I couldn't find it on my Twitter.
Yeah, sad.
Check it out when you get around to it.
Well, I guess that was the white man's fault too, huh?
Yeah, right. Because the white man, because the turnstile is designed specifically for only the white folks to go through. The turnstile is specifically designed.
Are the bridges racist too across our nation? Did you hear that one?
Math is racist. Did you hear? Everything is because of systemic racism.
I don't know how to explain this, but I don't hate people for the color of their skin. I just hate what's going on in the world, and I get out, and I've been out in the hood, and I've been out where I don't belong since I've been retired, because I've been retired younger, in my 40s. And, I went and hung around with younger people, and I went where they went and saw all this shit. And I started getting acquainted with it more than ever before. I actually lived quite a sheltered life throughout my career and my younger days, because my dad was a police officer, and I was an only child. He just kept me in line all the time. And it's just recently in life, it's odd, because in my later years, I'm starting to figure out a little bit what's going on in the world, because I just kept myself apart from it all. Didn't even care what was going on, really. And This all started probably around, I don't know, when I was about 43-ish. I started getting out a little bit more and looking around, and because I had, well, it's not like I had nothing to do, but I had more time on my hands because I didn't have to go to work anymore, and it was like I wanted to go see what the hell's going on in the world a little bit, and I saw it. I got acquainted with it, and I'm a little more aware of it, but you guys are really up on some stuff here too. I've listened to you a couple times talk about it on Smokey's channel when you're into this discussion, and I'm interested in what's going on around me. I don't want to just live under a rock, but at the same time, in Christ, the attitude toward it all is it's all the world just caving in. It really is. It really is. Who are these missing kids? Or what happened?
No, these are images of kids that were killed by black people. Sequoia Turner, specifically, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, was killed by a member of Black Lives Matter or something like that.
That I remember some of them stories, like they were even at a drive-thru getting some fast food, and somebody shot the car and killed these kids too. And like,
1-year-old baby, my goodness,
isn't that something?
This is sad, man.
It is sad.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was
back.
No, well, I was going to say it was going to slightly change the topic, but go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to bring up the names here. So not only did he fail to name one white man, unarmed white male, shot by police, even though there are several other cases, more than 9 that they keep repeating on TV. He couldn't name any of the black boys and girls who were shot and killed by Black Lives Matter and African Americans. He couldn't name one.
Right.
But he can name George Floyd.
I bet you he don't know who Tyshawn Lee was.
No.
I heard that name.
Tyshawn Lee was a 9-year-old boy pursued and killed execution style by who? A white man? No. Chinese? No, it's a black man.
Was it a police officer? Or was it
No, he wasn't an officer. He was a member of a rival gang. He probably had some beef with his dad. So he lured this boy into an alley and turned him around and pointed the gun at the back of his head and pow, took him out. But nobody wants to talk about that, though. What about that white kid, the white 5-year-old kid that was killed, shot in the back of the head, point blank? A white kid killed by a black man who was his neighbor, by the way. Kid was just minding his own business, riding his tricycle. Black dude walks right up to this kid, literally lays the barrel of the gun on the back of the kid's head, pulls the trigger. And guess what? Here's the worst part. Worse either way. But the other bad part about all this was that this happened right in front of his two older sisters, who were both about 8 and 9. They saw the entire event happen right before their very eyes. Wow. But you don't want to hear CNN or MSNBC HIV talk about that nonsense, do you? Because they're more worried about, how much white people are being detrimental to this country. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about how many white people are arresting black folk.
I'll tell you, I've watched a lot of cop, video, where they shoot people and everything. But, I have police friends from here and there across the years. I used to hang out at a police station in Pennsylvania by the airport by Pittsburgh. A friend of mine was the dispatcher. I used to go in there on my mid shift on my break for a couple hours because my supervisor, there's nothing to do at night when you're working a night shift. There's like 4 guys on, and a lot of times they don't even want you to work. The supervisor, I come into work and I work for the first 2 hours. I get the departure rush out at the end of the day, and then everything just dies down. There's nothing to do. And then he says, go take 3 or 4 hours. And I went to go over to the dispatcher because he was only like a mile away. So I didn't have to worry about it. And he'd call me if he needed me. I'd be back in like 5 minutes. And I would learn all about the police more. My dad was a cop. I'm an only child. Now, I come from the old school though, because my dad was in Milwaukee, and that's, he died in 96 already, or 95 already. He was 63. My dad retired in his 50s, so he's an old school cop back in the old days, and there was more of a segregation of black and white folk in our town back in that day in Milwaukee. The black people lived on the north side, the white people lived on the south side in general, and we were just kind of raised to be separate in those days, and I didn't think much about it. But I remember me and my buddy Raj, we were young. We were only like 14, 15, and we would get on our bikes, and we would bike all the way up to the north side. We just liked to go. We were like that, him and me. And we would go way up to the north side. We'd go way up there, and I told my dad we were. He says, "What are you doing up there?" I said, "What do you mean, Dad? You don't want to go up there. That's a bad neighborhood." We'd just go anyway. We weren't afraid of nothing, me and my buddy Raj. We would just go. In fact, one day, his sister, when I turned 16 and I could drive, his sister was like 2 years older than me. He was like a year older than me, Raj. And his sister was 2 years older. And she got into prostitution at a young age. I knew nothing about it. And Raj says to me, "We got to go get my sister." I said, "Why? Where is she?" "Over here." So we go way up on the north side, and we go to this bar. And we were pretty big guys for young guys too. And I don't know how it went down, but we walked in this bar, and there were all these black guys, and I sat down and got a drink, and they were talking to us, and I was talking to them. I was only 16, 17 years old, something like that. And I told my dad the story because we were looking for his sister, and she was all beat up. She came in kind of black-eyed and stuff, and we wanted to get her out of there, but she didn't want to leave with us. She just wouldn't go. I had my car out there, no gun, nothing, in them days, just sitting there. They thought I was an undercover cop. And I don't know how they thought that, but that's what my dad told me after I told him the story. He claims that they thought I was an undercover cop. We were just trying to get his sister out of there because Raj was worried about his sister, but she didn't want to go with us, so we just ended up leaving. We didn't get shot or killed or anything, but it was kind of a touchy situation. And they were asking me all sorts of questions, and I was just being myself and drinking a drink. And I was even underage for drinking, by the way, because then they didn't card me. And remember, they did card me, and I showed them my license, but they didn't believe that I was 17. That's what it was. That's what it was. They probably thought it was a fake ID and that I was undercover. Because I always look kind of stout and, military looking and short haircut and all that kind of crap. But, so we left, and then she ended up getting out of that later on in life. She's married now, but that was one of the experiences. I lived in Milwaukee. And then my dad took me out of school, and they started to desegregate when I was in 4th grade. I went to a Catholic school. And that's how I tell my testimony, how I came to know the Lord, because at that time my parents were listening to a lot of Christian radio, and we started hearing the gospel, But I remember my dad was kind of, if you want to call it racist, he was more racist because of the job, I suppose. And, I don't know, because of the way we were just raised, the people that came from Poland and Germany, that's our background, Polish-German background, basically. And, that's just how it was in the city. But I remember when we moved up here, there was a black police officer in Portage. The only family, I think, in the whole city of about 8,000 people next to us here, about 9 miles west. And one of my buddies, he was friends with the kid. And my dad was saved and everything, but he didn't know any better because that's just how he was raised. And one day we were out and we were hanging around with the dude, right? He was a friend of mine. So we picked him up at his house and his dad. And I think they were really nice people. I wish I would have got to know them better. I think they were actually Christian people. But they were the only black family in Portage. So I brought them home because we were just cruising around. We just go riding around all over the place. That's just what we did around here in the country. And came over to my house. My dad got mad at me later. He says, "Don't bring that kid over here." And I felt really bad. And I remember talking to my dad about it later in life, and he kind of laid off of that stuff later. And I felt like really sad about it. I was really like, "Come on, Dad. This is a friend of mine's friend. What are you talking about?" I remember we had this conversation. But it stems from the old racist, I will call it racist, upbringing back then and how everything was. And, you're going to have that obviously in this evil world, this cursed evil world. There's nothing we can do about it in a lot of senses. But those of us in Christ obviously know that there's neither Jew nor Greek, bond nor free, and, all that kind of stuff. And we can overcome that kind of nonsense. And even though the culture is just drooling with all this rap music and stuff and this And even the white people are getting into all this stupid talk, you know, and it's just like, it's ridiculous.
Even the white people.
No, they are. I mean, I'm just saying it that way. I'm not trying to like.
No, you're right. It's called woke. It's called wokeness, or yeah, that it's cool now to.
Is that what they call it? See, I don't know everything.
Yeah,
I want to hear what
yeah.
you guys
So
got to say. I want to sit here and listen to you guys talk. I
yeah,
didn't
I
come in
want to
here.
listen to Larry Elder. Now he's going to respond to with the facts, and liberals hate facts. He's
Oh
going to
boy, I love
respond.
this video.
Oh, you saw this?
I'm actually interested in all of what you guys are talking about and all the
Okay.
conflict with the N word and everything else. And I want to learn more about it because I want to be able to
Don't worry.
walk in.
Don't worry about the N word. It doesn't mean anything.
No, I know, but here's the thing. When I walk into a group of black dudes, right, and I talk to them, and I do once in a while, I run into, but not since COVID as much because everybody's just like, I don't know. I don't go down to Madison anymore because I don't like their mandates down there, and they're real militant about wearing the mask and all that shit, and that's why I just don't go anymore. So like the last 2 years now, I haven't been out and about like I used to be. But if I run into people, you know, I like to talk to people. That's just the way I am out at large too, you know, and I don't know. I appreciate you guys talking about all this stuff. I'll just probably sit back and listen mostly. But
Yeah, well, I want to play this clip from
yeah,
Larry.
play whatever you want. I'm gonna be
And,
doing some dishes, and I got to get ready to do some stuff. I was gonna do a Bible study. I don't know. I'm gonna be doing stuff in the background here, so I'll
Well,
just
no, if you want
I'm
to
gonna kick back
respond,
and listen.
yeah, no, if you want to, I'm gonna be stopping it, or I can
Yeah,
stop
go
it.
ahead. I won't bother it too much. I'll just let it play. I'll be listening more than anything.
Okay, no, I'm
Hey,
asking
Veckel,
for your,
I
I'm
want to
asking
clear
for your
something up for
feedback.
you guys too. I know I went off and I was doing the N word, and then I went pissed off and did 5 hours of rap music and all sorts of talk about blessings of the game and all that shit. You know, Veckel, I don't hate you, man. I love you, man. I'm in Christ.
Look,
I'm
Dave,
sorry if I hurt your feelings, huh?
Dave,
Huh?
you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. All
I
right.
just want you guys to know that.
You don't. We know that. We know who the enemy is. We're Christians. We
Good,
know
but I
who the
mean,
enemy
even
is.
though I got
Okay.
mad and shit and went off and all that shit, it's
That's
just
all right.
it
It
digs into
happens.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It happens to all of us, but we know who the enemy is, and we know the difference between a Dave saying something he shouldn't have said, and
Right. Well, I
what
just
these
want you to
people are
know that
saying.
because I don't want no.
Trump is
Yeah.
touting that he
All right.
feels he is
I'll be
has
here.
been better
I'm listening.
for
What the hell happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I
we
thought.
know the
Here's
difference.
what happened. I saw that
Yeah.
thing spinning around, so I thought I lost my connection. All right.
Oh no,
I'll
no.
be
I was
listening.
trying to put the video up. But yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead,
we
man.
know that you're not the enemy. You're on our side. You're on the side of good.
I am on your side. I
But
would die for
yeah,
you guys. I would die on the
we
street.
know
I'd take
that.
a bullet for you. I'm serious.
We know
All
that.
right.
We
All right.
know
I'll
who
talk
the
to you
enemy
later.
is. Oh, you don't have to leave because
No,
I
no,
want to hear
I'm
your.
just sitting here. I'm just sitting and listening. I don't like to butt
Okay.
in all the time.
No,
I don't
I
butt
want
in
you
all
to
the time.
butt in. I want to play this,
That's
and I
cool.
want your
I
feedback.
know,
I
but I
want you
got
to
stuff to
respond.
do in the background too. But I might. Okay, I'll
Okay.
keep that option open. Thanks a lot.
All right. All right.
All
So
right.
Veckel, this was they made the mistake. TMZ made the mistake of allowing a black conservative on their show, and when that happens, or when you allow a black conservative in your room or on your channel, your narrative gets destroyed, and then you wind up leaving and going somewhere else to push your narrative where it can't be refuted. That's what liberals do, because they're dishonest and they want to believe these things are true because they've already taught them as they were true. So their pride won't allow them to say, you know what, I was wrong. Um, like Rubin from the Rubin Report. He admitted, hey, I was wrong. After hearing the facts and the statistics from Larry Elder himself, he said, you know what, I was wrong. I believed the false narrative. I believed what the mainstream media was telling me. Hopefully, these two have the same type of epiphany. A white man and an African American. I think he looks African American. And these are the hosts of TMZ, right? TMZ is what the show is called. They follow celebrities around and basically report on what they're doing. Yes, I guess liberals are interested in that type of television or entertainment. I guess I don't know, but here we go.
African Americans than anybody except possibly Abraham Lincoln.
Possibly
and he's trying to paint a fairly rosy picture of what it's like for black people in America under his tutelage. So how do you square the two?
This man is doing something about the economy before the coronavirus pandemic. Historically.
All right, so Trump is not allowed to tell the facts about what he's doing to help black people. To them, that's pandering. But Hillary or who's the other one? The one that's the leader of the House, Nancy Pelosi. They can put on African garb and kneel for 9 seconds, for 9 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah, they
That's
kneel
not,
down and can barely get back up. You know,
that's not pandering. But Donald Trump is saying, look, these are the policies that I put in. This is this is the effect thereof of those policies. This is how many people were freed from prison due to my prison reform, giving you numbers and statistics and facts. And that's called so-called pandering or what's the words that he used? Let me not misquote him. Let me let him
is touting that he feels he has been better for African Americans than anybody except possibly Abraham Lincoln.
Possibly
and he's trying to paint a fairly rosy picture.
Trying to paint a fairly rosy, because it is rosy, or it was rosy according to the numbers. Don't facts matter anymore? Why is it that because you hate Trump, can't stand him, because the media taught you to hate him, that everything that he does is discredited because you hate him? But when a Democrat who does absolutely nothing for black people just says they're going to do something, and oftentimes when they say they're going to do something, it's a form of tokenism, xenophilic tokenism, where they're saying, well, we're gonna name this day after, we're gonna put what's her name, Harriet Tubman, we're gonna put on a $20 bill. It's a token. It's not really doing anything to help black people. It's not revitalizing their neighborhoods like Trump did. It's not funding historical black colleges, not for 1 year, but for 10 years, which no president has ever done. It's not any of those things, but we're just going to give you a token. We're going to give you a symbol or something that some form of a symbol or holiday to celebrate Juneteenth, for example. Oh, Juneteenth! Oh, and not a dime in your pocket, but you running around talking about some Juneteenth.
Real quick,
yeah.
Did they pick the new justice yet? I kept hearing.
I don't think he did. No.
Oh, okay. I know he was looking specifically to pick a black woman or something.
Yes, I talked about that earlier, but he actually blocked a black woman being nominated under Bush. So it's not about black.
You know why that was there?
Because she was a black conservative.
Oh,
yes. He blocked her. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. If you can go back in the stream, her name was Justice. Not only Biden, but most of the Democrats derailed her nomination. Her name was Janice Rogers Brown, and this is back in 2003 under Bush. She was running, or she was a nominee, and she was expected to be chosen for the Supreme Court, and the Democrats blocked her. So don't give me some Biden is going to nominate the first black woman in the Supreme Court. Well, when he had an opportunity to do that in 2003, he filibustered for 2 days. Joe Beijing Biden filibustered for 2 days to stop the black woman from getting appointed. 2 days, and it worked. Now he's trying to bring the first black woman. You really think that's because he cares about black people? Come on, man.
You got to be a dumb.
Come on, man.
And black people who support this, you're stupid. I'm sorry. I'm going to say that to your face.
Man, where's Trump? Yeah. Motherfuckers, they.
Black people are stupid.
That was blotted out or that was censored, but he said, get this effing NIGGA out of here. He's talking about Biden. Get this out of here. Yeah. He was talking about Biden.
Oh, he was talking about Biden. Okay.
Himself.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree.
Yeah, he's talking about Biden.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. I don't know what it means.
All right. So So he considers Trump's accomplishments basically the way we look at Nancy Pelosi kneeling, although demonstrably they're two different scenarios. One is actually accomplishing things that benefit black community, and the other is just tokenism, just showing symbolically that you support blacks. And yeah, Black Lives Matter. Oh, like what was Bernie Sanders, whatever his name is. Black Lives Matter. Yeah, I agree. Black Lives.
Of what it's like for black people in America under his tutelage. So how do you square the two?
This man is doing something about the economy before the coronavirus pandemic, historically low unemployment. The man has signed the First Step Act, which allowed something like 5,000 mostly black men to have their sentences reconsidered and reduced to an average of about 75 months. He's also spent more money on enterprise zones. He's put funding on HBCUs for the first time over a period of 10 years. No one's ever done that before.
The president is also saying that there is no systemic racism.
Okay. Now, do you see the contrast here? Do you see the contrast? A black man just named and listed 3 things that Trump has done for the black community, and what was a black man's response? They're both black. What was the liberals' response? Did you hear the way? Let me just rewind this.
Saying that there is no systemic racism.
Okay, his response was, well, Trump is against blacks. Forget all those things that he did for blacks, because he's against systemic racism. He doesn't believe in the myth of systemic racism. Their argument is non-substantive. It has no substance to it. It's all tokenism. It's all talking points. You say the right things. You go along to get along in this society, in their world. You do nothing, but you say the right things. You say what's politically expedient or correct. That to them is helping black people instead of actual real policies, actual legislation that will actually land in the black neighborhoods and revitalize the black neighborhoods, reduce sentences for crimes that are nonviolent crimes, not rape. You should be in jail. I don't care how woke you are. No rapist should be walking the streets. If it doesn't matter if he's black or white, Hispanic. No violent rapist should be walking the street the day after he just raped. But according to the woke DA, okay, so he just gave you policy, and the black liberal responded with tokenism.
In America, there is no systemic racism in policing. And
There isn't.
Okay. All right.
There is no evidence of systemic racism whatsoever. In fact, the evidence shows the opposite. I was just about ready to say there's a black Harvard professor named Roland Fryer who assumed, just as you did, that the police were killing blacks just because they were black. He did a study. Not only did he not find it, he found out with
black Harvard professor. Black Harvard professor. Most likely a liberal.
tracked other studies, the police are more hesitant, more reluctant to pull the trigger on a black suspect than on a white suspect. And it's common sense because of people like people in the media who immediately assume that a cop is doing something racist or motivated because the victim is black. They're afraid to shoot a black person much greater than they are afraid to shoot a white person.
Larry, you're from Los Angeles, and you know what happened with the Rampart Division. It was an incredible scandal where they were going into the inner city and they were setting people up and planting drugs and doing all this stuff. I mean, this has been going on for a long time.
Harvey, 20 years ago, from 1992 to 2002, Los Angeles had back-to-back black police chiefs, even during the O.J. Simpson case. And what happened?
But that doesn't mean
make it go away, Larry.
You can't look at a black police chief and say, therefore, there isn't systemic racism.
Right. We had a black president. Is there no racism in America then, Larry? I mean, come on.
First you said systemic racism. Now you're saying racism. Which one do you want?
No, I'm saying I'm sticking with systemic.
There's no evidence whatsoever of systemic racism. I ask you to prove it.
A cop watching somebody run away, a black man run away, shooting him and killing him. A guy walking into a convenience store, shooting him and killing him. Larry.
Can I ask one question here? Can you hear me? I bet it's my connection.
We hear you. Go ahead.
What is the difference between racism? How would you define racism, and how would you define systemic racism? What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Systemic racism doesn't exist, but the idea is that there is a what systemic racism should mean, and I'll tell you how they I'll tell you how they redefined it, because they couldn't find evidence of the definition, so they redefined it to mean something else, which really can't be falsified or defined, and that's the goal. But systemic racism is what we would consider Jim Crow. That there are laws that are in this system, or that are embedded in the system itself, that are antithetical or against a certain group, like mainly blacks, like Jim Crow, which said that if you were black, you couldn't do this or that, or you had to take a test, a poll test, they called them, before you could vote. But whites didn't have to take those exams, even though they may not even have been able to read themselves, but they were allowed to vote. So it's systemic in that it is embedded in the system, or the laws themselves. Now, because they couldn't find any law and to demonstrate that this systemic racism was true, and this happened in my conversation, in my debate on Modern Day Debate with Losar, who's a liberal African American, because they couldn't find that in the system, even through Trump, 4 years of Trump, they can only find him making laws that help black people, right? So what they then decided to do was change the definition to the how did he put it? The ill effect of racism in the past, which lingers and continues to linger today. Therefore, it's systemic. So it's not that they can find laws that are racist. It's that the laws in the past, mainly the Jim Crow laws that they enacted and enforced, the Democrats, that those laws still have a lingering residual effect today. That's systemic racism. There is no way to quell it. There's no way to end it. And that's the ruse. That's the trick. So I can right now go to the government and get a grant to start a program to help quell or end systemic racism, and it will never end, because it's a residual. It'll always be here.
But that's the wrong definition, right? That'll always be here.
Right. That's the redefinition.
Right. That's the made up, manufactured nonsense just to keep trouble going, keep mischief going.
Keep it going. Keep the game going, because this is how Democrats get rich. If I want to become rich, other than becoming a politician, but when they start out with these grassroots organizations to supposedly help blacks, but all the money winds up in their pocket.
Right. Exactly. Right. And that's why the hood looks like it looks down on Southside.
Exactly.
On
because
Chicago,
nothing is going back into the hood. It's going in.
And all this money goes to places they could have straightened up this country nice and done something decent for people over the years. With billions of dollars just been funneled into Afghanistan and all that kind of crap.
Exactly. Billions of dollars have been funneled into.
But notice, you're right. And you know what else they do? They make these nonprofit organizations, and everybody's getting rich over the conflict, and nobody's getting any better.
Same thing is going on in the hood for the last 30 years.
Yeah, nonprofit there's so many damn nonprofits now that are making profits, because all they do is write off their expenses, and the salaries are considered expenses. So people have figured out how to get a salary through a nonprofit organization.
Right. And in order to get that money, you need to prove that these people are systemically oppressed. That's the ruse.
So they've created Never let a good crisis go to waste, another sector of it. And they just use it to their own benefit. And there's even black people that get involved in this that don't give a damn about their own people, and they just sit there and give fair speeches and talk bullshit and never get anything done. They just want to make money and run.
Exactly. For example, the founder of Black Lives Matter, who went out and bought not one, not two, but 3 mansions on your dollar.
Yeah, I saw something about that in the news. Isn't that something?
On your donations to Black Lives Matter, which was supposed to go to help quell the violence against police. The problem is there is no violence to quell. There is no violence against blacks to stop. It was a ruse. It was a trick. There is no systemic police brutality. The statistics don't suggest that's the case.
They're
So
blowing
that,
this all up out of. It's all blown. It's all blown up too much. It's all made to make it look worse
right.
than it is sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah, police, especially within the past 5 to 10 years, as Larry Elder is going to cite some studies that demonstrate they're less likely to pull over blacks because they don't want to be accused of racism.
Okay.
They don't want to be put in jail if they have to, if they wind up shooting the suspect. You know, if he takes out a gun, they don't want. They don't want to be judged by the liberal media as guilty before they even go to trial. Chauvin could never have gotten a fair trial. Neither could the lady with the taser, who mistook her taser for her gun. There's no way they can get fair trials. So police officers are less likely, studies have shown, to shoot an unarmed black than they are an unarmed white man because of that. But let's let Larry tell you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. I just wanted to get that because I hear it all the time. I hear everybody babbling about
Larry,
that.
What's that?
No, I just wanted to ask that because I hear everybody babbling about systemic racism. You know, I don't think everybody that talks on talk radio too and all this shit, they don't have, half of them don't even know what they're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. They're just repeating talking points, like you said. Yeah.
I hear what you're saying about the studies.
Harvey, let me try it this way. There are 50 million police civilian interactions every single year. Out of that 50 million, there are 11 million arrests. Out of that 11 million arrests, 60,000 officers are assaulted. Out of all of that, 1,000 civilians are killed. Half of them are white, 250 of them were black. Almost all of them were resisting with a weapon or resisting violently. When you get down to unarmed black men being shot by white cops, you're talking about less than 4% of the total. And unarmed does not mean not dangerous. Michael Brown was unarmed, but he was reasonably perceived as dangerous. It is rare, Harvey. You guys are exaggerating this. When a white person gets killed by a cop, nobody gives a damn. When a black person gets killed by a cop, people are out in the streets. And in Philadelphia, you're talking about a city where the captain of the city council is black. Almost every single member of city council is a Democrat. They've had black mayors. The police chief is a black female, and you're still talking about systemic racism. It's ridiculous. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, really.
So Larry goes up. So yeah, all of the systemic racism. Now again, they redefined systemic racism, Larry, if you haven't heard. So just finding real systemic racism in the system isn't what their argument is going to be. So it's not going to debunk their argument because they redefined the word. Now you have to prove every single case is racism, or it's not racism. You have to actually prove it's not racism when a white person arrests a black man. You have to prove that he wasn't racist because his ancestors owned slaves, and therefore, generation after generation, he's learned how to be racist against blacks, sort of like critical race theory teaches, and he's inherently racist. It's embedded in not the law, but it's embedded in the mind of the white man. It's embedded in his nature, critical race theory. So they switched from proving systemic in the law. They've changed the definition to systemic in the culture, the white culture, period. Because of the past treatment of blacks, you are a racist. Systemically, you are racist. White people are racist. It's critical race theory in action. That's exactly what the argument is today. So Larry is fighting against the old definition of systemic racism, which is the proper definition, but again, they couldn't prove it. and he's dealing with people who are holding to the definition of systemic racism that is sort of nuanced. It's BS, but it's nuanced, but it's BS. It's not true. It's made up.
You're making the
Well,
country
okay.
worse.
We actually,
You're making the
Larry,
country
Larry,
Okay,
I'm
making
no,
the
I,
country
I,
worse.
hang on a second.
I just want to
Larry,
make
I'm
this
going to be
clear,
very
Larry.
clear about something.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on,
ashamed of
Charles.
myself. I sleep
I
just
am
fine
not
at night,
ashamed of
and
myself.
maybe you do too, and that's
Should
fine.
be.
So we're going to disagree on
Well,
this. Here's what I
maybe
want to
you
ask you,
should
Larry.
be. Maybe you should be, Larry, because there is a
The facts are on
problem
my
in this
side.
country.
The facts
There is a
are on my
problem in
side. The
this
facts are
country,
not on your
and
side,
you are
gentlemen.
relying on statistics, and you are not looking at
It's
humanity,
called
Larry.
facts. It's called facts.
Did he really say you are relying on statistics, not looking at humanity?
You are relying on statistics, and you are not looking at
It's
humanity,
called
Larry.
facts.
Yeah, he did say that. Oh, the humanity. Yeah, he did say we're relying on, and that's summed up that entire conversation there. He's not relying on facts. He doesn't want to look at the facts. Instead, he wants to look at emotion and what sounds good. What does the mainstream media? What do they want me to say? What's going to keep my job, right? Because if he says the wrong thing, he might be suspended. But if he decides he wants to side with Larry Elder, that's the end of him on TMZ. They will find a new host. Now, if he makes a mistake and he says something like Whoopi said, he'll be suspended. But if Whoopi decided that, you know what, I'm going to side with Larry Elder on this, she's fired. She's gone. She's banned. She's canceled. Period. Okay. That's just how it works in liberal la la land. Beta male comment of the week comes from the barbershop.
Point. You can care about abortion, but you don't care about that individual when it's born and is shot in the streets, right? Because it's not a comprehensive view of life.
Yes.
You talk about pro-life, but it's really just pro-birth. Like, we just want the baby born, but once it's born, we're not thinking about healthcare. We're not thinking about the conditions in which that person lives. That makes the police interactions more prevalent. And it's like, oh, I care about the poor. I'll send people to Africa to do missions work, but I don't care about the conditions which creates Africa, right? And it's probably because of our imperialistic ways and our corporations that make Africa a wasteland because of our greed and our ignorance, right? And this is part of the reason why I think it amazes me, and I'm gonna shut up for this. It amazes me that there's
It amazes me that you're allowed to say such stupid things, and no one in that entire barbershop, well, they're all liberals, can correct you. No, we actually. So the idea here is this: because because Christians rather speak out against abortion. Remember, the goal is to shut you up, and they'll try to manipulate you. Uh, Mental manipulation. They'll try to use manipulation to shut you up. Because we're speaking out against abortion, that must mean that we don't care about what happens after the child is born. You see the ruse? You see the trick? They can't defend abortion scientifically, and therefore philosophically they can't, because science is supposed to undergird their philosophy. So the next step is to attack the Christian. Well, you only care about what happens before they're born. Who says? That's not what the social sciences say. The social sciences say, liberal, that we donate more to the cause of orphans and widows than you ever did or ever do. So you're not getting that narrative from any facts. Nothing you say, Beta, corresponds to facts or science. So where is he getting that from? It's a talking point. It's something somebody made up that sounds nice and sounds right. If it were true, it would be right. but it's just a talking point, a response to when you don't have a response. That's what a talking point is. A talking point is a response when you really don't have a response. It's just to fill in that void instead of empty space. Um, you don't care about people after they're born. Yes, we do. We care about both. You obviously only care about one after they're born. You don't care about what happens to them before they're born. You say that they should be killed. So they're projecting their insensitivity on the unborn onto us, but only pertaining to the after they're born. It's a sleight of mind trick, and liberals love to try to obfuscate. Hey Joe, I gotta step out, brother. All right, Veckel, thanks for joining. Praise is in the house. What's going on? So that was my beta male comment of the week, coming from the barber shop, where many things are taught that aren't true. Unfortunately for the blacks trying to get their haircut. Where you get your haircut, Dave? You go to the black neighborhood to get your haircut? Yeah,
All right.
I'm getting ready to shut down the stream, but yeah. So thanks for joining me, Dave. I'll be live next week. I'm live every noon or every Sunday at noon.
This is the first time I've been over here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And I just I mean, I go to Smokey's jail, but I get tired of that same old fighting about doctrine all the time. It gets sickening, but I'd rather hear this more often. I'll be here more often now, man.
All right.
I didn't know you were on topic. I didn't know you were on topic over here. I don't know because I just sit there on Smokey. I don't know who's who or what they're up to. I don't subscribe to everybody. I just don't get around there yet. And I've been reading the Bible so much over the last week that I just, I'm busy with that. I just want to stick my nose into the scripture for a while and just stay out of everything.
Your comment, your comment made me apply to Jigaboo University. So thank you for encouraging me to.
Well, I've watched. There's a guy online. If you probably know of him, maybe you don't. I don't know. Sinful to P. You ever hear of Sinful to P?
No.
Oh, is he a irritation? He's
Sinful to what?
He claims. Yeah, you got to go look him up. Sinful the P. SIN space full space the space P. I think it is.
Okay.
Sinful the P. And what that means is he's a pimp and he's also a pastor.
Oh my goodness.
You got to listen to this clown. He's the one that chops it up, and he's all into it, and he's always running his mouth.
Oh my
and listening
goodness.
to R. Kelly.
So who is he pimping? The congregation?
Well, he ran off to Toronto. I guess there's a history behind him. I don't know every detail behind him, but I guess he's from Chicago or somewhere, maybe Los Angeles. I can't remember which. I think Chicago actually. And I think he's been chased by the law, so he went to Canada now. He's in Toronto, but he's doing these broadcasts because he's got a following. So he's teaching all the young dros to be better pimps and all this kind of nonsense. And he talks smack. He's smacking it around all the time. He's always chopping it up.
Oh my!
But you got to watch that just to see what I don't know.
Yeah, I'll check him out.
That's where I was listening to him. That's where I pick up a lot of that smack talk. And then he's he's goofy though, and he claims he's always saying blessings to the game and all that.
Does he say Jigaboo?
All the time.
Jigaboo. All right. Any last words? I'm getting ready to shut the stream down.
No, I just enjoyed your broadcast and I stopped by to listen, and now you got my attention on all these matters. I want to dig into this a little bit myself because this is the shit that you got to be aware of to be able to navigate the culture of chaos.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's
I mean, if I sit there and argue about Seventh-day Adventism all day or some other shit with a bunch of atheists, that ain't going to do me any good. I'd rather listen. I'd rather know what's going on around me because the simple man, foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the prudent pass on and are punished.
Yeah. Well, let me show you this since you're here, and before I was gonna talk about something else for a minute before I end it, but I just wanted to show you this, and everyone else that's listening, if you're paying attention. I don't know how many people are watching now, but no evidence. Remember this past debacle of an election. One of the claims was there was no evidence. Then, it was Well, not enough evidence to overturn the results. Not enough to overturn. Not enough. Well, take a look at this graphic here. This here, this graphic here shows the number of votes, the vote differential, meaning in Wisconsin, for example, Trump lost by 20,600 votes. Michigan, 154,000. There's the percentage, the differential as far as votes are concerned. Georgia, he lost by 11,000 votes, about 1,200 votes. 12,000, I'm sorry. And then Arizona, 10,000. Okay, that's the vote differential. Take a look at what we found out since then through satellite imaging. What you're seeing here, the red dots, are the drop boxes, the illegal drop boxes that were set up in certain neighborhoods on the corner of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X Drive. You know what I'm talking
Look
about, right,
at
Dave?
that.
Yeah. Here are the drop boxes and their locations. They were strategically placed in certain locations.
Yeah, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Arizona.
Here, now, watch this. This video will show you what was happening. This is video footage of what was happening.
Yeah, I actually saw this. They would stuff them in. You'd see these guys going up and just stuffing them in.
Yeah.
Footage of all of the drop boxes in the states they needed to steal. They tracked 2,000 of these, they call so-called mules, dropping off ballots in these ballot boxes and actually snapping photos of them doing that job so they could get paid for it.
They call them mules, like a mule deer?
Yeah, so these were
That's
actual paid mules. They were paid, of course, by the Democratic. The Democratic Party would give them money to drop off these. Over 2,000 were found. 2,000.
You know, the enemies of America and the gospel, but the enemies of America, they just want to keep destroying our country. I don't know why. I don't understand.
Yeah, because they want to rebuild it in their image.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why.
The Sons of Belial. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Sons of Belial.
Yeah, and here is their.
Let me tell you a story. I live in Wisconsin. Okay, so let me tell you the story. Since I've been back since about 2003, because I went away for a while to go to work as a young guy, and then I went away, and then I worked my way back here eventually. But here's the thing: came back to vote and everything. That same damn voting machine that I voted once before I left my neighborhood, where you stick your ballot in, and it sucks it in like a copy machine, sort of.
Right.
Is there. And maybe it's a different one, but here's the thing. The directions on the damn thing when I came back here said, insert your ballot this way. So when you inserted it the way you're supposed to, it wouldn't go in. So the voting official would be standing there saying, you can turn it upside down. It's not working the right way. It goes the other way. So you go against the directions, then it works. And I never trusted the fucking thing. And I don't believe what they say over here either. I bet you every time I vote here, it didn't matter. They probably just threw it out. So, I think there is corruption going on right here underneath my own nose in my own town here too. Because, that machine don't work like it's supposed to. If you can't make a machine to work right, there's something crazy about that too,
Yeah, it's probably rigged.
I'm telling you, to this day, you don't put the ballot in the way to directions. The directions clearly state insert ballot face up like you're supposed to, and they tell you to turn it face down because it doesn't work. You stick it face up, it won't go in. You turn it over, it goes in. They recount them anyway, the way they want and all that. It don't matter. It's all a waste of time. It's all, you're just going through the motions. You're just mocking us. Just mocking us.
Yeah, I mean, the New York Times Magazine or Times Magazine basically admitted the fortification, they call it, the fortification of the election. And here's how they did it. But yeah, any last words? I'm getting ready to shut it down.
No, I'm good. I got to do stuff too. I'm just kind of in the background here. Good to talk to you. Thanks.
All right, see you next time. All right.
You bet.
Take care. Bye bye. All right. So, um, let's go, Brandon, for surrendering at the southern border, overseeing the most lawless U.S. Mexico border in generations. Let's go, Brandon, for betraying Americans and their safety at the border. Let's go, Brandon, for bankrupting America, for suggesting an $8 trillion spending plan. Let's go, Brandon, for surrendering in Afghanistan. Let's go, Brandon. Of course, the most glaring uh, the imagery that comes to mind is the vehicle, the plane that's taken off, and the Afghanis chasing after the plane. But Mr. Biden's Afghanistan failure in his disastrous surrender, so-called surrender and withdrawal from Afghanistan, and his decision to pull out military forces uh, from the Bagram airfield before evacuating safely the American civilians and the civil servants. Cost 13 U.S. service members their lives. Let's go, Brandon. Suicide bombers killed more than 60 people, including 13 of our soldiers. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon, for kowtowing to China. Mr. Biden has consistently failed to stand up to China, our biggest competitor. Well, let's go, Brandon, for giving into Iran. Let's go, Brandon, for destroying our energy independence. Remember, because he ran on reversing all of Trump policies, all of the Trump policies. That's what he ran on, reversing them. He is the leader of the children of Belial. This man right here, this illegitimate president, canceling the Keystone Pipeline, which cost Americans roughly 20 to 30,000 jobs. Which is the reason why when I went to the gas station the other day, I put about $35 in it, and the needle barely moved. So the continued rising of oil and gas prices. He canceled oil and gas exploration in the Arctic. Let's go, Brandon, for your bipartisan baloney. And that's not just me saying this. That's the Washington Times saying that. The weapons that you left in Afghanistan, basically arming the Afghan army with the same capabilities that our soldiers possess. Thousands of Humvees, machine guns, over 64,000 machine guns, over 350,000 assault rifles, night vision goggles. I'm no good without my night vision goggles, even on the video games. I have an advantage because I have night vision and my enemy does not. If my enemy has the same capabilities that I have, well, you can figure out how the game is going to end. 6,000, over 16,000, excuse me, night vision goggles or devices. And I didn't even include the hundreds or the dozens of helicopters and fixed wing aircraft. That's your strike aircrafts or your attack planes. Let's go, Brandon, for promoting everything that the Democratic Party already promoted and encouraging the children of Belial. By the way, those of you who want to argue that Biden is just fixing Trump's border disaster or it's Trump's fault, and you want to cite the separation of families that were reunited, it would be instructive to know that there were 4,000 separated. Of the 4,000 that were separated at the border, 2,200 were reunited by Trump himself before he left office. So more than half of the families that were separated were reunited under Trump. Biden, on the other hand, of those 2,000, 1,800 to be exact, that were left, still separated, only 120 were released or brought back to their families. 300 are in the process of being reunited. Just a fraction of what Trump has done. Even when it comes to reunited, separated families, Trump wins. We already know he won, but Trump wins. He's still winning. He's still winning. So I'll be back next week. Now, next week, no, I want to show you this before I leave because I did promise that I would provide the receipts for the claim that I made earlier about Italians, and how the Italian culture. Now, this is also the case for the Irish. How is it that when they come over and they're treated a certain way, their response is not, well, we need to protect the mobsters because they're like us, they're Italian, right? Or uh, we need to we need to blame another group. We're gonna blame another group because we're lagging. We're lagging behind. No, they said we need to clean up our house. This is coming from us. This isn't the white man's fault. We're not going to blame the white man because there are police on every corner in our neighborhood. The reason why there were police on every corner in your neighborhood, Italiano, driving the Milano, the reason why there were cops on every corner and FBI peering out every single window is because mobsters were in your neighborhood. Italian mobsters committing crimes on a daily basis. They didn't run and scream and hire or send politicians who were Italian to the White House to complain about systemic over policing. They recognized that it was them that was the problem. The same thing happened with not just the Italians, but also the Irish Americans. Remember, there's still stereotypes today pertaining to Irish Americans when it comes to getting drunk because and drinking, because that was a problem in the Irish communities and some of the immigrants, the immigration or the communities full of immigrants, Irish immigrants. Drinking was a problem. It was a major issue. And here's what one study showed on Black American culture and the racial wealth gap. Okay, this is done. This is by Coleman Hughes, and he writes and he says this, based on this study that was done. He says the history of formerly lagging ethnic groups is instructive, which is to say that if we look at other groups who have lagged in the past, who have done terrible on standardized exams and in education and in their earning, they're not earning as much because they were going to getting drunk at the bar every night, right? That's why we get the stereotype about Irish people. All right. Here's what they did to fix their problems in America. They didn't blame the white man. Okay. Whether measured by rates of alcoholism, right? This is how we're determining that these groups are lagging. because we're looking at the rate of alcoholism. High school graduation. Here are the factors that are being used to determine whether or not you're suffering. You can look at the rates of alcoholism, high school graduation, income, as I mentioned. Irish Americans used to lag far behind other ethnic groups in America, right? Same thing with blacks today, right? Pay attention. This is what the study shows. At one point of reference, the incarceration for Irish Americans was 5 times greater. Sort of like today with blacks, right? 5 times greater than for German Americans, who are probably the predominant group at one point. All right, this was in 1904, right? Maybe they weren't predominant, but they were another group, right? All right, what was their response? What was their response? While some Irish leaders blame society, like Black Lives Matter and Antifa, they want to blame society. Others, notably those in the Catholic Church, launched an inward-looking campaign. Here's your solution. Inward, look in the mirror, black man. It's not the white man's fault. It's not systemic racism. It's your fault. It's your bad decision-making skills. Change that. Change your community, change the world. Inward-looking campaign spearheaded by the Roman Catholic Church. Why did they take out the Roman part? They launched an inward-looking campaign to change behavioral patterns within the Irish community. That's what the study demonstrates. Why is it when it comes to blacks, we have to suggest that looking inwardly is not even an option at all? It's not that it's not an option or one of the options. It's not an option at all. In fact, suggesting such is racist. Or you're kowtowing for the white supremacists. You're a black white supremacist, they call Larry Elder. But a few things God has against you. Because thou hast there them that hold to the doctrine of Balaam, right? The children of Belial, they hold to the doctrine of Balaam or Satan. All of these are symbolized or they're used as symbolic for Satan. All right, the false gods of Canaan. So whenever you see the false gods of Canaan, we know that the scripture is just talking about demonic spirits and ultimately Satan. All right, so the children of Belial are the same who hold to the doctrine of Balaam. All right, who taught Balak to cast a stumbling block before the children of Israel to eat things sacrificed unto idols. Okay, they teach our children to eat things sacrificed unto idols. All right, they are the children of Belial or the children of Satan. And nothing they say corresponds to reality. Nothing they say corresponds to the truth. The atheists will go to Google, their Bible, and it'll pull up. There's a city that exists that's called Tyre today. And they'll say, told you. Tyre still exists, see? There's a problem with that, and I'm going to explain what the problem is with that approach next week. So hopefully you can join me. I'll be live next week at noon. And then the week following, this case in Canada, this situation, this new law I'm going to be talking about. It's called Bill C4, it's called. And it's basically declaring Christianity to be illegal. So Christianity is now illegal in Canada. Christianity is now illegal in Canada. and I'm going to be covering the Bill C4 or C4 bill. I can't remember how it's phrased, and why that's the case. Why Christianity is now illegal. Now, if you want to say a watered down version of Christianity is allowed, that's fine. But then I'm going to respond by saying that's not Christianity. So you can respond by saying, look, he's a Christian. He's LGBTQ affirming, but he's a Christian and he has a church and he's allowed to preach. Sure. And I'm going to respond by saying that's not Christianity. And I'm going to demonstrate it's not. No, it's not a no true Scotsman. No, we actually have a code. So I'm not arbitrarily suggesting that these individuals are not Christian. I'm not doing so arbitrarily. I actually have a code of conduct that I can appeal to. And if you're not adhering to that code, which is the Bible, you're not a Christian. You're not teaching Christianity. You're teaching your version of Christianity, which is not what the disciples taught, which is not what the scriptures teach. So when you tell anyone in America or Canada or anywhere in the world that they cannot preach any chapter or verse in the Bible, and they say, okay, they're not Christians. If you tell any body of believers, pastor, bishop, congregation, that they can no longer preach Leviticus chapter 19, Romans chapter 1, they can no longer teach that to their congregants who are seeking help because they don't want to behave this way anymore. And you tell them that they can't tell them what Romans 1 says, which is what this law essentially does say, and you say, oh, sure, that's fine. Your church is no longer Christian. It's now something else. You can call it a Christian cult, but it's not Christianity. It's not what the cross or what Christ passed down or taught his disciples and what they passed down to us apostolically. It's something else. It's a perversion. Okay, so Christianity is outlawed in Canada. It's no longer allowed in Canada according to this law. And John MacArthur has a message. This is actually from his channel. And he says, join me in taking a stand on biblical sexual morality. I'm calling on faithful pastors to consider dedicating your Sunday sermon to on this date to preaching on this timely subject, of course, concerning this bill. And God's going to deal with them in the end. He's going to deal with them. And he's going to laugh at them during their calamity while they are suffering. And they're going to cry out and say, but God, that's not fair. You don't have the right to do this to me. He's going to laugh at them. He's going to laugh at their calamity. Why? Because he's called and you refused. I have called and you refused. I have stretched out my hand and you smacked my hand away. No man regarded. He stretched out his hand. No man regarded. You've set at naught all my counsel, meaning you disregarded all of my advice. And you would not accept correction. You would not accept reproof. As a result, God says, I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock you when fear comes. I will mock you when fear comes. I will laugh at your calamity and mock you, children of Belial, sons of Belial, when fear comes.
If you reject Christ, then the moment you take your first step through the gates of hell, the only thing you will hear is all of creation standing to its feet and applauding and praising God because God has rid the earth of you.